In a dimly lit room, Zhou Yi found himself lost in contemplation as he gazed into the mirror, where two lines of text hovered approximately 10 centimeters above his head. You will soon enter the mythological instance in 32 minutes and 03 seconds. Instance number 054721. What on earth? In the next moment, a torrent of memories surged forth. Zhou Yi, 18 years of age, was a menial worker at the Chaoyang Martial Arts Hall in Chongyang City, earning a monthly salary of 3,000. His father had passed away early, leaving only his mother and sister at home. I have crossed over. The arrival of mythology manifests in the form of instances. From the age of 18, one will be randomly and forcibly drawn into a mythological instance. Zhou Yi was taken aback. Clearly, this was no longer the blue star he had known for over 20 years, but rather a parallel world where myths had come to life. Stories of legendary figures, once confined to the pages of books, now existed in reality. Such figures included the primordial deity Fuxi, the mother goddess Niwa who mended the heavens and created humanity, the ancient four heavenly emperors, and various folk mythological characters, all appearing within distinct instances. However, these instances were not solely populated by benevolent deities. Malevolent entities lurked as well. The demon Xiyu, the water god Gonggong, who raged against Mount Buzhou, the headless war god Zhengshanat, to mention the four ancient fierce beasts, calamities, and various evil spirits from folklore. The mortality rate for ordinary individuals within mythological instances was alarmingly high. With less than an hour remaining before he would be forcibly thrust into a mythological instance, Zhou Yi felt a throbbing pain at the back of his head. Surveying his surroundings, he murmured, "What is this place?" Encased by walls, the meager enclosure spanned no more than 5 square meters, with the door barred by chains and a padlock. Rapidly assimilating his memories, Zhou Yi quickly grasped his current predicament. Today, the original host had worked as usual at the martial arts hall, returning home along his customary route after work. As he passed through a narrow alley, he was confronted by two masked individuals who claimed someone wished to discuss a business proposition with him. In such a dimly lit alley with masked figures, any reasonable person would decline such an invitation. Zhou Yi rejected their offer and turned to flee. However, after only a few strides, a sharp pain struck the back of his head, his vision blurred, and he ultimately lost consciousness. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. Who were they? Rubbing the back of his head, Zhou Yi grimaced at the pain. In the memories of the original host, he had not offended anyone during this period, leading a mundane existence between 2 points. Who were the assailants? What business were they referring to? Moreover, in half an hour, he would be drawn into a mythological instance, and with his current unprepared state and head injury, his prospects appeared grim. On one side were the malevolent masked figures, and on the other, the perilously high mortality rate of the mythological instance. A hellish beginning. The pain at the back of Zhou Yi's head intensified. Yet, at that moment, a luminous panel materialized before him. Reborn in the ashes, awakened amidst deities and demons, you will enter the instance in 30 minutes. Upon your first entry into a mythological instance, you will randomly obtain a trait. Role, level, identity, traits owned. Your soul cannot be recognized. Identity is being rescanned. Based on a comprehensive analysis of soul strength, your identity is defined as deity demon. Role information updated. Trait assigned. Role, level, identity, deity demon traits owned, transforming deity into demon. Effect 1. Upon entering the mythological instance, you will directly embody a deity demon within, becoming a deity demon and commencing a unique destiny mission. Effect 2. Upon completing the destiny mission, you may gain the ability to transform into a deity demon, though strength will be suppressed. System panel. As he scrutinized the barrage of notifications, Zhou Yi furrowed his brow, gradually piecing together the puzzle. Because I have crossed over, my soul does not belong to this world. Thus it cannot be recognized by the mythological instance. Simultaneously, due to absorbing the original host's soul power after my arrival, my soul strength far exceeds that of an ordinary person, leading to this erroneous identification as deity demon, transforming deity into demon. Upon entering the instance, I will embody a deity demon. Completing the mission could grant me the ability to transform into a deity demon. What? Zhou Yi was astonished. Would that not render him invincible? After all, no ordinary person could possibly rival a deity or demon. Glancing at the countdown once more. You will enter the mythological instance in 29 minutes and 33 seconds. Instance number 054721 8T. This moment, Zhou Yi's mindset began to shift. To embody a deity or demon. I wonder which deity or demon I will become upon entering the instance. Fuxi, Pengu, the Heavenly Emperor, or perhaps Erlang Shun, the Monkey King, or Nezha. The demon Xiyu would suffice as well, as he envisioned himself becoming one of those legendary figures within the instance. Soaring through the skies and wielding various spells, Zhou Yi began to feel a sense of anticipation. Just then, footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the iron door. Moments later, a tall, burly masked figure clad in black appeared at the cell door, unlocking the padlock and releasing the chains to open the door. "Step out." His deep voice resonated. Zhou Yi regarded him warily. The masked figure was one of those who had intercepted him in the alley. "Who are you?" Zhou Yi did not take a step forward. The masked figure glanced at him through the mask. "Someone wishes to conduct business with you." "Business?" Zhou Yi felt a surge of irritation. What sort of business is conducted in this manner? The masked figure remained silent, turning away and striding towards the illuminated staircase in the distance. With no other options remaining, Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and followed. As he walked, he noticed that the corridor was lined with identical cells, transforming the place into what resembled a private prison. What on earth is this place? Though this world was not as legally stringent as his past life, it still had official departments such as the patrol team to maintain order. Constructing a private prison constituted a severe violation of the law. Yet, this also hinted that the individual seeking to conduct business with him was of no ordinary standing. Before long, Zhou Yi followed the masked figure into the living room of a villa. "Go in." The masked figure gestured toward the door. Inside, 3 individuals awaited, 2 men and 1 woman. The young man in casual attire occupied the boss chair at the back, while the other man and woman lounged on a side sofa. Their faces unfamiliar, not belonging to anyone Zhou Yi knew from the original host memories. At that moment, the 3 turned to regard him. No, more accurately, they were staring at the space above his head. Zhou Yi, standing at the door, also observed the 3 individuals. 4 identical lines of text floated above their heads, entering the mythical instance in 25 minutes and 4 seconds. Instance number 054721. Indeed, their countdown and instance number mirror those of Zhou Yi. In other words, in 25 minutes, everyone will embark on the same mythical adventure. Chapter 2. Business, please. Have a seat. The young man in the boss and Appos chair smiled as he spoke. Zhou Yi inhaled deeply and walked in. Bang. The masked figure behind him closed the door, standing imposingly in the doorway as if to block the exit. "Is your head still hurting?" The young man inquired with a grin. "My subordinate tends to act without discretion. I apologize on his behalf." Zhou Yi remained silent, choosing instead to sit on the edge of the sofa. Assault, kidnapping, imprisonment. These are not offenses that can be brushed aside with a mere apology. Though it was his subordinate and Appos' actions, Zhou Yi did not believe that the young man was uninvolved. "My principle is simple. If one does not harm me, I shall not retaliate. But if one offends me, I will repay the offense 100-fold. This vendetta had been etched into Zhou Yi and Appos' memory. He glanced up at the countdown timer hovering above the young man and Appos' head. The villa, the masked figure, the underground cell, all pointed to the extraordinary identity of the man before him. Yet, regardless of his status or background, once I enter this realm, I shall become a deity. The atmosphere in the room grew slightly tense, but the young man seemed unfazed. With a smile, he continued to address the 3 seated on the sofa. "Now that everyone is present, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Du Yufan. As you can see, in less than 30 minutes, we will enter the same mythological instance. I have invited you all to discuss a business proposition." At this point, the girl sitting beside Zhou Yi spoke up. "What kind of business?" This was also the question on Zhou Yi's mind. Du Yufan smiled, in simple terms. "I will provide you with sufficient funds to ensure that your families will live comfortably for the rest of their lives, and in return, you are to follow my instructions completely once we enter the mythological instance." Upon hearing this, the man on the left side of the sofa fell silent. The girl raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that you wish to buy our lives? Not at all. Yufan shook his finger. The mortality rate in these mythological instances is exceptionally high, and the one we are about to enter is among the more challenging of the F-grade instances. It is not just the inexperienced newcomers who face danger. Even seasoned extraordinary individuals like yourselves are at significant risk. You and Appos, V investigated me? The girl frowned. Not an investigation per se. I merely sent someone to gather some basic information. When it comes to business, one must always prepare in advance. Yufan smiled at the girl, Huang Ying, an extraordinary individual with 4 prior instances under her belt. He then turned to the man beside her, Wang Yongfeng, an extraordinary individual with 2 prior instances. Finally, he looked at Zhou Yi, a newcomer, entering an instance for the first time. As Yufan spoke, relevant memories automatically surfaced in Zhou Yi and Appos' mind. Mythological instances are classified into 6 levels of intensity: F, E, D, C, B, and A, although F grade is the lowest. Intensity does not equate to ease. For ordinary individuals like Zhou Yi, who have only participated in a few instances, the danger remains substantial. Extraordinary individuals are those who, upon their first entry into a mythological instance, successfully complete the instance and Appos' tasks. Upon completion, they can utilize the attributes they possess in the real world. Conversely, those who merely survive without completing their assigned tasks will find that the attributes randomly assigned before entry remain unusable in reality, and they will not be drawn into future mythological instances. In simpler terms, entering a mythological instance for the first time offers a singular opportunity for choice. One can either forego the mission and live an ordinary life or complete the task, thus altering their fate and becoming extraordinary. I possess the latest information on instance number 054721. Based on the data, the mortality rate for independent action exceeds 80%. However, if you follow my guidance and adhere to the strategies outlined in the materials, your chances of survival will increase significantly. Yufan interlocked his fingers. Thus, I do not consider this a fee for your lives, but rather a form of collaboration. Collaboration? Huang Ying laughed. If this is indeed a collaboration, why are you offering us money in addition to the instant strategies? Yufan's expression remained impassive. As I mentioned, the risks associated with instance number 054721 are substantial. Even with strategies, there are no guarantees of safety. I prefer not to take personal risks, hence I require your assistance. I accept, Wang Yongfeng interjected suddenly. With a strategy, the chances of survival increase, and even if misfortune should befall us within the instance, there is still a considerable sum left for our families. I am on board with this deal. Very astute, Yufan replied with a smile. I and Appos am afraid I must decline. Huang Ying crossed her arms. Your offer is appealing, but I do not trust you. Zhou Yi sensed that matters were far from straightforward. Instance data is extraordinarily costly, far beyond the means of ordinary people, let alone the latest version. Yufan possesses the strategies. Even if you were to withhold financial compensation, it is likely that they would still follow his orders upon entering the instance. After all, who would venture to explore without a guide in such perilous territory? To offer both strategies and monetary compensation, such generosity is suspect. I also refuse, Zhou Yi stated firmly. From the moment he had been knocked unconscious and brought here, a rift had formed between them. The notion of serving him in the instance was a laughable dream. Moreover, once inside, he would become an embodiment of the very deities of the instance. Thus, collaboration was out of the question. Gentlemen, Yufan maintained his expressionless demeanor. I suggest you reconsider. In this instance, going solo is nearly a death sentence, and you both require this money, do you not? Huang Ying. Your father and Appos' hospital is poorly equipped and has faced medical mishaps. Zhou Yi, your sister and Appos' school reportedly has severe bullying issues, and your mother and Appos' job is perilous. Can your meager salary of 3,000 at the martial arts school truly provide them with a better life? Bang! Huang Ying slammed her palm on the table. Are you threatening me? On the other side, although Zhou Yi had only recently crossed over and had yet to meet his 2 family members, he felt a surge of rage rising within him, having absorbed the essence of the original soul along with its memories. He recognized the veiled threat in Yufan's words. Kidnapping, confinement, and now the intimidation of family. Yufan's actions were beyond forgiveness. Facing the suddenly enraged extraordinary Huang Ying, Yufan remained unflappable. The masked figure at the door raised a hand, revealing a faint blue hexagram pattern on his palm, emanating an inexplicable force. Buzz! Huang Ying, who had stood up, turned pale as she glanced back at the masked figure. Zhou Yi also felt a formidable pressure. An extraordinary individual, the masked man who had abducted them was a formidable extraordinary being. At that moment, Du Yufan gestured to the masked figure, and the terrifying pressure dissipated immediately. He sipped his tea, nonchalantly stating, "I suggest you both think this over carefully." Huang Ying gritted her teeth and sat back down. "I agree." She clenched her fists tightly. Zhou Yi inhaled deeply, glancing at the countdown above Du Yufan and Appo's head, his gaze icy. "Very well." Du Yufan smiled as he produced 3 bank cards, distributing one to each of them. Each possessed 1,000,000, with the password being 6/8. With merely 10 minutes remaining before entering the instance, they could transfer funds to their families with a message. Upon hearing this, Wang Yofeng swiftly retrieved his phone to commence the transaction. Huang Ying glanced at the bank card, inhaled deeply, and began to input the card number for her own transaction. Zhou Yi, however, tucked the bank card away. After a while, Huang Ying, noticing Zhou Yi had not initiated any transfer for his family, inquired, "Why not?" "I will return alive," Zhou Yi replied. "Do it." Huang Ying's expression was complex. Such good fortune was rare in the world. Once they entered the instance, the outcome was uncertain. The strategies of others might not align with theirs. Transferring the money would at least ensure some security for their families. Zhou Yi remained unmoved. Seeing this, Huang Ying sighed and ceased her persuasion. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi indifferently gazed at the countdown above Du Yufan's head. Entering the mythical instance in 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Instance number 054721. Entering the mythical instance in 1 minute and 21 seconds. Instance number 054721. Entering the mythical instance. As the vision began to blur, the instance commenced. Chapter 3. The King of Yaksha, about to enter the mythical instance. As these words appeared, in the blink of an eye, 4 figures vanished completely from the room. A prompt sounded. Mythical instance has been activated. ID 054721. Instance type, trial. Main task 1. Destroy the monsters within the Taoist temple. Main task 2. Explore this instance. Current progress 0. Note: either of the 2 tasks may be completed. Introduction to Instance 054721. The Qinghua Temple was once a tranquil sanctuary, but one day, a demon with a crimson face infiltrated, hiding a cursed bone. The cursed bone is sinister, corrupting the hearts of men. The Taoists in Qinghua Temple were driven nearly mad by its influence. Destroying the cursed bone may save Qinghua Temple. Attention! This instance will automatically close in 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. As the prompt concluded, the scene before the players shifted. Their surroundings dimmed abruptly. They found themselves in a forest, with 2 faint yellow lanterns flickering not far away. The moon was obscured by dark clouds, allowing only a feeble light to seep through. Through the dim glow of the lanterns, red characters could be discerned on the plaque of the temple. Qinghua Temple. Taking in the oppressive silence of the instance, Huang Ying inhaled deeply. The atmosphere alone indicated that this instance would not be straightforward, regardless of what Du Yufan was concealing. She was determined to survive and emerge from this ordeal. With renewed resolve, Huang Ying turned to observe her companions, only to realize an unsettling fact. Where was Zhou Yi? Before entering the instance, she had reminded him to transfer money to his family, so she had retained some memory of the handsome lad. Yet now, no trace of him could be found, no matter how she looked around. Upon hearing Huang Ying's remark, Du Yufan and Wang Huafeng glanced aside, confirming Zhou Yi's absence. Has that kid run off? Wang Huafeng questioned, perplexed. Impossible. Du Yufan furrowed his brow. The instance forcibly draws participants. There was no possibility of escape. Perhaps he had been teleported to another location within the instance? After a moment of silence, Du Yufan shook his head. Let us not worry about him for now. We should focus on the tasks. Aside from the 3 of them, there were 2 other players in the instance, 1 male and 1 female. Are you 2 willing to cooperate with us? Du Yufan inquired, gesturing towards Huang Ying and Wang Huafeng. The female player glanced at the foreboding Qinghua Temple and recoiled slightly. No, I intend to wait here until the instance concludes. The other male player, initially hesitant, brightened upon hearing Du Yufan's latter words. He looked at Huang Ying and Wang Huafeng with newfound enthusiasm, nodding. All right, I'm Li Bin. Du Yufan, a pleasure to collaborate, Du Yufan replied with a smile. Not bad. With Zhou Yi gone, someone has stepped in to fill the gap, he thought to himself. The excited young man extended his hand, looking forward to working together. Huang Ying maintained a watchful eye on Du Yufan's expression, an unsettling feeling gnawing at her. She sensed that they might all be led astray by him, heightening her wariness. At that moment, Wang Huafeng queried. Which task should we undertake? I suggest the first, Huang Ying replied, turning to Du Yufan. The challenges of exploring the instance were immense. Achieving a 100 exploration rate would require traversing every corner of the instance, even delving into its hidden mysteries. Let us do both, Du Yufan stated confidently, a smile gracing his lips. I am well aware of the high difficulty of exploring the instance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have purchased a guide in advance. Li Bin, feeling a twinge of apprehension at the prospect of tackling both tasks, felt reassured upon learning that Du Yufan possessed a guide. He considered himself extraordinarily fortunate to join a team with two extraordinary individuals and a guide on his first instance venture. Huang Ying regarded Du Yufan with an impassive expression, already plotting her escape. Let us go. We'll begin with the first task, Du Yufan stated, striding toward Qihua Temple. As for Zhou Yi, to him, Zhou Yi was merely a pawn, easily replaceable and already forgotten. Newcomer Li Bin followed closely behind Du Yufan, with Wang Huafeng trailing next. Huang Ying brought up the rear of the group. As they approached the temple, she turned back to scan her surroundings once more, spotting only the girl huddled in a corner, with no sign of Zhou Yi. Where on earth could that kid have gone? 5 minutes earlier, as the mythical instance commenced, Zhou Yi felt the world around him grow increasingly silent, while his vision blurred as if obscured by a mosaic. Moments later, the dizziness began to fade, and the scene before him stabilized. He found himself in a wooden structure, completely alone. Simultaneously, he became aware of changes in his own body. His entire form was a deep crimson, with muscular lines pronounced, and sharp, spiky protrusions covering his joints. Sharp blades extended from his forearms, and horns emerged from his forehead. His hair had transformed to silver, and he towered over 2 meters in height. As Zhou Yi pondered which divine or demonic entity he had become, a panel suddenly appeared before him. Mythical instance has been activated. ID 054721. Instance type, trial. Character, Zhou Yi. Identity, King of Yaksha. Available abilities, armed. Stealth, illusion, armed. Upon activation, your physical strength will greatly increase for 10 minutes. Stealth, become invisible for 30 seconds, no cooldown. Illusion, change your appearance at will for 3 minutes, no cooldown. Destined task, protect the divine bone within the temple, and slay the Qihua Taoist who has been corrupted by the demon. Introduction to Instance 054721. The Qihua Temple, once a serene sanctuary, fell into darkness when the Taoist and his disciples made a pact with demons to practice dark arts, inciting divine wrath. The king of Yaksha was commanded to bury the divine bone here. With the divine bone's suppression, the practitioners of dark arts gradually descended into madness. Now, it is time to cleanse Qihua Temple. Note, this instance will automatically close in 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Tip: complete the destined task to receive a reward of spiritual resonance, and you may choose one ability from those possessed by the Imp, Apos, King of Yaksha, and Imp, Apos, to retain. The King of Yaksha. Zhou Yi realized his current identity. He clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Completing the destined task would grant him a significant reward, along with the option to retain any one of the abilities, armed, stealth, or illusion. Zhou Yi inhaled deeply. Although the rewards for completing the task were substantial, there was still one matter to address before embarking on the task. Du Yufan. Zhou Yi struck the blade extending from his forearm, producing a sound akin to metal grinding against metal. Outside the instance, he was powerless against Du Yufan. Yet, once inside the instance, everything would be turned on its head. Chapter 4. The Unexpected Turn on the Other Side. Du Yufan led his team to the entrance of the Taoist temple. The dimly lit lanterns swayed gently in the wind, casting flickering shadows, while the weathered plaque above the door bore the bold inscription of Qihua Temple. Du Yufan turned to Huang Ying, Wang Huafeng, and Li Bin, his expression grave as he pushed open the door, signaling the commencement of their mission. In a lowered tone, he cautioned, once we enter Qihua Temple, Taoists will randomly appear in the courtyard. They have been corrupted by demonic bones and are inherently aggressive, although these Taoists are not particularly strong. The sounds of combat will attract more enemies. The three listened intently. Noticing Li Bin's evident nervousness, Du Yufan smiled reassuringly. However, there's no need to be overly anxious. There is a safe route outlined in the strategy. Follow closely and tread lightly. Understood. Li Bin nodded emphatically. Wang Huafeng chuckled, a hint of envy in his voice. Having a strategy makes all the difference. Huang Ying remained silent. Casting a glance at her, Du Yufan refocused. Let's begin. With that, He placed his hand on the door of the temple, gently pushing it open with a creaking sound. As the door swung ajar, the four gradually beheld the scene within, a vast courtyard ahead, dominated by classic ancient architecture with oak beams and a slate roof, exuding a grand aura. Weeds overtook the grounds, some reaching heights of 2 meters, alongside withered trees. The dim light and heavy mist rendered visibility poor, and ghostly figures bearing swords occasionally flickered in and out of sight, evidently Taoists driven mad by the influence of the demonic bones. Once inside the courtyard, Du Yufan began to assess his surroundings, striving to correlate the sights before him with the written strategy. Soon, he identified a safe path and pointed to a dead tree, instructing his companions, "This way." "Got it," Li Bin responded, and the group swiftly advanced along the designated route. They soon rounded the side of the main hall, frequently catching glimpses of shadowy figures in the mist, some wielding longswords, others brandishing ritual staffs, accompanied by various frenzied cries. "Smoke reflects my visage. Cultivation. Haha. It truly is the 9 nether yellow springs. Thunder tribulations explode in my marrow. 12 layers lock 3,000 ghost soldiers. The meridians are burning iron chains. The Taiyuan cave. The Taiyuan cave is swallowing my fingertips. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper are nailed to my soul. Master, save me." In the oppressive atmosphere of Qinghua Temple, Li Bin and Apos' heart raced. The terrifying sights of his first mythological mission left him unable to lift his gaze. Wishing to cover his ears, fearfully trailing Du Yufan and Apos' footsteps. Despite having experience in 2 previous missions, Wang Huafeng still felt a chill run down his spine. Huang Ying remained vigilant, prepared for combat. "Wait," Du Yufan suddenly halted. "What and Apos' wrong?" Li Bin and Apos' voice trembled. "I and Apos' am assessing the route," Du Yufan replied, focusing ahead. Quickly recalling the strategy, he pointed to a large rock in the mist to the right. "Over there." The team pressed on. In Li Bin's mind, Du Yufan had become a godlike figure, undoubtedly the leader. In such a terrifying mission, had he not encountered this strategist, he would have surely fallen prey to the mad Taoists. Wang Huafeng watched Du Yufan with envy. This is what it means to be a pay-to-win player. Ordinary individuals entering this mission would likely find themselves embroiled in a struggle with the mad Taoists at the very door. How could they possibly make it this far unscathed? Huang Ying had remained alert since entering Qinghua Temple, but after traversing this distance without incident, she began to relax her taut nerves. Evidently, Du Yufan's strategy held true. Nevertheless, the road ahead was still long. Du Yufan maintained a calm demeanor, the authenticity of the strategy no longer in doubt. His priority was to establish himself as a trustworthy leader, ensuring that his team would follow his guidance unconditionally, paving the way for their journey. However, just as everyone expected to proceed safely according to the strategy, a sudden voice boomed. "Halt." The 4 were instantly drawn to the sound, spotting a shadowy figure emerging from the mist, rapidly becoming clearer. Before they could react, a Taoist clad in traditional garb, wielding a peachwood sword, confronted them. "Who goes there?" the Taoist shouted, pointing his sword at the group. Caught off guard, Du Yufan, who had been contemplating the strategy, stood frozen. Li Bin shuddered, his face paling at the sight of the menacing Taoist. Wang Huafeng wore a confused expression, glancing at their leader. Huang Ying furrowed her brow, her earlier relaxation replaced by tension as she asked Du Yufan, "Isn't this supposed to be the safe route? What's happening now?" Du Yufan surveyed the surroundings, muttering to himself. "How could this happen? It and Apos' impossible. This route has been verified numerous times. There should be no issues." His face grew grim. Huang Ying shot him a glance, readying herself for battle as she spoke. "Perhaps we should consider our next course of action. The enemies are increasing in number." The earlier shout had indeed attracted more foes, and shadowy figures began to materialize in the mist. "Move forward." Du Yufan snapped back to attention, gritting his teeth as he pointed toward a vaguely discernible structure in the fog. "The main hall is just ahead. Dawn and Apos' engage with them unnecessarily. Charge through." At that moment, enemies began to encircle them, and the initial Taoist who had spotted them had mysteriously vanished. Swish. Bang. Huang Ying, armed with a dagger, dashed to the forefront to dispatch the obstructing foes, while Wang Huafeng swung his fists at the surrounding enemies. The 2 true superhumans unleashed tremendous destructive power with every move they made. Huang Ying's agility surpassed that of ordinary individuals, her dagger gleaming ominously. Wang Huafeng's muscles rippled with strength, each punch seemingly capable of delivering a fatal blow. Witnessing the prowess of these 2 extraordinary beings, Li Bin felt a surge of envy and aspiration, resolving that he, too, Must become a superhuman. Let us go. Though the Taoists were not overly powerful, they posed a challenge with their numbers. And the escalating sounds of combat only drew more adversaries. Huang Ying and Wang Huafeng fought while advancing. Fortunately, they were nearing the main hall of Qihua Temple. And before being completely surrounded, they successfully crossed the threshold of the grand entrance. Upon entering the main hall, the four sighed in relief as the mist-dwelling Taoists did not follow them inside. Meanwhile, in the depths of the mist, the Taoist wielding the peach-wood sword began to twist and contort, ultimately transforming into a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, Zhou Yi. He observed the Taoist rushing toward him, stirred by the commotion. Zhou Yi's expression remained unchanged as the blade extending from the tip of his arm emanated a crimson glow. With a sweeping motion, the blade cleaved through all demons and sorcerers in its path, severing them in half like blades of grass, reducing them to mere ashes. Chapter 5. Qinghua Taoist Indeed. Du Yufan's strategy was not fabricated. The Taoist they had just encountered was, in fact, an illusion conjured by Zhou Yi using the ability Phantom Form. The purpose of this ruse was to gauge the strength of the extraordinary beings. After all, prior to entering the mythological instance, Huang Ying and Wang Huafeng, both extraordinary beings, had reached an accord with Du Yufan. Although Huang Ying may not have been entirely willing, she had previously succumbed to Du Yufan and Appo's threats and accepted his financial support, making it highly probable that she would now serve as an ally. Despite possessing the formidable power of the king of Yakshas, Zhou Yi was acutely aware that he had had little prior interaction with extraordinary beings and was thus oblivious to their true capabilities. The potential magnitude of power that Huang Ying and Wang Huafeng could unleash together was a mystery to him. Hence, it was prudent to cautiously ascertain the strength of his adversaries before taking action. Extraordinary beings, rather mediocre, it appeared. Based on the recent skirmish between Huang Ying, Wang Huafeng, and the Taoist, their abilities seemed quite ordinary, especially in comparison to his current prowess. Those adversaries that presented them with some difficulty were, for him, as trivial as dispatching a stray dog on the roadside. With a clearer understanding of their respective strengths, Zhou Yi relaxed. He cast his gaze toward the main hall of Qinghua Temple, not far ahead. Due to some unknown restrictions, he, as the king of Yakshas, was unable to step into the main hall and would have to wait for Du Yufan to emerge before he could proceed. It seemed that the main hall was designed as a safe haven. There was no rush. The instance had only just begun. He decided to investigate the divine bone. Uncertain when Du Yufan would emerge, Zhou Yi was unwilling to idle away the time. His destiny quest included a task to protect the divine bone. The implication of protection suggested that someone within Qinghua Temple intended to destroy it. Thus he needed to ascertain the situation. Drawing upon the memories of the king of Yakshas, Zhou Yi recalled that the divine bone was stored within a statue at the rear cliff of Qihua Temple. He turned and made his way toward the rear cliff. During this journey, no Taoist dared approach him. Upon seeing Zhou Yi, the deranged Taoist fled in terror, as if confronted by a living king of hell. Unwilling to provoke his wrath, they were merely deranged, not foolish. The horrific scene of Zhou Yi dispatching a group of their companions with ease was still vivid in their minds. In the main hall of Qihua Temple, Du Yufan rushed in, exhaling a sigh of relief. Li Bin glanced back at the terrifying figures shrouded in mist outside the hall, instinctively retreating a few steps. Wang Huafeng, panting from the exertion of the recent battle, felt fatigued. Huang Ying wiped the sweat from her brow, reassured that the Taoists in the mist would not breach the sanctity of the main hall, and then turned to Du Yufan, inquiring, "What was that just now?" "I don't know." Even now, Du Yufan found it perplexing. The strategy had been acquired through reliable internal channels and could not possibly be flawed. It was undeniably a route that had been verified numerous times. How could such an unforeseen complication arise? Perhaps it was merely a stroke of bad luck, encountering an exceedingly rare event. Ultimately, Du Yufan could only attribute it to fortune, reassured that the strategy had proven useful thus far, and he would need to exercise greater caution in subsequent tasks. Indeed, Li Bin concurred, "We followed you for quite some time without issue, so it must have been an unfortunate occurrence." "What bad luck," Wang Huafeng lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Huang Ying frowned slightly. It seemed that attributing the situation solely to Appo's luck and Appo's felt somewhat forced, especially since they had not encountered any adversaries while adhering to the strategy up to this point. "What shall we do next?" she continued to inquire. "We need to find Taoist Qinghua," Du Yufan replied, gazing toward the main hall. Within this instance, the main hall served as a sanctuary, and Taoist Qinghua resided in the room on the left side of the second floor. Once they met with him, they could embark on their first task to destroy the demonic bone. The main hall of Qihua Temple was expansive, featuring 2 stories. On the first floor, a statue and incense burner occupied the center, surrounded by flickering candles. A staircase on the right led to the second floor. Upon hearing that they would seek Taoist Qihua, Huang Ying furrowed her brow. The ordinary Taoists in the courtyard had already proven somewhat troublesome, and if this Taoist Qinghua turned out to be an adversary, Wang Huafeng evidently shared this concern. At that moment, Li Bin queried, "Brother Fan, is Taoist Qinghua an enemy?" "Not at all," Du Yufan replied, ascending the staircase while gesturing dismissively. The strategy indicated that Taoist Qihua was the only one in the instance who had not succumbed to demonic corruption, and besides, this was a safe haven. The 3 nodded in unison. Following Du Yufan, they soon reached the room on the second floor. Upon pushing the door open, they beheld an expansive chamber, at the center of which sat a figure in a standard meditative posture, facing away from them. Du Yufan stepped into the room and addressed the figure, "Taoist Qinghua." "At last, you have arrived," came a low, gravelly voice. Taoist Qinghua remained seated, continuing to face away from the 4 as he spoke. "Qinghua Temple is besieged by demons. Though I can barely withstand the encroaching miasma, I must remain here in meditation to guard my inner essence. Until the demons are vanquished, Qihua Temple shall find no salvation. You have not yet succumbed to the influence of the demons. Are you willing to assist Qinghua Temple in reclaiming its light?" Thus spoke Taoist Qinghua. Du Yufan regarded him merely as an NPC issuing a quest, and immediately responded, "We are willing." "Very well," Taoist Qinghua replied in a consistently calm tone. "I extend my gratitude in advance. As I have sat in meditation, I have been searching for the source of the miasma, which appears to emanate from the rear cliff. This object, known as the demon-seeking bell, emits sound when in proximity to demons. The greater the reaction, the closer you're to them. This object, named the demon-subduing nail, is forged from my accumulated spiritual energy. Once you locate the demons, drive this nail into them to complete the suppression." As he spoke, the demon-seeking bell and the demon-subduing nail floated before the 4. Du Yufan reached out to take them in hand. Turning to Huang Ying, Wang Huafeng, and Li Bin, he declared, "Let us proceed." His purpose in coming here was to acquire these 2 items, and with them in hand, he felt no need to linger further. Huang Ying observed the immobile Taoist Qihua, who remained seated with his back to them, and felt an inexplicable sense of unease, yet could not pinpoint its source. With that, the group departed. Within the room, Taoist Qinghua's lips curled into a faint smile, the muscles of his face twitching slightly, revealing cracks in his skin akin to the parched surface of a wall, exposing the dark tissue beneath. Chapter 6. Likely deceased at Qihua Temple. Rear Cliff. Zhou Yi quickly arrived at this location, where the fog was dense, even more so than in the courtyard of the previous temple. The absence of lanterns or torches rendered visibility exceedingly poor. However, this posed no hindrance to Zhou Yi, for transformed into the king of Yaksha, his vision seemed to possess an inherent ability to penetrate the darkness, allowing him to discern every detail within the obscuring mist. This was it. Zhou Yi halted at a fork in the path, where 4 roads lay ahead. Each route culminated in an identical sight. A towering stone statue loomed within the fog. The statues were formidable, standing at nearly 3 or 4 meters in height, their imposing forms marred by grotesque visages that exuded an eerie aura. Clearly, these were not divine figures, but rather demonic effigies. The sacred bone was hidden within one of these demonic statues, a restriction set forth by the king of Yaksha. To approach the sacred bone, one must choose the singular correct path. A misstep would not only ensure certain death, but also bring about dire consequences. In this moment, Zhou Yi comprehended the reason behind Du Yufan and Appo's manipulation of their group. Was he using others to test the waters? It was a reasonable deduction. Observing the 4 paths, Zhou Yi confidently ventured down one, for this restriction was established by the king of Yaksha, and now, having embodied that very entity, he could effortlessly discern the way forward. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Du Yufan, Huang Ying, Wang Huafeng, and Li Bin departed from the main hall, heading directly toward the rear cliff of Qihua Temple. Adhering to the safety route outlined in their strategy, having encountered enemies despite following the safe path in the courtyard, the quartet proceeded with utmost caution on their journey to the rear cliff. Fortune smiled upon them this time, as they encountered No and Appo's low-probability events and Appo's arriving at the vicinity of the rear cliff without incident. As they approached the cliff, the magic-seeking bell in Du Yufan's hand began to emit a low, droning hum rather than a clear chime. They had arrived. Du Yufan came to a halt, prompting Li Bin to glance around in confusion. The surrounding darkness was impenetrable, the fog thickening even further. Wang Huafeng surveyed the fork ahead. The dim light and swirling mist limiting visibility to less than 2 meters, and questioned Du Yufan, "Isn't there's still a path ahead?" Huang Ying sensed imminent peril. There is a path, but the strategy only extends to this point. From here, we must make our own choices. Du Yufan maintained a calm demeanor as he turned to Li Bin. "You should choose first." "What? Me?" Li Bin stammered in disbelief. "Yes." Du Yufan gestured toward the 4 roads. "Select any one and proceed." "But..." Li Bin glanced apprehensively at the 4 paths, uncertainty gnawing at him. "Wait." Huang Ying interjected, fixing her gaze on Du Yufan. "I believe you should clarify the current situation." Du Yufan returned her look. "Among the 4 paths, only one is correct. If you choose incorrectly, you will die." Upon hearing this, Li Bin turned pale with fear. Wang Huafeng felt a weight in his heart. Indeed, earning this money was no simple feat. The inevitable had arrived. He had harbored a flicker of hope that they might continue smoothly along the strategy and complete the quest without incident. It was now evident that such a notion was utterly unrealistic. Of the 4 paths, only one offered a chance at survival. No wonder the mortality rate of this quest was so high. On the other side, Huang Ying grasped the purpose behind Du Yufan's manipulation. No wonder there were precisely 4 individuals in their group. No wonder Du Yufan had immediately invited newcomers upon discovering Zhou Yi and Apos' absence in the quest. Do brother." Li Bin lamented, his voice trembling with desperation. "Please, don't make me go first. The mortality rate for the first choice is 75%. That is not an option." Du Yufan replied firmly. "Do brother." Li Bin attempted to plead once more, but he was interrupted by Wang Huafeng. "Enough chatter, just go first. We have carried you this far. It is time for you to repay us." The adage came to mind, a dead comrade is better than a dead Taoist. If Li Bin did not step forward first, it could easily be his turn next. Faced with Wang Huafeng's imposing presence and recalling the earlier scene of Wang battling the Taoists, Li Bin recoiled, feeling intimidated. He could not confront any of the extraordinary individuals present. Staying put meant death. Moving forward offered a mere 25% chance of survival. Tears nearly brimmed in Li Bin's eyes, lamenting that he should have chosen to wait outside the quest like the girl, ensuring his survival. With no alternative, Li Bin stared at the 4 paths, grappling with his decision, and ultimately chose the second path on the left. His legs trembled with fear, and with each 2 steps, he stumbled slightly, gradually vanishing into the fog. Wang Huafeng inhaled deeply, hoping fervently that Li Bin's luck would hold, enabling him to select correctly on the first attempt, thus sparing himself further peril. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. It was Li Bin's voice. Wang Huafeng clenched his fists, realizing that Li Bin had chosen the wrong path. With Li Bin gone, who would be next? He glanced nervously at Du Yufan, only to see the latter's expression remain impassive as he turned to Huang Ying. "It's your turn." Wang Huafeng exhaled in relief. Huang Ying, hearing this, exchanged a glance with Du Yufan before resolutely stepping toward the second path on the right. Her figure gradually faded into the mist. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passed. Several minutes slipped by without a sound of anguish nor a glimpse of Huang Ying and Apos' return. Likely deceased. "Go ahead," Du Yufan urged Wang Huafeng. Now the final 2 remained. Wang Huafeng surveyed the remaining 2 routes, acutely aware that although Li Bin and Huang Ying had sacrificed their lives to eliminate 2 incorrect choices, he still faced a 50% mortality rate. Suddenly, a reckless thought burgeoned within him. He regarded Du Yufan, who was merely a newcomer in this mythic quest, while he himself was an extraordinary being. "Wang Huafeng, your entire family is depending on you." Du Yufan and Apos' expression remained unchanged. The moment those words left his lips, all of Wang Huafeng and Apos' thoughts evaporated into nothingness. He smiled wryly, realizing that Du Yufan must have some contingency plan in place. "Very well," Wang Huafeng nodded. Contemplating the 2 remaining paths, gritting his teeth, he ultimately chose the left path. Du Yufan offered a simple, "Good luck." Soon, Wang Huafeng's figure disappeared into the mist. A minute later, a resounding crash echoed, followed by a scream. "Huh, 3 unfortunate souls. I did not intend for your demise." Du Yufan chuckled, bemused, before striding toward the last remaining correct path. Not far away, at the end of the road, Zhou Yi gazed impassively at Du Yufan, who was gradually approaching him. Chapter 7. Revenge. 3 individuals, 3 opportunities, yet none managed to make the correct choice. If they fail to survive, they have no one to blame but their own misfortune. Du Yufan mused. He harbored no concerns about anyone resorting to cunning tactics, such as deliberately lingering at the endpoint after having chosen the correct path, feigning a mistake. Li Bin, being a newcomer, held the soul-binding nail in his possession, and he would certainly not forfeit the chance to complete the dungeon task and become an extraordinary being. There was no reason for deceit. Huang Ying and Wang Huafeng had their families as leverage. Should anything go awry, their loved ones would share their fate. Step by step, Du Yufan advanced along the correct path. Soon, he beheld a statue, precisely as described in the guide. Excitement flickered in his eyes as he recognized that a malevolent creature lay hidden within. By employing the soul-binding nail to obliterate it, he could fulfill one of the dungeon's tasks, an accomplishing that would guarantee his ascension to extraordinary status. However, alongside the creature, the statue concealed something of immense value. This was the very reason he had invested a considerable sum in acquiring the guide, the most significant objective of his expedition. Approaching the statue swiftly, despite the soul-binding nail's eagerness to unleash its power, Du Yufan refrained from recklessly destroying the statue. Instead, he employed a unique technique to press against it swiftly. It was as if he were entering a passcode, and soon, the statue emitted the sounds of mechanisms whirring into action. Just as he anticipated, witnessing the statue begin to move, Du Yufan's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. He quickly stepped closer to the statue's abdomen, and as the mechanisms operated, a black storage space gradually materialized. The risks and rewards of the mythological dungeon were directly proportional. The high risk of the 054721 dungeon was countered by its potential for immense gains. Within the statue lay a divine crystal, an object coveted by all extraordinary beings. In comparison, money was merely worthless paper. When the mechanisms ceased their operation, Du Yufan eagerly reached into the statue, probing within, only to be momentarily frozen. Initially struck by astonishment, his brow furrowed in confusion. He leaned further in, anxiously searching once more. Empty. How could it be empty? Impossible. Du Yufan felt utterly bewildered. The guide explicitly stated that upon correctly activating the mechanism, a space would emerge within the statue's abdomen, containing the divine crystal. Where was the crystal? Where had it gone? It was the very thing he sought to obtain. Are you looking for it? Just then, Du Yufan felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. Turning around, he was met with a translucent, milky white crystal. It resembled crystal, yet was far smoother and purer, emanating a gentle glow. It was it. Du Yufan instantly recognized this as the divine crystal he sought. Before he could muster a smile, he noticed that the crystal was being held by someone, none other than Zhou Yi. Du Yufan's brow furrowed deeply. Before him stood Zhou Yi, who had mysteriously vanished upon entering the dungeon. How could he suddenly appear here? Reflecting on earlier events, when Du Yufan approached, Zhou Yi had initially intended to strike him down as the Night Demon King, prepared for vengeance, but then reconsidered, feeling such a fate would not suffice for his grievances. Remembering the series of events outside the dungeon, Zhou Yi ultimately activated the illusory form ability, restoring his original appearance. As for the divine crystal that Du Yufan was frantically searching for, Zhou Yi had sensed its presence as soon as he neared the statue. It was likely that the divine bones had continuously emitted divine energy over the years, thereby giving birth to the crystal. Zhou Yi was unaware of the crystal's purpose, but he could perceive the energy it contained. Now, seeing Du Yufan searching for it, he confirmed its value was undeniably significant. It's mine. With that, Zhou Yi tucked the crystal away, regarding Du Yufan with a bemused smile. Du Yufan's expression shifted dramatically. He could not fathom what had transpired with Zhou Yi after entering the dungeon, nor why Zhou Yi had inexplicably vanished only to arrive here before him and seize the crystal. Yet one thing was clear. He must possess that crystal. Let us negotiate. His mind racing, Du Yufan regained his composure and addressed Zhou Yi. 5 million. How about selling me that crystal? Not for sale, Zhou Yi replied curtly. Du Yufan frowned, quickly contemplating Zhou Yi's possible reservations. Rest assured, once we exit, I will keep my word and will not do anything detrimental to you or your family. The moment he mentioned this, Zhou Yi's expression hardened further. That crystal will only bring you misfortune. You are better off giving it to me. In return, you will receive a considerable sum. Du Yufan persisted, but Zhou Yi interrupted him. Du Yufan, I believe you have yet to grasp the situation. From the instant you had me kidnapped, our conflict became irreconcilable. At those words, Du Yufan narrowed his eyes at Zhou Yi, a toast to our mutual interest. They were both newcomers. He possessed the soul-binding nail and other means. How could Zhou Yi presume he could contend with him in the dungeon? Du Yufan brandished the soul-binding nail. Though designed to subdue malevolent creatures, it still contained the formidable power of the Qinghua Taoist. Clenching the soul-binding nail, he activated the randomly acquired outburst ability before entering the dungeon, feeling his strength surge rapidly as he prepared to strike Zhou Yi down in one blow. Yet, just as he raised his hand, Zhou Yi delivered a powerful kick to him. The impact sent Du Yufan flying like a wild dog. Thud! He crashed heavily to the ground, momentarily dazed. Just as he attempted to rise, he felt a foot land upon his face. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. His head was pinned to the ground, leaving him only able to roll his eyes to gaze at Zhou Yi, terror filling his expression. If I die, your entire family will not survive either. Crack! As soon as he uttered those words, the sound of bones fracturing echoed. Zhou Yi had broken one of his ribs. Du Yufan screamed in agony. Threatening me? Zhou Yi's gaze was fixed upon the prone Du Yufan. At this moment, the 3-minute duration of illusory form had elapsed, and Zhou Yi's body began to contort and change, swiftly transforming back into the towering, crimson figure of the Night Demon King. Du Yufan, pinned to the ground, felt his pupils constrict in horror as he gazed up at the dark, imposing eyes and skeletal visage of Zhou Yi, bearing sharp teeth and 2 menacing fangs. In the next instant, a brilliant red light flashed. Darkness enveloped the world. Chapter 8. The Blue Flower Taoist Du Yufan had met his demise. In his final moments, he discreetly reached into his pocket. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength was too great. Any minuscule movement on Du Yufan's part could not escape Zhou Yi's keen observation. With Du Yufan and Appo's life extinguished, Zhou Yi inspected the contents of his pocket, discovering a teleportation talisman. Upon activation, it could instantly transport the user to a safe location within a 10-meter radius. Zhou Yi was taken aback by the existence of such an item. His understanding of the realm of the extraordinary was woefully inadequate. It was fortunate that Du Yufan had not succeeded in his escape. Otherwise, he and his family would have faced dire consequences. This incident served as a poignant reminder for Zhou Yi to conceal his identity in future instances within the realm of quests. After all, within the realm, he was a formidable deity, yet upon exiting, he would merely be an ordinary extraordinary being. This item could prove invaluable, Zhou Yi mused, gazing at the teleportation talisman in his hand. Upon the conclusion of a quest, participants returned to their original entry point, which in this case was Du Yufan and Appo's villa. Now that Du Yufan was deceased, his subordinates would undoubtedly seek retribution, particularly that enigmatic masked figure who had previously kidnapped him. With this talisman in hand, he could discreetly exit after completing the quest. As Zhou Yi considered his next steps, he lowered his gaze to the restless demon-subduing nail. Despite its name, the nail was infused with dark energy and emanated an unsettling aura. With a swift motion of his blade, he struck down upon it, resulting in a sharp crack as the nail shattered into fragments. Zhou Yi turned his attention away, having eliminated Du Yufan and now prepared to embark on his quest. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled in his ears, followed by a tempest that caused the surrounding mist to swirl violently. Within the Blue Flower Temple, a deep, hoarse roar pierced the air. Who dares to destroy my demon-subduing nail? The voice seemed to emanate from the main hall. Zhou Yi turned his gaze in that direction, where a hazy figure emerged from the mist. Clad in tattered dark robes, the figure and Appo's left side appeared normal, while the right side was marred by spiderweb-like black cracks. A crooked peachwood sword sheath, adorned with grotesque faces, slung across his back. The Blue Flower Taoist. Without any formal introduction, Zhou Yi instantly recognized the identity of the figure before him. With the destruction of the demon-subduing nail, all hope for the Blue Flower Temple had been extinguished. Then perish. The Blue Flower Taoist had succumbed to madness, dark energy surging around him as he advanced toward the precipice. Zhou Yi met him head-on. Their confrontation was swift and violent. The Blue Flower Taoist had lost all semblance of rationality. Upon spotting Zhou Yi, he lunged forward, his robe billowing with a chilling light. Zhou Yi, undeterred, extended his forearm's blade, swiftly parrying the Taoist strike. The clash resounded as sparks flew from the friction of steel. In that fleeting moment of combat, Zhou Yi discerned that the Blue Flower Taoist was no match for him. As Zhou Yi deflected the Taoist and Appo's weapon, he unleashed a series of fluid strikes, slashes, chops, thrusts, each executed with perfect grace. The Blue Flower Taoist struggled to defend himself, sustaining injuries that oozed thick, black blood. Just as Zhou Yi prepared to deliver a final blow, the Taoist cried out, "Summon!" The blue-flowered Taoist abandoned his weapon, his body glowing with a crimson light. Hair swirling in the wind as the cracks on his face writhed. Simultaneously, the mist within the temple began to dissipate, revealing dark figures coalescing around the Taoist. All the corrupted practitioners, like phantoms, rapidly gathered, merging into the blue-flower Taoist and Appo's form. His power surged alarmingly. The once normal left side of his face became increasingly marred by cracks. Zhou Yi observed this transformation with a cold gaze, knowing he could not afford to allow his opponent to grow stronger. Like a tiger pouncing on a rabbit, he unleashed his full might. Armed, he activated his skills, feeling his body undergo a transformation. His crimson muscles bulged, the blade extending from his forearms grew larger, shimmering with a brilliant blood-red glow. Feeling the surging power within him, his blood boiled, and a thirst for slaughter ignited. Suddenly, Zhou Yi moved. His figure vanished from sight, reappearing next to the blue-flowered Taoist. With a sweeping strike, countless spectral practitioners were cleaved apart, creating a cleared space. Zhou Yi plunged his blades into the ground, crossing them. Without blades, flowers bloom. Into the ground, the lotus arises. From Zhou Yi and Appo's position, the earth erupted with numerous blood-red thorns, resembling a sea of thorny flowers. Within this radius, all spectral practitioners turned ash. Yet this was merely the beginning. Half a second later, towering thorns surged forth again, expanding their reach to nearly engulf the entire precipice. The mist cleared, and all shadows faded into nothingness. Zhou Yi turned towards the blue-flower Taoist, raising his blade for a decisive strike. Meanwhile, behind a massive stone at the precipice of the blue-flower temple, Huang Ying's astonished eyes reflected the terrifying scene unfolding before her. She had not perished. She had merely sustained injuries. Her earlier choice had indeed been a mistake. Midway through, she had been ambushed by several formidable attacks. Fortunately, she had remained vigilant, utilizing her skill, Afterimage, which allowed her to instantaneously shift several positions while leaving a shadow behind. Though she had been injured, she had survived. Now, witnessing the fearsome battle from a distance, Huang Ying was filled with astonishment. First, there was the malevolent blue-flower Taoist, devoid of any semblance of virtue. Then, there was the mysterious figure engaged in combat with the Taoist. Nay, it was more accurate to say the figure was mercilessly assaulting the Taoist. Who could this formidable being be? The scene was terrifying. Blood-red thorny spikes adorned the precipice like a resplendent sea of death. The mist dissipated, and the phantoms vanished. The blue-flower Taoist was effortlessly cleaved in two, dissolving into ash. Huang Ying was left utterly speechless. At that moment, a panel appeared before her. Main Quest 1. Destroy the demon within the temple. Completed. Main Quest 2. Explore the quest. Current progress. 30. You have completed one of the tasks. Now, you may choose to exit the quest and receive rewards, or continue exploring the quest. Please make your choice within 5 seconds. Exit. Without hesitation, Huang Ying opted to withdraw. Before leaving, she cast one last glance at the mysterious figure in the distance, a memory that would forever be etched in her mind, the breathtaking, vibrant sea of blood-red thorns. Chapter 9. Impeccable. The king of Yaksha could only be considered of ordinary caliber among the divine beings, yet even so, divine entities are inherently beyond the reach of common practitioners like the Qinghua Taoist. With a single decisive strike, he vanquished the Qinghua Taoist. It was as if the clouds had parted, dispelling all the mist within the Qinghua temple, while the dark clouds in the sky drifted away, allowing the resplendent moonlight to cascade down. The cliffs behind were adorned with lush grass, and in the distance, a waterfall and stream could be seen, creating a serene environment that starkly contrasted with the initial atmosphere of dread. Zhou Yi sheathed his blade, and at that moment, a translucent panel materialized before him. Instance number 054721. Completion status cleared. Character Zhou Yi. Identity King of Yaksha. Available attributes: armed, stealth, illusion. Destined task: protect the divine bone within the temple and eliminate the Qinghua Taoist, who has succumbed to demonic corruption. Completion 100. You may now choose one attribute to retain. Please select. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yi contemplated briefly. He had utilized all 3 attributes possessed by the King of Yaksha, each proving to be quite advantageous. However, he could only retain one. The armed attribute significantly enhances physical strength across various aspects for a duration of 10 minutes, approximately doubling his capabilities. Impressive, yet somewhat ordinary compared to the other 2. Stealth allows for invisibility for 30 seconds. Although the time appears brief, its effectiveness is undeniably profound. Illusion permits one to alter their appearance at will and lasts for 3 minutes. which, under certain circumstances, can be immensely useful. But 3 minutes still feels rather fleeting. I shall choose stealth, he declared, recognizing its broader application, particularly in moments of dire necessity. In the extraordinary realm, survival is paramount. After a moment of reflection, Zhou Yi made his decision. Selected attribute, stealth. Evaluating instance performance. Rating, impeccable. Comments. You successfully safeguarded the divine bone and purged the Qinghua temple. In the face of the deranged Qinghua Taoist, you showed no mercy, promptly preventing him from straying further down the erroneous path and decisively eliminating all who had succumbed to madness. The Qinghua temple now basks in clarity, and soon it may once again become a sanctuary untouched by worldly corruption. Destined task completed. You have acquired the ability to transform into the Amp, Apos, King of Yaksha, and Amp, Apos, character information updated. Character, Zhou Yi. Level, yellow rank, spirit resonance, 70. Acquired attributes, transformation of god into demon, stealth. Transformation of god into demon. Upon entering a mythic instance, you will directly possess a deity demon within the instance, becoming the deity demon and initiating a unique destined task. Current transformable deities demons, King of Yaksha. Transformation duration, 3 minutes, cooldown, 24 hours, stealth, upon use. Enter an invisible state, lasting 30 seconds, with a 6-hour cooldown. The instance will soon conclude. As the final line of text appeared, Zhou Yi and Apos' vision gradually darkened, and the sounds around him faded. He was exiting the instance, leaving him no time to ponder further information. He swiftly retrieved the teleportation talisman he had previously pilfered from Du Yufan and tore it apart. In the next instant, his vision was completely engulfed in darkness. After approximately 2 seconds, Zhou Yi suddenly detected an acrid stench in the air, accompanied by a warmth that replaced the chill of the Qinghua temple's cliffs. He opened his eyes, momentarily stunned. What the? Have I been transported next to a dumpster? Beside him were several green trash bins, overflowing with refuse, the mingling scents creating an indescribable odor. Just as he was lamenting his misfortune, he heard a commotion nearby. Seal off the villa. The cause of the young master and Amp, Apos' death must be investigated. Lock this woman up. Just a wall away was Du Yufan and Amp, Apos' villa. The noise inside was chaotic, and hurried footsteps approached. Stealth. Zhou Yi immediately activated the stealth attribute. In the next moment, a hooded figure appeared, seemingly alerted by the noise. After a thorough inspection of the area, and finding no one concealed near the trash bins, the figure turned and departed. Taking advantage of the invisibility, Zhou Yi quickly vacated the area. 30 seconds was ample time for him to reach a deserted alley. As the invisibility wore off, Zhou Yi took a deep breath. The news of Du Yufan and Apos' death had indeed created a stir. The woman he had just overheard was likely Huang Ying. The mist could not obscure Zhou Yi and Apos' vision. He was well aware that although Huang Ying had chosen the wrong path in the instance, she had not perished. Yet, she was now embroiled in trouble. And it seemed to be of his own making. I shall anonymously report it to the patrol team. Du Yufan and Amp, Apos' villa harbored a private prison, and his actions to imprison Huang Ying constituted grave offenses. Exiting the instance, he was no longer a formidable deity, but merely an ordinary, extraordinary being. It was unrealistic to return single-handedly to rescue Huang Ying. He could only rely on the power of the patrol team. Without delay, Zhou Yi set off towards the patrol team. Although it was nighttime, the patrol team operated around the clock, especially when dealing with matters concerning extraordinary beings. Their efficiency was notably heightened. Before long, Zhou Yi arrived near the patrol team. He purchased paper and a pen at a nearby convenience store and meticulously documented the location of Du Yufan's villa, the underground prison, and the circumstances surrounding Huang Ying's captivity. He then deposited the report into the patrol team's suggestion box, knocked on the door, and swiftly turned to leave. Wearing a hat ensured that his face would not be captured by surveillance cameras. Coupled with this stealth attribute, Zhou Yi felt confident in evading detection on his way home. Having traversed just one street, plainclothes officers hurriedly emerged from the patrol team. The combination of information regarding a private prison captivity and a masked extraordinary being was enough to capture the patrol team's attention. The subsequent developments were no longer Zhou Yi's concern, with the patrol team intervening promptly. Huang Ying should be rescued. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Yi finally returned home. "Mom, I'm back." His mother rose, observing Zhou Yi at the entrance as he changed into slippers. Noticing that the countdown from the instance above his head had vanished, she sighed in relief. "Why are you back so late?" Just the instance, Zhou Yi smiled. Oh. His mother went to the kitchen to heat the food and brought it over. Sitting across from Zhou Yi, she smiled and said, even if one cannot become an extraordinary being, being an ordinary person is also quite good. For me, seeing you and Xiaoya return safely each day is the greatest joy. Xiaoya, full name Zhou Xiaoya, was Zhou Yi and Apos' younger sister. Despite this being his first encounter with his mother after his transmigration, Zhou Yi felt no sense of unfamiliarity. I know, Mom. Zhou Yi smiled, then inquired, where and Amp, Apos, my sister? She went to bed. She got into a fight at school again today. I scolded her a bit, and she didn't take it well. As she spoke, his mother placed a piece of pork rib into Zhou Yi and Amp, Apos' bowl. Hurry and eat. The food is getting cold. Okay. Zhou Yi nodded, feeling waves of warmth emanating from his family. He glanced at his mother, clearly noticing a few more wrinkles adorning her face. His father had passed away early. The burdens of the household fell solely upon her mother's shoulders from an early age. Before his journey across time, Zhou Yi was also a weary worker, fully aware of the immense difficulty a woman faces when shouldering the responsibilities of a family alone. As he dined, Zhou Yi pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. Mother, in truth, I have now become an extraordinary being. Chapter 10, The Patrol Team Mom. I am actually an extraordinary being now. After uttering this statement, Zhou Yi observed his mother's expression with great anticipation, hoping to see surprise or pride on her face. However, there was none. His mother appeared momentarily taken aback, followed by a flicker of concern in her brow. She asked Zhou Yi, does this mean you will still be drawn into dungeons in the future? Yes. Sighing, Zhou's mother exhaled heavily. Perceiving her reaction, Zhou Yi scratched his head. What's wrong? Nothing. She waved her hand dismissively. Just eat your meal. Oh. Zhou Yi lowered his head and continued his meal. After finishing, Zhou's mother took the dishes to the kitchen to wash them, while Zhou Yi retreated to his room. He had a vague understanding of the reason behind his mother's demeanor. She did not care about how formidable he had become. Her only concern was whether he would continue to face dangers. Yet, how could he protect them if he did not become extraordinary? To ordinary people, those extraordinary beings were like ants. Moreover, the previous 1 million given by Du Yufan was not something Zhou Yi intended to reveal outright. The amount was substantial. And given his mother's honest and simple nature, presenting her with such a large sum might rob her of sleep for days. Seated on his bed, he finally felt a sense of relaxation as he began to review the information following the dungeon and Apos' settlement. Character, Zhou Yi. Level, yellow rank, spirit resonance, 70. Acquired attributes, transforming into a deity or demon, stealth. Transforming into a deity or demon. Upon entering a mythological dungeon, you will directly embody the deity demon within, becoming the deity demon and initiating a unique fateful task. Ability to transform into Demon King. Lasts 3 minutes. Cooldown period of 24 hours. Stealth. Immediately enter a state of invisibility upon use. Lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown period of 6 hours. He examined the details line by line. Yellow rank. What does that mean? Zhou Yi frowned, pondering whether extraordinary beings also had ranks. It seemed so. Du Yufan and Apos' masked subordinates were evidently much stronger than the yellow warblers. But what did the spirit resonance of 70 signify? Was it an experience bar? Zhou Yi was utterly perplexed. His understanding of the world of extraordinary beings remained woefully inadequate. Continuing to read on, he noticed changes in the attributes transforming into a deity or demon and stealth. First, due to completing the fateful task, he could now transform into the Demon King, albeit for only 3 minutes. Furthermore, stealth had no cooldown time in the dungeon, but now could only be used once every 6 hours. This was understandable. After all, the Demon King was a deity, while he was merely an ordinary extraordinary being. A decrease in effectiveness was to be expected. The primary changes on the panel were his level and the attribute, stealth. Additionally, physically, Zhou Yi felt a significant enhancement in all aspects. Strength, speed, and reflexes had all noticeably increased. Extraordinary being. Zhou Yi clenched his fists, feeling the formidable power surging within him. In this transcendent world, with the unique attribute transforming into a deity or demon, who could possibly settle for mediocrity? To change fate. To protect his family. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yi began to analyze his current situation. Du Yufan's background was shrouded in mystery, and the forces behind him had already begun investigating his death. Although he had not appeared in the villa after exiting the dungeon, from their perspective, he was presumed dead. However, he feared that if they returned to check through his family, they might discover he was still alive, leading to complications. He concluded that he must be cautious in his appearances during this time. He could no longer visit the martial arts school. Moreover, he needed to quickly find a force to rely on. In this world, individual strength was still far too insignificant. Despite Zhou Yi's limited prior contact with extraordinary beings, he had gleaned some information online. In this world, the forces of extraordinary beings were primarily categorized into 3 types. The first type was personal family forces. Zhou Yi likely belonged to this category. The second type was martial arts schools and extraordinary alliances, organizations formed by extraordinary beings themselves. The third type was official forces, such as the patrol team. Each of these forces had its strengths and weaknesses. Family forces boasted the strongest cohesion, but were also the most exclusive. Unless one was extraordinarily powerful or possessed great potential, it was challenging to gain entry. Even if one succeeded, they would be required to adopt the family surname. A betrayal of one's ancestry that Zhou Yi could never condone. One must have ambition to stand tall. One must possess integrity. Martial arts schools and extraordinary alliances had fewer requirements. As long as one was an extraordinary being, they could choose to join. The advantages of these forces were freedom and lack of restrictions, allowing members to earn extra income through task assignments. However, the downside was the diversity of members and chaotic management. For Zhou Yi, these 2 aspects were not the most critical. The most significant drawback was that such forces could not serve as a reliable shield for him, leaving his family unprotected. If he were merely an orphan, the extraordinary alliance would be the most suitable option, but he was not. It seemed he could only opt to join the official forces. Zhou Yi's countenance reflected deep contemplation. The official forces, namely the patrol team, had clear advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lay in its backing by the state, ensuring his family would be safeguarded. No matter how formidable other forces might be, they would not dare to act against his family directly. The downside was that the salary and benefits were rather average, and one could earn more on their own. Additionally, there were fixed working hours, and in special circumstances, one might even have to work overtime, which afforded little freedom. The salary was of little concern. Zhou Yi and Appo's money was sufficient for a long while. Zhou Yi mused. As for the lack of freedom, if he could not protect his family, what good was freedom? Moreover, it would be feasible to resign once his strength was sufficient in the future. Having reached this conclusion, Zhou Yi firmly established his direction. Tomorrow, he would go to the patrol team to register and participate in the examination. Joining the patrol team was not merely a matter of desire. It required passing a series of assessments, the specific regulations of which he would only learn tomorrow. After washing up, he retired for the night. The night swiftly passed. The following afternoon, Zhou Yi arrived at the patrol team and Appo's recruitment office. Hello. I would like to apply to join the patrol team. Please go to the hall to fill out a form. Once completed, bring it back to me, said the middle-aged man at the desk, who was sipping tea. All right. Zhou Yi proceeded to the hall, where he noticed many individuals bent over their forms, indicating fierce competition. He took a personal information form from the table and began to fill in the details. The form required basic personal information, such as age and place of origin, as well as details about his family members, including their names, genders, ages, and occupations. Additionally, it sought information related to extraordinary beings, such as the number of dungeons he had entered and his level. He completed the form swiftly and joined the queue outside the office. After waiting for over 10 minutes, it was finally his turn. The middle-aged man at the desk took Zhou Yi's personal information form and began reviewing it. Upon noticing a particular piece of data, he looked up at Zhou Yi in surprise, adjusting his glasses. You have only entered a dungeon once? Yes. Your current level is yellow rank with a spirit resonance of 70? Indeed. You have passed the preliminary assessment. Huh. Chapter 11. Data detection in the recruitment office of the patrol team. A middle-aged man lounged with one leg crossed over the other, spitting tea leaves back into his cup. He then placed Zhou Yi and Appo's information sheet on the table, retrieved a stamp from the side, and affixed it with a smile, saying, You have passed the preliminary review. Zhou Yi was taken aback. Just moments earlier, while waiting in line, every individual before him had received the same response. Please wait for notification. Yet, when it was his turn, he had been directly informed of his success. He took the information sheet to Office 205 to find Captain Wu. The middle-aged man returned the information sheet to Zhou Yi, now stamped with preliminary review passed. Zhou Yi nodded and accepted it. Thank you, he said, turning to leave. Behind him, The tea-drinking middle-aged man observed Zhou Yi's figure, displaying a look of astonishment. A single instance of the dungeon, with a yellow level 70 resonance. Remarkable. The man muttered to himself, spitting another mouthful of tea. Next, ascending the stairs, Zhou Yi found office 205. Just as he was about to knock, he unintentionally overheard voices from within. The anonymous report received yesterday has been addressed. The target location indeed harbors a private dungeon. Upon our arrival, we encountered two mysterious-level extraordinary beings who fled upon sighting us, resulting in no conflict. Furthermore, we did not discover any abducted women in the villa. Liu is still investigating the specifics. I will report any new findings promptly. Outside the door, Zhou Yi listened intently. Undoubtedly, this anonymous report must have originated from him. Mysterious-level extraordinary beings? Yellow level, mysterious level. Naturally, Zhou Yi's thoughts drifted to the elemental order of heaven and earth. Could it be that extraordinary beings are classified into 4 tiers? Heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow? Moreover, the patrol team had failed to locate the abducted woman within the villa. Had Huangning been moved elsewhere, or had she managed to escape? Zhou Yi frowned. She must have escaped. He had promptly reported to the patrol team yesterday. Their response had been swift. In such a short time, even with 2 mysterious-level extraordinary beings, it was unlikely they could have quietly relocated Huangning. Moreover, she would undoubtedly resist imprisonment. Although she had sustained some injuries in the dungeon, Zhou Yi had noted that they were not severe, and Huangning's abilities were intriguing. She could instantaneously shift a short distance while leaving behind an afterimage, a miraculous escape technique. Knock, knock, knock. Having stood outside the door for a while, Zhou Yi temporarily set aside these thoughts and rapped on the door of office 205. A moment later, a man in Appo's voice called from within, "Come in." Zhou Yi pushed open the door and saw a man with a square face and short hair. "Captain Wu." "Hello," Zhou Yi greeted, holding out his personal information sheet. "I am here to apply to join the patrol team." "Oh," Wu Wei said, glancing at the information sheet in Zhou Yi's hand and gesturing for it to be handed over. Zhou Yi complied, and Wu Wei took the sheet, first verifying the preliminary review passed stamp. After confirming its authenticity, he began to examine the detailed information. 2 pieces of data captured his attention, having entered a dungeon only once. His current level was yellow level 70 resonance. He looked up in surprise. Then, Wu Wei glanced at Zhou Yi's birth date. "You just emerged from the dungeon?" "Yes," Zhou Yi nodded. Wu Wei and Appo's expression grew serious. Rising, he instructed Zhou Yi, "Follow me." Trailing behind Captain Wu, they arrived at the gym on the 3rd floor of the patrol team headquarters. The spacious room was equipped with various exercise equipment, and several members of the patrol team were engaged in training. Captain Wu, many greeted him upon seeing his arrival. Wu Wei nodded in acknowledgement. Several others curiously eyed Zhou Yi, but upon noticing the document in Wu Wei's hand, they quickly understood, a newcomer. "I will now assess your physical condition," Wu Wei announced. In the gym and Appo's data testing area, he pointed to a massive device. "This is the strength testing apparatus. Strike the spot with all your might, and it will accurately measure your current strength." "Ready when you are," Zhou Yi replied, having felt significant improvements in his physical capabilities since emerging from the dungeon. Though he was uncertain of the specifics, this would be an excellent opportunity for evaluation. Clenching his fists, Zhou Yi summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful punch to the device. Bang! The screen of the testing apparatus erupted with fluctuating numbers. 100 kilograms, 300 kilograms, 500 kilograms. The digits continued to rise, ultimately stabilizing at an astonishing 689 kilograms. 689. Zhou Yi was taken aback. He was aware that extraordinary beings possessed physical attributes far surpassing those of ordinary individuals, yet he had not anticipated such a staggering difference. It is worth noting that the average adult male and Appo's punch ranges from approximately 80 to 150 kilograms, while the world and Appo's top boxers deliver punches around 200 kilograms, but 689 kilograms. Such force would be unbearable, even for an athlete. Beside him, Wu Wei, witnessing the result, nodded in mild astonishment. "Not bad. You have indeed reached the level of yellow 70 resonance." With the strength test completed, the next evaluation was speed. To the side lay a track approximately 60 meters long, flanked by numerous precision instruments. Click. Wu Wei activated the speed testing apparatus. Lasers illuminated the track, and cameras powered on. "The starting point is here. As before, prepare yourself and sprint at your maximum speed." "Understood." Zhou Yi positioned himself at the track and Appo's starting line, adjusted his breathing, loosened his ankles, and, with the straight track before him, readied himself. With a sudden burst of energy, he surged forward. Whoosh! Like an arrow released from a bow. Zhou Yi accelerated to his utmost speed, the sound of rushing wind enveloping him. The 60-meter track felt as though it had contracted to mere meters. And in the blink of an eye, he reached the finish line. Stepping off the track, Zhou Yi quickly slowed his pace. The speed testing apparatus displayed the result, 23. 8 ms. Excellent. Wu Wei smiled at Zhou Yi, noting that both strength and speed had achieved the yellow level 70 resonance standard. There was no need to test reflexes. He instructed, now, return and await further notification. With the 2 tests concluded, Zhou Yi gained a clear understanding of his physical capabilities. How long should I expect to wait? 1 to 2 days, Wu Wei replied. You have passed the preliminary review. Next, the organization will conduct a political examination. Once approved, someone will come to notify you personally. Do not worry. As long as you and your family have no serious criminal records, the examination will pass without issue. Oh. Zhou Yi nodded. His mother was a diligent and honest worker, his sister a naturally innocent student, and his late father had no criminal record. The political examination should pose no problems. Thus, I consider myself to have already taken a half step into the inspection team. Chapter 12. He must be admitted. Is it truly that simple? I had anticipated fierce competition. As Zhou Yi stepped out of the inspection team's office building, he felt as though he were in a dream. In his memory, the requirements of the inspection team were exceedingly stringent. After all, the inspection team is backed by the state, and whether in times of peace or the current extraordinary era, the sense of security derived from the state is unparalleled by any other force. Moreover, so many individuals had filled out information forms in the hall today. Thus, the ease with which he had taken a step into the inspection team felt somewhat surreal. There must be a reason for such a smooth approval. What sets me apart from the others? Is it the entry? Indeed, it is unique. Transcending the ordinary is an unparalleled entry. However, without revealing it, no one could possibly discern what his entry was. Suddenly, Zhou Yi recalled something. Is it because of my level? He remembered that the middle-aged man during the preliminary review, along with Captain Wu, had specifically inquired about his number of dungeon experiences and level. 1 dungeon experience, yellow level, 70 ethereal resonance. Could there be significance behind this? The inspection team. In Office 250, Wu Wei scrutinized Zhou Yi's personal information form. His gaze fixated on the columns labeled number of dungeon entries and level. He then glanced at Zhou Yi's strength and speed test results, taking a deep breath. A person of exceptional talent. Wu Wei and Amp, Oppo's expression grew serious. He then rose, clutching Zhou Yi and Amp, Oppo's information form, and headed to the office of the inspection chief on the 5th floor, room 501. Standing outside the door, Wu Wei knocked. Come in. A youthful voice responded. Wu Wei pushed the door open. Inside the office sat a young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, with short hair and an unremarkable appearance, wearing a jade ring on his right thumb. Captain Wu, the inspection chief greeted with a smile. Do you have any new findings regarding yesterday and Oppo's anonymous report? No. Wu Wei shook his head. Oh. Wu Wei held up Zhou Yi's personal information form. A young man just applied to join the inspection team. Oh. The inspection chief nodded. It's normal for new recruits to undergo standard review. He meets the criteria for exceptional talent. The inspection chief was taken aback. Exceptional talent? Indeed, Wu Wei confirmed. The inspection chief pointed to the information form in Wu Wei and Oppo's hand, and Wu Wei understood. Passing it over. Zhou Yi, 1 dungeon experience, level, yellow level, 70 ethereal resonance. Strength test score, 689 kilograms. Speed test score, 23. 8 ms. As he perused the document, the inspection chief and Oppo's eyes widened progressively. Are you certain this young man has not concealed anything? No, Wu Wei nodded. I have verified his date of birth. He recently turned 18, so it is indeed true that he has only 1 dungeon experience. Moreover, during the strength and speed tests, he did not utilize any external assistance. Damn. The inspection chief could not suppress an expletive. How did he achieve 70 ethereal resonance with just 1 dungeon experience? A talent. Undoubtedly exceptional talent. He must be admitted. Upon saying this, the inspection chief took a deep breath and looked at Wu Wei, saying, I will report to headquarters shortly. Please urge the political review department to expedite their assessment, and also inform the data department to encrypt Zhou Yi's personal information. Understood. Wukong nodded and exited the room. Despite being nearly half the age of the inspection chief, he was already a ground-level extraordinary being. As Wukong left, he once again heard the inspection chief muttering, "A mere Chong'an city has produced exceptional talent, achieving 70 ethereal resonance with just one dungeon experience. This is truly impressive." Time passed. The next day, evening. After returning home from the inspection team, Zhou Yi remained confined in his room, not venturing outside. The windows were tightly shut, curtains drawn. He only spent a brief moment in the living room during mealtime, although he had seemingly taken a step into the inspection team. His political review had not yet been approved, and his family was still unprotected by the state, necessitating caution during these days. The martial arts school where he previously worked had called several times over the past 2 days. Zhou Yi did not answer. He simply turned off his phone, treating it as though he had perished within the dungeon. After all, it was merely a menial job with a salary of 3,000 a month. Losing it was not something to lament. One must know when to be ostentatious and when to endure, to neither be cowardly nor overly ambitious. This was a responsibility to himself and to his family. Zhou Yi was very clear-headed. In the kitchen, his mother was preparing dinner, glancing at her son's closed door with concern. She had noticed Zhou Yi's unusual behavior of isolating himself in his room these past few days and worried that he might have gotten into trouble outside and was avoiding confrontation. Whatever the matter, be it significant or trivial, the family should face it together. "I'll ask him at dinner," his mother thought. She knew her child well. Zhou Yi had always been obedient and sensible, and it was unlikely he had caused any serious trouble. Even if he had, there must be a reason. Just then, the doorbell rang. His mother quickly washed her hands and wiped them on her apron, stepping out of the kitchen toward the living room while calling out, "Coming." Upon opening the door, she was met by 2 men in inspection team uniforms. A sudden jolt of anxiety struck her. The inspection team? What could they possibly want? Has Zhou Yi truly done something wrong? "Excuse me, is this Zhou Yi and Amp Oppo's residence?" one of them inquired. "Yes," his mother replied, her gaze wary. "May I ask who you are?" "Good day, Ma and Oppo's, Am. We are from the inspection team, and here are our identification credentials." The 2 men produced their badges from their pockets and continued, "Is Zhou Yi at home?" "He is not," his mother replied immediately. "What do you need him for?" Upon hearing that Zhou Yi was not home, the 2 men exchanged glances. According to protocol, such matters required in-person notification, but with Zhou Yi absent. "I'm here." At that moment, Zhou Yi emerged from his bedroom. "Zhou Yi," his mother exclaimed in alarm. Meanwhile, the 2 men from the inspection team regarded Zhou Yi with a glint of envy in their eyes. One of them smiled and addressed Zhou Yi, "Congratulations. Your political review has been approved. Please report to the inspection team at 8 a.m. tomorrow to complete your onboarding procedures. Here's your invitation." The other produced a finely crafted silver-gray card from a folder. "Thank you." Zhou Yi accepted the invitation card. "You're welcome," they replied with smiles. "We won't disturb you further. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Zhou Yi was astonished at the efficiency of the inspection team. It had only been a day and a half, and his political review had already been approved. After bidding farewell to the 2 patrol team members, Zhou Yi gazed at the invitation in his hand. Beside him, Zhou and Amp Oppo's mother was utterly bewildered. Chapter 13. My fist is not weak. Zhou Yi and Amp Oppo's mother, Wang Huiling, was utterly bewildered. Her son and Oppo's peculiar behavior over the past few days clearly suggested he was evading something troublesome. Thus, when the 2 members of the inspection team appeared at the door, she instinctively assumed they were there to take her son away. To her astonishment, however, the outcome was a successful political review. The inspection team. Processing employment? Wang Huiling stared in disbelief at the invitation in Zhou Yi and Oppo's hand, still trying to comprehend. "Son, what is this?" "Mom, I registered with the inspection team yesterday," Zhou Yi replied with a smile. "Since I needed to wait for the political review results, I didn't mention it to you." "Oh." The suddenness of it all left Wang Huiling slightly dazed. She looked at the invitation in Zhou Yi's hand. "Let me see it." "Sure." Zhou Yi handed the invitation to his mother. Wang Huiling held it with both hands, reading the words aloud. "Invitation to Comrade Zhou Yi. Congratulations on passing the assessment. We sincerely invite you to become a member of the inspection team. Please report at 8 a.m. on March 21st. Location: Inspection Headquarters, 1st floor, Office 109, 319, Fuguang Road, Guangming District, Chong and Amp Oppo's, and City." With each word she read, Wang Huiling and Amp Oppo's voice grew louder, her excitement mounting. So it's really the inspection team. My son is about to become an inspector? The term inspection team felt distant and unattainable to ordinary people, as it comprised formidable individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, blending the roles of official enforcers and superhumans. To the common folk, this dual identity seemed an insurmountable peak, evoking only reverence and a reluctance to entertain further thoughts. Yet now, her son was on the verge of becoming an inspector? Gazing at the invitation, Wang Huiling felt as though she were dreaming. It seemed so surreal. Seeing his mother's excitement, Zhou Yi smiled. I'll report to the inspection team tomorrow. The benefits are quite good, Mom. You won't have to work so hard anymore. Wang Huiling took a deep breath, looking at Zhou Yi with pride and joy, her smile radiant. Great. She glanced at the invitation once more before returning it to Zhou Yi. Take care of it. Don't lose it. Okay. Zhou Yi tucked the invitation into his pocket. Joyful occasions invigorate the spirit. Oh, it's such a wonderful day. Let me prepare a couple more dishes. Wang Huiling hummed a little tune as she headed into the kitchen. As for Zhou Yi and Apos' recent odd behavior, she had already set it aside. Before long, the sounds of sizzling and cooking filled the air. Zhou Yi sat in the living room, feeling a sense of relief. From this moment on, his family would be under the protection of the state. Anyone daring to harm them would become an enemy of all inspectors. This was not limited to inspectors in Chong'an City, but encompassed all across the nation. Family is the bottom line for every inspector. They dedicate their lives to the state, upholding order, and many inspectors sacrifice their lives in the line of duty every year. In such circumstances, if anyone were to plot against the families of inspectors, they would be directly pursued by the inspection headquarters. However, even if he reported tomorrow, he would merely be an intern inspector. Only upon becoming a full inspector could his family relocate to the inspector and Apos' residential community. Zhou Yi mused, contemplating their current residence in an old, mixed neighborhood, chosen for its affordable rent, which often led to chaos. In contrast, the inspector and Apos' community promised not only superior living conditions but also top-notch security. No thugs would dare approach. Enough thinking. I'll take it one step at a time. I haven't even officially reported yet. Zhou Yi shook his head, aware that transitioning from intern to full inspector required meeting several criteria. As he pondered, the living room door creaked open, revealing Zhou Yi and Apos' sister, Zhou Yi, returning home. Brother, Zhou Yi exclaimed, her backpack slung over her shoulder. Upon seeing Zhou Yi, she beamed widely, her white teeth flashing. Ever since discovering her brother was a superhuman, her status at school had soared. Many boys who had previously teased her were now under her influence. Those who remained unyielding were backed by their own extraordinary relatives. Yet it mattered little. No one dared bully her anymore. Chong'an No. 3 Middle School was notorious for its poor environment, and students from impoverished backgrounds often faced harassment from those with a sense of superiority. Zhou Yi had encountered her share of such bullying, but had never backed down. I'll show them that my fist is strong too. Now that her brother had become a superhuman, she felt confident no one would dare cause her trouble. He might even lend a hand to those who were bullied. Of course, while having a superhuman brother discouraged others from bullying her, it was still a stretch to consider him her support. Mom, what's the occasion today? Why are you making so many dishes? At that moment, their mother, Wang Huiling, emerged from the kitchen carrying a steamed fish. Zhou Yi was astonished to see 4 dishes and a soup on the table. It's a good day. Wang Huiling smiled. We're celebrating your brother's upcoming role as an inspector. Zhou Yi stared at Zhou Yi, her eyes wide with disbelief. An inspector? Yes. Wang Huiling replied cheerfully as she returned to the kitchen to serve rice. Zhou Yi turned to Zhou Yi, incredulous. Is that true, brother? Indeed. Zhou Yi said with a slight smile. I'll be reporting to the inspection team tomorrow. He then pulled out the invitation to show her. Wow. Zhou Yi rushed to Zhou Yi's side, her gaze fixed fervently on the invitation. Suddenly, she straightened up, her demeanor becoming somewhat formal as she spoke softly. Esteemed inspector brother. May I see that, please? Zhou Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation. His sister and Apos' quirky personality was nothing like the elegance her name suggested. He handed her the invitation. Zhou Yi accepted it with both hands, her eyes sparkling as she examined it. Soon, she whipped out her phone and snapped a picture of the invitation. What are you taking pictures for? Zhou Yi asked. To show my classmates. Zhou Yi replied excitedly. If they find out my brother is an inspector, no one will dare mess with me again. Zhou Yi paused, recalling the earlier threat from Du Yufan. It seems there is a serious bullying issue at your school. Take more pictures, and make sure they're clear, Zhou Yi instructed, pointing at the invitation. Sure. Zhou Yi beamed. Chapter 14. The day after joining. At 8 o'clock in the morning, in accordance with the address provided in the invitation letter, Zhou Yi arrived punctually at the inspection headquarters of Chong'an City, specifically in room 109. He knocked at the door. "Come in." A woman's voice resonated from within. Zhou Yi entered. "Hello, I am here to complete my onboarding process." While speaking, Zhou Yi produced his invitation letter. The woman smiled and nodded. "Did you bring your ID?" "Yes, I did." Before leaving home that morning, his mother, Wang Huiling, had specifically reminded him to gather all necessary documents, just in case. He handed over his ID in the invitation letter. "Please wait a moment." The woman placed the ID on a device to scan it, followed by a series of operations on her computer. Soon, she returned both the ID and the invitation letter to Zhou Yi. "All set. Your team leader is Wu Weiguo, located in room 205. You need to report to him next, and he will assist you in obtaining your uniform and credentials." "Thank you," Zhou Yi replied with a smile. "You and Oppos, re-welcome." The woman waved her hand with a smile. "Welcome to the inspection team." Zhou Yi expressed his gratitude once more before departing. Having previously visited room 205 during the preliminary review, Zhou Yi was relatively familiar with the route and swiftly arrived at the door of the office, knocking lightly. "Come in." The familiar voice called out. As Zhou Yi stepped inside, he saw Wu Weiguo engrossed in his work. Upon noticing Zhou Yi, he offered a warm smile and gestured to a nearby single sofa. "Please, have a seat. I will take you to collect your gear shortly." "All right." Zhou Yi responded as he settled down. Wu Weiguo resumed his attention to the documents before him. After approximately 5 minutes, he organized the papers and turned to Zhou Yi. "Let us go." The two proceeded towards the logistics department. During their walk, Wu Weiguo provided a brief overview of the team. "Our inspection team in Chong'an City is divided into 4 districts: Eastern, Western, Northern, and Southern, categorized by geographic orientation. Each district comprises 9 inspection squads, and we belong to the 1st Inspection Squad of the Eastern District. I serve as both the captain of the 1st Inspection Squad and the district chief of the Eastern District. Our squad has a total of 9 members, including you. In total, there are 81 inspectors in each district, leading to over 300 inspectors throughout Chong and Oppos and City. This number is not excessively high. Typically, inspectors are extraordinary individuals. We prioritize quality over quantity. A larger group may lead to a mix of capabilities that could be detrimental." As they conversed, they reached the logistics office on the 1st floor, where Wu Weiguo guided Zhou Yi through the process of acquiring his inspector uniform. Unless tasked with a special mission requiring plain clothes, you must wear the uniform during workdays, Wu Weiguo reminded him. "Understood," Zhou Yi nodded. The inspector and Oppos' uniform was quite striking, a deep gray double-breasted trench coat adorned with a metallic badge featuring the word inspection. Underneath, he wore a black knitted shirt, paired with straight-cut deep brown trousers and knee-high leather boots, which had concealed compartments for a dagger. Additionally, there was a brass-buckled leather utility belt. "This is your identification." Wu Weiguo handed Zhou Yi a black leather card holder embossed with the silver words inspection team and a starburst emblem, the insignia of their team. Upon receiving the credentials, Zhou Yi opened it to find his personal details and photo. Name: Zhou Yi. Affiliation: Chong and Oppos and City Inspection Team. Position: Intern Inspector. Moreover, it contained the inspection team and Oppos' anti-counterfeiting stamp. Our working hours are from 8 a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. daily, with a maximum of 4 days off each month. However, you must ensure your phone is operational during your rest days and return to the team promptly upon receiving a task. "I understand," Zhou Yi acknowledged. Recognizing the official nature of the inspection team and Oppos' requirements. "Do you have any other questions?" Wu Weiguo asked, allowing Zhou Yi the opportunity to inquire about anything he found unclear on his first day. "I would like to know what conditions are required for promotion to a full inspector," Zhou Yi inquired. "One must complete a year of service or achieve a 3rd-class merit." Wu Weiguo responded. "Oh," Zhou Yi frowned. "A year seems rather lengthy. Although my family is now protected as I have become an inspector, the current living environment is still quite poor." He noted the requirement for a 3rd-class merit. Wu Weiguo, discerning Zhou Yi's thoughts, inquired, "Are you eager to become a full inspector so that your family can move into the inspection team's family community?" "Yes," Zhou Yi admitted without hesitation. "I understand." Wu Weiguo nodded, "But I advise you not to rush." Zhou Yi was puzzled. Wu Weiguo elaborated. Achieving a 3rd-class merit requires significant contributions to the organization, such as demonstrating exceptional performance during a challenging mission, which inherently carries high risks. You are currently a yellow-tier extraordinary individual with only 70 resonance, while the other inspectors in our team are at least at the level. Given your relatively lower capability, it will be exceedingly difficult to make notable contributions during missions. At least they are all extraordinary individuals? Zhou Yi was taken aback. Soon, a question that had puzzled him since the previous day resurfaced. Captain Wu, may I ask why the organization allowed me, a yellow-tier extraordinary individual, to pass the review when all the other inspectors are at least? Because you were classified as a special talent, Wu Wei explained. Zhou Yi was momentarily speechless. A special talent? Me? Your experience in the dungeon has elevated you to a 70 resonance, qualifying you as A and Oppos, special talent and Oppos, within the organization. Wu Wei continued, noticing Zhou Yi and Oppos' bewildered expression. Perhaps your understanding of extraordinary individuals is still limited. Let me elaborate further. Zhou Yi perked up, eager to listen. Extraordinary individuals are those who have completed dungeon tasks after being initially drawn into a dungeon. Upon fulfilling these tasks, the attributes previously acquired are retained, and they receive additional resonance rewards, resulting in physical capabilities that far surpass those of ordinary people, hence the term extraordinary. Zhou Yi nodded, as he was already aware of this. However, the difficulty of dungeons and the complexity of their tasks can vary, directly impacting the resonance awarded during the dungeon and Oppos' conclusion. For instance, if extraordinary individual A enters a relatively simple dungeon and completes their task, they might receive a 10 resonance. Conversely, if extraordinary individual B enters a more challenging dungeon, they could earn 20 resonance upon task completion. This creates a disparity between the two. Moreover, even within dungeons of similar difficulty, the performance of extraordinary individuals during task completion can lead to varying resonance outcomes. For example, if extraordinary individuals A and B enter the same dungeon, but A only receives a passing evaluation, they might gain 20 resonance, whereas B, with an excellent evaluation, could earn 30, resulting in another discrepancy. Wu Wei and Oppos' explanation was thorough and straightforward. Zhou Yi comprehended the nuances. Thus, the evaluation of spiritual resonance is based on 2 dimensions, the level of difficulty and performance rating. Indeed, Wu Wei nodded in agreement. Zhou Yi then continued to inquire, what is the significance of spiritual resonance? Chapter 15. The first patrol. Spiritual resonance is a mysterious energy. Prior to becoming an Earth-level extraordinary being, spiritual resonance could only enhance the extraordinary and Oppos' physique. However, upon attaining Earth-level status, one could harness spiritual resonance to unleash techniques as a means of attack. The numerical values in the level bar resemble an experience bar in a game. For instance, possessing 70 spiritual resonance at the yellow level signifies that one requires an additional 30 to ascend to the mystic level. Wu Wei elaborated. It truly is akin to an experience bar, Zhou Yi chuckled. Wu Wei continued, stating that typically, the spiritual resonance gained from completing a dungeon ranges between 10 to 20. Acquiring a single instance of 20 spiritual resonance is quite challenging, as it necessitates entering a high-difficulty dungeon and achieving a rating of Oppos, excellent and Oppos, or higher. The organization defines exceptional talent as an extraordinary being who obtains 30 or more spiritual resonance in a single dungeon run, and you have far surpassed this standard. The confusion dissipated, and Zhou Yi nodded in realization. No wonder he had smoothly joined the patrol team. It all made sense now. He recalled his performance rating during the dungeon run, flawless, likely the highest tier, which resulted in an astonishing 70 spiritual resonance being allocated to him. Is spiritual resonance solely obtainable through dungeon completions? Certainly not. Zhou Yi had numerous inquiries, while Wu Wei remained remarkably patient. Within mythological dungeons, there exist many wondrous items, one of which is known as the Divine Crystal Stone, containing spiritual resonance. Extraordinary beings can absorb the resonance from these stones to elevate their levels. However, these stones are exceedingly rare, with each capable of enhancing only up to 5 spiritual resonance, making dungeon tasks the primary means of level advancement. Divine Crystal Stone? Do I not possess one? Zhou Yi recalled the stone he had obtained from the statue in the dungeon. According to Du Yufan, that was indeed a divine crystal stone, and it undeniably harbored a potent energy. It was no wonder Du Yufan had desperately sought after that crystal. The risk-free increase of 5 spiritual resonance is undeniably alluring for an extraordinary being. He kept that crystal at home. It seems prudent to utilize it sooner rather than later. Zhou Yi understood the adage, a common man is innocent. Possessing a gem invites trouble. His mother was an ordinary person, and his younger sister, only 13, was far from entering dungeons. They had no use for such a thing. Having no further questions for the moment, Zhou Yi addressed Wu Weiguo. All right. Wu Weiguo nodded, suddenly recalling something. By the way, doesn't and amp, oppos, TA yellow level extraordinary being have a trait? Please provide me with your trait information. The patrol team needs to record it. Upon hearing Captain Wu's words, Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. One trait? I thought it was two. Wu Weiguo noticed Zhou Yi's hesitation and reassured him. Rest assured. Trait information is classified as top secret within the organization and won't be easily accessed by others. The trait serves as an extraordinary being's trump card, a lifesaver in critical moments. Therefore, they generally do not disclose their trait information to others. However, patrol officers must report to the organization. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yi replied, invisibility upon activations. It allows one to become invisible for 30 seconds, with a cooldown period of 6 hours. Invisibility? Wu Weiguo was taken aback and continued to inquire. What is the color of your trait? Colorful. Indeed, a colorful trait. Wu Weiguo was astonished. What is the matter? Zhou Yi questioned, puzzled. Wu Weiguo took a deep breath. His eyes filled with envy. Traits have varying strengths, categorized by color, from lowest to highest. They are gray, silver, gold, and colorful. Additionally, yellow-level extraordinary beings can possess only one trait, while mystic-level extraordinary beings can hold 3 traits, earth-level extraordinary beings 5, and heaven-level extraordinary beings 10. What? That can't be right. Zhou Yi's expression turned peculiar. First of all, he was indeed a yellow-level extraordinary being, yet he possessed both transformation into a demon and invisibility traits simultaneously. Moreover, are traits truly limited to only gray, silver, gold, and colorful levels? What about the blood red, transformation into a demon? Zhou Yi's mind was in turmoil as Wu Weiguo's explanations starkly contrasted with his reality. A colorful trait, 70 spiritual resonance from a single dungeon run. The future appears boundless. Wu Weiguo sighed in admiration. In the midst of their conversation, the two arrived at the patrol officers' lounge. Wu Weiguo pointed to one of the rooms. Go change into your uniform. Shortly, I will take you on a district patrol. Okay, Zhou Yi nodded, momentarily dismissing the oddities. Soon, dressed in his uniform, Zhou Yi emerged. A full-length mirror on the adjacent wall reflected his image clad in the patrol officer's attire, and Zhou Yi nodded with satisfaction. He was already quite handsome, but donning the uniform bestowed upon him an added air of righteousness. Let us go? Wu Weiguo clapped Zhou Yi on the shoulder. Our primary patrol locations today are 3, Chong and Oppos, and number 3 Middle School and its surrounding streets, Xiansheng Shopping Mall and its vicinity, and Honghua Community along with its adjacent areas. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback. Chong and Oppos, and number 3 Middle School was where his sister, Xiaoya, studied. Xiansheng Shopping Mall was his mother and Oppos' workplace. Honghua Community was their current residence. Why had they chosen these 3 locations? Wu Weiguo's expression remained unchanged. As a new officer, we need to familiarize ourselves with the area while simultaneously letting the local ruffians know whom they ought not to provoke. Zhou Yi immediately grasped Captain Wu's intentions. Thank you, Captain. No need for thanks, Wu Weiguo smiled. This has always been the protocol of our patrol team. Others have followed this path as well. After a round, who would dare to trouble your family? Let us prepare to set off. Yes. Thus, Wu Weiguo and Zhou Yi embarked on their journey. Their first destination was Xiansheng Shopping Mall, as it was the nearest. The patrol vehicle parked roadside, and upon disembarking, Wu Weiguo led Zhou Yi directly toward the mall. Clad in patrol officer uniforms, they stood out amidst the crowd, drawing many curious gazes, especially from young, attractive women, who unabashedly cast flirtatious glances at Zhou Yi. There are individuals following us, Zhou Yi whispered to Wu Weiguo. I am aware, Wu Weiguo replied with a smile. Our purpose here is to be seen. Where is your mother? Oh, Zhou Yi understood. Thus, those who were tailing them were the local ruffians of this area. Going to find his mother was a way to let them know who was untouchable. Realizing this, Zhou Yi felt significantly more at ease. Upon entering Xiansheng Shopping Mall, the 2 patrol officers instantly garnered even more attention, and the local ruffians continued to trail them. Zhou Yi led the way, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the shop where his mother worked. Chapter 16. Looking for a daughter-in-law? In the restaurant on the 5th floor of the Starry Sky Mall, Wang Huiling, dressed in a tailored uniform, sat resting in a chair. The clock read 9 o'clock a.m., and the lunch rush had yet to commence. leaving the establishment nearly devoid of patrons. Just then, a colleague in her 20s briskly approached, her face alight with excitement. "Sisterling, have you seen the mall group chat? What is going on?" Wang Huiling inquired, puzzled. "They said 2 inspectors have arrived, and one of them is exceptionally handsome," the young woman exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. "Oh," Wang Huiling responded with a calm demeanor. In the past, she might have found such news intriguing. For inspectors were indeed significant figures rarely seen in everyday life. But now, she thought, ISN and Oppos. That just an inspector? My son is one too. What is so remarkable about it? What business do the inspectors have at our mall? She asked. Apparently not much, her colleague replied. The group chat mentioned that the 2 inspectors seemed quite relaxed, and they Haven and Amp. Oppos. Dispersed the crowd. It doesn't seem like they're here to apprehend anyone. Oh, I see, Wang Huiling nodded. Observing her indifferent reaction, her colleague was astonished. Sisterling, why are you so unfazed? They're inspectors. Wang Huiling chuckled lightly. What of it? It has nothing to do with me. Impressed, the young woman gave Wang Huiling a thumbs up. After glancing around to ensure the restaurant remained empty, she leaned in and said, Sisterling, could you cover for me? If the boss asks, just say I'm in the restroom. I've never encountered an inspector before. Wang Huiling smiled. All right. Go ahead. With a spirited nod, the young woman departed. Watching her leave, Wang Huiling mused. Zhou Yi reported to the inspection team today. I wonder if he has completed the onboarding process yet. Should I call him to check? No, it's his first day. He must be quite busy. I won't trouble him. Besides, the invitation has already been received. There is no chance of an unexpected turn of events. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard an increasing commotion from outside as a throng of people began to converge towards her. Wang Huiling glanced at the clock again. 9:06. It was still too early for lunch. Was there something special happening today? Having braced herself for a busy day, Wang Huiling was taken aback when 2 men in inspector uniforms gradually came into view. One was a robust middle-aged man in his 40s, with a square face exuding an imposing presence. The other was Zhou Yi. Wang Huiling was momentarily stunned. Wasn't he that her son? In his inspector uniform. She hardly recognized him at first glance. Mom, Zhou Yi said as he entered the restaurant, smiling at her. This is Captain Wu. Wang Huiling's mind was still processing the situation, but she instinctively extended her hand to greet Wu Weiguo. Hello, Captain Wu. Hello, Wu Weiguo replied with a smile. Zhou Yi is now part of the inspection team. I brought him along for patrol. Oh, Wang Huiling nodded, her heart swelling with pride as she beheld her son in his inspector uniform, standing tall and handsome, although she longed to converse with him. The crowd of onlookers and the fact that her son and his captain were on duty held her back. Please continue with your work. I won't interfere. Wang Huiling said. Understood, Wu Weiguo nodded. Their visit to the Starry Sky Mall was merely to introduce Zhou Yi's mother and inform the local authority of their presence. With their objective achieved and 2 more locations to visit, Wu Weiguo had no intention of lingering. Mom, I'm off now, Zhou Yi said. Go ahead, Wang Huiling replied, her eyes brimming with pride, feeling as though she were in a dream. As she watched Zhou Yi and Captain Wu depart, the surrounding crowd began to disperse. At that moment, her astonished female colleague rushed over, exclaiming, Oh my, Sisterling, that young inspector is your son? Indeed, Wang Huiling replied, her pride evident. I had no idea, her colleague said, incredulous. Haha, he just reported to the inspection team today. There is not much to mention, Wang Huiling said with a smile. Not much to mention, her colleague exclaimed, convinced that Wang Huiling was being modest. After a deep breath, she asked, Sisterling, are you looking for a daughter-in-law? Wang Huiling was at a loss for how to respond. Just then, 2 female customers entered, prompting her to quickly change the subject. Customers are here. Oh, her colleague muttered, fully aware that she could not aspire to the likes of an inspector. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi and Wu Weiguo exited the Starry Sky Mall. How do you feel? Wu Weiguo asked with a smile as he started the vehicle. Very good, Zhou Yi replied. Although he had not shown it in front of his mother due to the crowd, he was indeed quite exhilarated. Who would he want to make their parents proud? Especially in the midst of admiring and respectful gazes, standing before his mother felt like a triumphant homecoming. Haha, Wu Weiguo chuckled. Compared to others, you appeared quite composed. When I took others on their first patrol, some couldn't stop grinning. Zhou Yi smiled back. Wu Weiguo continued. Most of us aspire to be inspectors for these reasons, to make our families proud and to use our roles to ensure their safety. This is entirely understandable. However, you must recognize that while this may be the initial motivation for becoming an inspector, it cannot encompass the entirety of your duties. Ultimately, we serve as the nation and AMP, Oppos, as law enforcement agency. Maintaining order and protecting the lives of the populace is our foremost responsibility. Only with national stability and a well-functioning social order can we safeguard our families from chaos and crime. This is what people often refer to, first, the collective, and then the individual. Wu Wei spoke these words with a serious tone. Zhou Yi nodded. I understand. Good, Wu Wei replied with a smile. He always conveyed this message to newcomers as both a reminder and a warning. After all, as law enforcement officials, one must possess not only the requisite talent or capability, but also a heart filled with justice and patriotism. If every enforcer were solely concerned with their own small domain, the collapse of social order would merely be a matter of time. This could be understood as a lesson in governance. Wu Wei drove the patrol vehicle onward. Let us go. Next stop, Chong and Oppos, in number 3 middle school. Chapter 17. He is my biological brother at Chong and Oppos, in number 3 middle school. The clock struck 9:40 a.m. As the bell signaled the end of the second period, students eagerly anticipated the forthcoming 40-minute recess, during which all grades typically assembled on the playground for group calisthenics. However, an unexpected announcement echoed through the classroom. Attention all students, the morning calisthenics have been canceled. All grades are to gather on the playground in 10 minutes for an important speech. In class 2-4, upon hearing the announcement, Zhou Yi decided to visit the restroom with her classmates before heading to the playground. At that moment, a few young boys appeared at the classroom door. One of them, nonchalantly with his hands in his pockets, called out to Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, come out. Our leader wants to speak with you. Zhou Yi maintained a calm demeanor, while her nearby classmates hurriedly averted their gazes as if they had seen a harbinger of misfortune. These boys hailed from the adjacent class. Under the command of one Zhao Kai, the self-proclaimed leader of the second grade at Chong'an number 3 middle school. Zhao Kai was known for his bravado, but Zhou Yi regarded him with disdain, perceiving his antics as juvenile. Altercations had occurred before, yet she had always emerged unscathed due to her tenacity. When Zhao Kai's crew first attempted to corner her in a narrow alley, she had seized a nearby stick, wielding it with ferocity, reducing them to tears. Since that encounter, her reputation had solidified, and no one dared to provoke her lightly, especially now that her elder brother had become an extraordinary being. Unfazed by these unruly youths, Zhou Yi followed them with tranquil resolve. Upon reaching a secluded corridor of the school, she found Zhao Kai, clad in his uniform and black athletic pants. His hair dyed a striking yellow, a quintessential delinquent look. What do you want with me? Zhou Yi inquired. Zhao Kai, cigarette in hand, scrutinized her. I heard you interfered with my men collecting protection fees this morning. Is that so? Indeed, Zhou Yi replied, her gaze unwavering. The individual being extorted was her deskmate, with whom she shared a good rapport. Zhao Kai narrowed his eyes, issuing a warning. I and Oppos am aware your brother is an extraordinary being. Out of respect for him, I want to trouble you, but you'd best not meddle in my affairs. Otherwise what? Zhou Yi interrupted, her tone challenging. Zhao Kai chuckled coldly. Do you really believe I wouldn't dare to act against you? As the leader of Chong and AMP, Oppos, and number 3, I have connections with some influential figures, including extraordinary beings. At this, Zhou Yi smirked slightly. You may attempt it. With that, she turned to leave. Behind her, Zhao Kai's expression darkened. His fists clenched as he watched her retreating figure. Despite his concession not to pursue her further, Zhou Yi had shown no gratitude, seemingly dismissing his authority. Resolute, Zhao Kai instructed his underlings, I want to be attending the speech. I'll call Biaogu shortly. The mention of and AMP, Oppos, Biaogu and AMP, Oppos, sent shivers through his subordinates. For he was a genuine figure of power in the underworld and an extraordinary being. Meanwhile, at 9:50 a.m., all grades gathered on the playground. Zhou Yi located her class and took her place, gazing towards the stage where school officials and 2 men in trench coats stood. One of them seemed increasingly familiar. Suddenly, it struck her, was that not her brother? Zhou Yi was astonished. What? The important speech the school announced was connected to her brother? Moreover, he was donned in the uniform of an inspector. How dashing. Zhou Yi, that inspector is quite handsome. A classmate whispered beside her. Indeed, Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. At that moment, the principal's voice boomed over the loudspeaker. Students, please settle down. Today, we are honored to have Inspectors Wu Wei and Zhou Yi visiting our school. During this recess, we invite them to share a few words. Let us give them a warm welcome. The applause erupted like a thunderstorm. Upon hearing the name Zhou Yi, the students in class 2-3 instinctively associated it with Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, It was a name that echoed familial ties. Hey, Zhou Yi, do you know that Inspector Zhou? A classmate inquired. Not just know him, Zhou Yi arched an eyebrow. He is my biological brother. At the podium, Inspector Wu Weiguo had already taken the microphone, delivering a speech that, while lacking in extraordinary content, focused on essential safety awareness. Soon, the speech concluded. Wu Weiguo had intended to allow Zhou Yi to speak as well, but Zhou Yi declined, feeling unprepared for such a public setting. He had not anticipated that being an inspector would carry such weight. He had thought it merely meant wandering around the school. To his surprise, upon learning of their visit, the school officials had summoned everyone to await their arrival, quite the spectacle. After the speech, Zhou Yi spotted his sister and waved her over. Zhou Yi rushed toward him. Brother. Zhou Yi nodded, and the school officials, noticing the interaction, smiled and inquired, Is this the sister of Inspector Zhou? Indeed, Zhou Yi replied with a smile. What class is she in? The official asked, eyeing Zhou Yi. Class 2-4, Zhou Yi answered. Oh, the class of Teacher Zheng, the official noted. Mentally recording the name of the class and amp, Oppos, Zhou Yi, and amp, Oppos. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Kai, who had opted out of the speech, finally connected with Biao Gu via phone. Biao Gu, it and Oppos. Es me Xiao Kai. Can I trouble you for a favor this afternoon? It's time to collect this month's protection fees. Oh, it's nothing serious, just a little lesson for a girl named and Oppos, Zhou Yi, and Oppos. The key point is, her brother is an extraordinary being. But don't worry. He is certainly not as formidable as you. As he spoke, a subordinate rushed in, breathless. Kaigu, it's bad news. What is it? Zhao Kai snapped. Irritated at the interruption. Can't you see I'm on the phone with Biaogu? Zhou Yi's brother is an inspector. The subordinate exclaimed. That revelation reached Biao Ji's ears through the phone. The next moment, Biao Ji's furious voice boomed. Zhao Kai, are you out of your mind? You want me to teach a lesson to the sister of an inspector? You better show up after school today. You idiot. The line went dead, leaving Zhao Kai pale with fear. Her brother is an inspector? This was disastrous. Chapter 18. The first mission after departing from Chong and Oppos, and number 3 middle school. Wu Weiguo and Zhou Yi proceeded to Honghua Community, which is situated near Zhou Yi's residence, to conduct a patrolling circuit. Similar to their prior visit to Xiansheng shopping mall. Once they arrived at the community, Zhou Yi immediately sensed that they were being followed. Upon informing Wu Weiguo of this situation, the latter's expression remained unchanged. It was evident that Wu Weiguo was quite cognizant of the distribution of various local big shots within the jurisdiction. Upon returning to their vehicle after the patrol, Zhou Yi couldn't help but inquire, since the patrol team is so well acquainted with these criminal elements, why not eliminate them directly instead of allowing them to operate freely? In response, Wu Weiguo merely smiled. Wildfires cannot be entirely extinguished. The spring breeze will bring them back to life. Even if we were to eradicate this batch of gangsters today, new factions would inevitably emerge within days. Thus, our focus should be on managing them rather than exterminating them. As long as these gangs abide by the rules and refrain from egregious conduct, we can afford to turn a blind eye from time to time. Furthermore, there are occasions when they can be of assistance to us. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. Wu Weiguo continued, of course, these gangs are fundamentally illegal entities. And that is an immutable fact. Therefore, should any of them engage in misconduct, such as harming innocent citizens, we shall hold them accountable. Zhou Yi nodded in acknowledgement. After completing their patrol, they returned to the patrol team just as noon arrived, following a lunch at the unit's canteen at 3 in the afternoon. Zhou Yi received a message from Wu Weiguo while seated at his desk. Wu Weiguo, wait for me at the patrol team entrance in 5 minutes. We have a mission. Zhou Yi understood. He promptly rose and tidied his attire before heading to the entrance of the patrol team. Before long, a patrol vehicle appeared, with Wu Weiguo at the driver's seat waving to Zhou Yi, while a stranger, a woman, occupied the passenger seat. The woman appeared to be around 25 years old and was quite attractive. Zhou Yi took a seat in the back. Allow me to introduce. This is our team and amp, Oppos, new member, Zhou Yi. Wu Weiguo introduced to the woman in the passenger seat. He then turned to Zhou Yi and said, This is Li Wen. Hello. Zhou Yi greeted politely. Li Wen turned to Zhou Yi, smiling warmly as she waved. Hi there, handsome. You can call me Wenwen. Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback. Wu Weiguo cast a sidelong glance at Li Wen and remarked to Zhou Yi, She is 7 years your senior, so you should address her as Sister Wen. Sister Wen. Zhou Yi complied. Why so formal? Li Wen pouted. Enough, Wu Weiguo interjected. We are heading to execute a task. Let me briefly outline the situation. According to a report from a concerned citizen, about half an hour ago, a brawl occurred in room 405 of the Uli Express Hotel at 124 Guanghua Street, resulting in cracks on the hotel walls. Given the intensity of the incident, it is undoubtedly related to extraordinary individuals, and we need to investigate the scene. Upon arrival at the scene, Zhou Yi, you will first use your invisibility to scout the situation. Remember, if anything seems amiss, you must return before your invisibility expires. Zhou Yi nodded solemnly, understood. Wow, invisibility? Upon hearing this, Li Wen recognized that it was likely Zhou Yi's ability, and she mused aloud, that's quite a skill. Can you secretly watch people bathe without them noticing? Cough, cough. Just as Zhou Yi was about to respond, he nearly choked. Wu Weiguo fell silent for a moment. Be serious. We haven't and amp. Oppos. T even arrived yet, Li Wen shrugged. 10 minutes later, the patrol vehicle arrived at the Uli Express Hotel. This establishment, a budget hotel located in an urban village, was less than impressive. After disembarking, Wu Weiguo first surveyed the surrounding surveillance cameras before inquiring of the hotel owner. Which side is room 405 on? That way. The hotel owner pointed towards an adjacent alley, then began to lament. Officer, you must stand up for us common folk. The hotel owner's incessant chatter was abruptly silenced by Wu Weiguo's disapproving glare. We will ascertain the situation ourselves. Your role is to cooperate. Answer my questions as they arise. With that, Wu Weiguo proceeded to the alley adjacent to room 405. Which one is 405? That one. The hotel owner indicated one of the windows. This narrow alley was cluttered with various pipes and air conditioning units. Wu Weiguo glanced at Zhou Yi, who understood the cue and promptly leaped into action. The height of the fourth floor posed no challenge for someone extraordinary, especially with numerous footholds along the wall. As Zhou Yi climbed, his figure faded from sight. Where did he go? The hotel owner stared in disbelief. What? Did you all see that? That young man. He began, but upon noticing Wu Weiguo's glare, he quickly shut his mouth. At that moment, Zhou Yi had reached the window of room 405. Discovering it ajar and the room empty, yet bearing clear signs of a struggle, upturned furniture, and spiderweb-like cracks on the walls. Merely observing these details allowed Zhou Yi to envision the ferocity of the altercation that had transpired. Having completed his reconnaissance, Zhou Yi returned to Wu Weiguo's side just as his 30 seconds of invisibility were about to expire. There is no one inside. Wu Weiguo nodded. Li Wen, please retrieve all surveillance footage from around the Uli Express Hotel to identify any suspicious individuals. Zhou Yi, follow me inside. They split into two teams. Li Wen set off to gather the nearby surveillance, while Wu Weiguo and Zhou Yi entered room 405 using the hotel's master key card. Upon observing the disarray of furniture and the spiderweb-like cracks on the walls, Wu Weiguo furrowed his brow slightly. Suddenly, he seemed to discover something. Pulling aside the disheveled bedding on the floor, donning gloves, and lifting a card. A bank card. Wu Weiguo placed this card into an evidence bag. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi and Oppo's attention was caught by the card, which bore a peculiar number on its reverse. 888888. Zhou Yi recognized this as the password for the card, having received an identical one from Du Yufan. Is it Huang Ying? The only survivors from the 054721 instance are myself and Huang Ying. Wang Huafeng is dead. His card could not possibly be here. So could it truly be? Captain, I have found something. At that moment, Li Wen entered room 405 with her phone in hand, exclaiming, I reviewed all the surrounding surveillance and identified a suspicious individual. Hearing this, Zhou Yi rushed over. Upon viewing the figure captured in the surveillance footage on Li Wen and Amp, Oppo's phone, his heart raced. It was Huang Ying. Without a doubt, it was her. Is it really her? Wu Weiguo observed the figure in the surveillance footage, gradually knitting his brows in contemplation. Chapter 19. The Yellow Oriole. Good news. The Yellow Oriole has indeed escaped. Bad news. It seems she is still being pursued by those masked figures. To be honest, Zhou Yi felt a twinge of guilt regarding the Yellow Oriole. She had made quite a favorable impression on him. Before being dragged into the instance, she earnestly advised him to promptly transfer money to his family. At that moment, she must have already sensed Du Yufan's ill intentions and offered a kind reminder. Under normal circumstances, even if Du Yufan discovered that the Yellow Oriole had survived after leaving the instance, he likely would not seek her life again. After all, he had obtained what he desired. Why burden himself with another life? In this way, the Yellow Oriole not only preserved her life, but also secured funds to transfer her father to a better hospital for treatment. It was quite a satisfactory conclusion. However, the problem lies in the fact that Zhou Yi had killed Du Yufan. With his demise, The masked figures began investigating all those who had emerged alive from the instance to uncover the truth behind Du Yufan and Apos' death, with the yellow Oriole being their primary target, alongside himself, though they perhaps remained unaware of his survival. Given the modus operandi of those masked figures, Zhou Yi doubted they would conduct inquiries in a courteous manner. Their methods would undoubtedly involve brutal interrogations, willing to wrongfully execute 1,000 rather than let one escape. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi did not regret killing Du Yufan within the instance. The latter's actions had already sealed his fate: kidnapping, imprisonment, and threatening families. Zhou Yi would never entrust the safety of himself and his family to the possibility that someone like Du Yufan, who regarded human life as inconsequential, might choose to spare him after their prior conflict. Destiny must be seized by oneself. Gazing at the surveillance footage captured on Li Wan and Apos' phone, Zhou Yi observed the indistinct figure of the yellow Oriole, solitary, amidst the disarray of the room following a fierce battle. He took a deep breath. Therefore, she had indeed escaped. Had the yellow Oriole been captured this time, the footage would not have shown her alone. Meanwhile, Wukong murmured to himself, "It's her again." "Do you know this person?" Li Wan inquired. "I do not," Wukong replied, shaking his head, before casting a glance at Li Wan. "Do you recall the anonymous tip-off letter from 4 days ago?" "I do." Li Wan nodded. Zhou Yi maintained a neutral expression. The letter Wukong mentioned was the very one he had penned. Silently, he listened to their conversation. The surveillance footage around the villa referenced in the tip-off had also featured this woman. "Oh?" Li Wan raised an eyebrow. "Does this imply that the incident at the villa and the recent altercation at the Welai Hotel are likely connected?" "Indeed," Wukong confirmed, surveying the area once more. "There are no further leads here. Let us return to the patrol team." "Understood," Li Wan replied. The three departed from room 405, and upon reaching the hotel lobby, the proprietor hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Gentlemen, how's the investigation proceeding? What do you think of my hotel?" "The case is still under investigation. A dedicated team will come to assess damages in a couple of days," Wukong stated. With that, the trio exited. After more than 10 minutes, they returned to the patrol team. Wukong instructed the technical department to retrieve surveillance footage from a broader area surrounding the Welai Hotel, seeking traces of the woman. Simultaneously, he began investigating the earlier tip-off incident. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, found himself with little to worry about. He was unfazed because the initial abduction to Du Yufan's villa had kept him concealed from the surveillance cameras. Upon leaving, he first used a teleportation talisman to arrive near a garbage heap, where he had noted the absence of cameras. Subsequently, to evade the search by the masked figures, he employed the entry concealment. The surveillance around the villa could not capture him, even during the tip-off. He had deliberately obscured his face and ensured the cameras did not capture him directly, even distorting the font on the tip-off letter. Thus, it was impossible for him to be traced. In fact, even if he were discovered, he bore no culpability. Zhou Yi's sole aim was to protect his secret. Both the entry transformation into demon and the divine crystal obtained in the instance were far too radiant. His current strength was exceedingly weak, and these must remain concealed. After remaining at his post until 5 p.m., Zhou Yi clocked out. He hailed a taxi to the Honghua community. Upon arriving at the complex and entering the hallway, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder, halting his steps. "Who?" He turned around, prepared for a confrontation. A woman clad in a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask appeared before him, her face thoroughly obscured, dressed in a gray sweatshirt and jeans. "It's me," an unmistakable voice rang out. Zhou Yi was taken aback. "Huang Ying?" "Yes," the woman nodded. Zhou Yi glanced behind him to ensure no one was following, then motioned for Huang Ying to accompany him. The Honghua community was notably old and devoid of surveillance in the hallways. He led Huang Ying back to his home, where, at this hour, neither his mother nor sister had returned, leaving the house empty. "You're alive." As they stepped inside, Huang Ying removed her hat, sunglasses, and mask. "Indeed," Zhou Yi replied, observing her. "How did you find me?" "At the Welai Hotel," Huang Ying answered candidly. "The most perilous places often provide the greatest safety." After escaping, "I stealthily returned to the vicinity of the hotel and fortuitously spotted you with the other 2 patrol officers." "I see," Zhou Yi nodded. "Were you pursued by Du Yufan's subordinates?" "Yes," Huang Ying confirmed, her thoughts aligning with his. Across from him, Huang Ying regarded Zhou Yi, her mind swirling with questions. What had Zhou Yi experienced after entering the instance? Why hadn't he returned with them? How had he abruptly become a patrol officer? Yet, this was not the moment for inquiries. She looked at Zhou Yi and said, "I need a favor." Speak, he replied. This is my father and Amp Apos' current address. Please help me get him to this location. Once accomplished, you may take half of the funds due Yufan initially provided. Huang Ying presented a slip of paper. Certainly. Zhou Yi agreed. And what are your plans afterward? I'll lay low for now. Huang Ying inhaled deeply. Du Yufan and Amp Apos' subordinates are all transcendent beings of the Xian level. We cannot confront them directly. Also, you should exercise caution. Although you are now a patrol officer, they may not dare to act against you easily. But one can never be too sure. I understand, Zhou Yi nodded. Right? Huang Ying confirmed. I must take my leave. Wait a moment, Zhou Yi called after her. Huang Ying turned back, puzzled. Zhou Yi earnestly proposed. Have you considered that perhaps we could join forces? Chapter 20. The undocumented Huang Ying has departed, seeking a secure haven to temporarily conceal herself. In the room, Zhou Yi furrowed his brow, then inhaled deeply. The strength of the masked individual had been ascertained. He was at the Xian level. Concurrently, following the conclusion of the last instance, Huang Ying had also ascended to the Xian level. It was precisely due to her elevation in rank that she had been able to evade the masked man's relentless pursuit time and again. The masked individual must be dealt with. Zhou Yi's current tranquil existence was merely a facade, a result of the masked man being unaware of his continued survival. Should he be discovered, as Huang Ying had articulated, while they might hesitate to recklessly target a patrol officer, one could never be certain. The safety of himself and his family cannot be wagered. The interconnectedness of fate compels him to unite his identity as a patrol officer with Huang Ying's Xian-level prowess to eradicate this menace once and for all, ensuring peace of mind. At that moment, the door to the living room creaked open. It was his mother returning home. Mom. Zhou Yi concealed his concerns and greeted her with a smile. Wang Huiling, upon noticing her son clad in the patrol officer's uniform, squinted her eyes and smiled. Back so early? Zhou Yi nodded. It's only the first day. I'm still acclimating to the environment, and the team has assigned me too many tasks. Oh. Wang Huiling set down her bag. What do you want for dinner? Anything is fine. Zhou Yi chuckled. Everything you make is delicious. When did you become so sweet-tongued? Wang Huiling and Amp Apos' smile broadened, and as she made her way into the kitchen, she continued chatting with Zhou Yi. Now that you're a patrol officer, things are different. Today at the store, many young ladies expressed interest in becoming my daughter-in-law, and the shopkeeper was exceptionally courteous. Haha, it's true. When one is impoverished, relatives drift away. When one is affluent, others gather around. Such is human nature. However, my son, there is something I must say. Wang Huiling paused at the kitchen doorway. Your becoming a patrol officer is a good thing. I am truly happy for you. Yet, I also know that patrol officers often face perilous tasks. So you must be exceedingly cautious. I understand. Zhou Yi nodded. You needn't Apos. Worry, Mom. All right. Wang Huiling returned to her cooking. After a while, his younger sister, Zhou Yi, entered the house with a wide grin. Brother. She dropped her school bag and leaped into Zhou Yi's arms. You look so handsome today. After you walked around as a patrol officer, the way my classmates look at me has completely changed. Those who usually didn't talk to me are now approaching me. And even the teachers seem much kinder. Most importantly, after school, Zhao Kai and a bunch of his followers came to apologize to me. From now on, Zhou Yi from Class 2 of Chong'an Middle School has become the new leader. I never cared much for such things, but then I realized that with their help, I could protect more people who are bullied at school, so I agreed. I've made up my mind. I too want to become an extraordinary individual and a patrol officer. Zhou Yi clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with determination. Haha, I'm all for it. But can the future patrol officer try on this uniform first? Zhou Yi pointed at Zhou Yi's attire, her expression a mix of bashfulness and anticipation. Of course. Zhou Yi replied nonchalantly, removing his coat and handing it to his sister. Zhou Yi received it with delight, draping it over herself. Feeling as though she had donned a royal robe, her posture instantly straighter. Though her development had surpassed that of boys at 13, Zhou Yi had already reached a height of 160 centimeters, yet still fell short of Zhou Yi's 183 centimeters. Once clad in the uniform, it almost engulfed her petite frame. I'll show Mom. Despite its ill fit, Zhou Yi was brimming with excitement. She dashed into the kitchen, her voice echoing, Mom. Come quickly and see. Wow, when did you become a patrol officer? Hee, am I handsome? Very handsome. As Zhou Yi listened to the warm exchange between his mother and sister, a comforting sense of home enveloped him. He inhaled deeply, further solidifying his resolve to confront the masked man. Dinner was swiftly prepared, and after the meal, Zhou Yi retired to his room to rest. The following day, At 8 o'clock a.m. sharp, he clocked in for work. There had been little progress on the previous day's case. Huang Ying had deliberately evaded surveillance upon leaving the hotel. Aside from a solitary photo captured yesterday, no further images had surfaced. However, where one side lacked clarity, another shone through. The case he had reported anonymously had seen advancements. We and Oppos, VE identified the actual resident of the villa. A man presented a photograph to Wu Weiguo, then waved at Zhou Yi with a smile. Hello, new colleague. I'm Liu. Hello. Zhou Yi nodded. In their unit of 10, he had already met 4 members. Team leader Wu Weiguo, the lovely Li Wan from the previous day, the man before him, Liu, and a chubby girl in the corner, wearing glasses and engrossed in a drama, named Wang and I. The remaining 4 had been assigned tasks elsewhere. Wu Weiguo scrutinized the photograph and inquired, what are the specific details? None. Liu shook his head. I've had the tech department conduct a facial recognition search, but there is no information on this individual in the database. An undocumented person? Wu Weiguo frowned. Indeed. Liu confirmed, his expression grave. Captain, this case may be more complex than it appears. An undocumented individual, a private holding facility, and a masked extraordinary being at the Xian level. Zhou Yi feigned casual interest, casting a glance at the photograph in Wu Weiguo's hand. It depicted none other than Du Yufan. Indeed, it's quite intricate. Wu Weiguo and Oppos' gaze deepened, lost in contemplation. He then produced a document and handed it to Liu. Yesterday, a brawl occurred at a hotel on Guanghua Street. Here is the case report. Liu reviewed the document, stunned. Is it her? Yes, Wu Weiguo waved his hand. Instruct the tech department to continue searching for new leads. A formidable force has suddenly emerged in Chong and Oppos and City. We must uncover the truth. Understood, Liu nodded. After their conversation, Liu resumed his investigation while Zhou Yi remained at his workstation. He had no tasks for the day. Routine cases were managed by subordinate units, and only when extraordinary beings were involved would patrol officers be dispatched. At 5 o'clock p.m., Zhou Yi finished work but did not return home. Instead, he made his way to a location known as Shuyan Community, where Huang Ying was temporarily hiding. In a secluded corner of the basement of Unit 1, Zhou Yi observed a room piled with clutter, finding it empty. Just then, a soft sound emerged from behind him. You've arrived, Huang Ying's voice resonated. Zhou Yi turned, maintaining a steady expression. Yes. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Huang Ying furrowed her brow. It is perilous. I am certain. Very well. Chapter 21. Murder the night envelopes the city, where towering skyscrapers are adorned with brilliant, colorful advertisements and vibrant, flickering neon lights. The streets teem with a bustling throng. A scene of prosperity and vitality. Yet, in stark contrast, a secluded alley lies shrouded in darkness, the streetlights failing to penetrate its depths. Bang! Huang Ying and Oppos' back collided forcefully with the damp wall, a dull thud echoing through the oppressive silence of the alley, amplifying her labored breaths. She clenched her fists, her gaze fixed on the masked figure approaching her with deliberate steps. Drawing a deep breath, she unsheathed a steel baseball bat from her waist and charged forward. Die! Since emerging from the mythic instance, these masked pursuers had relentlessly sought her out, driven by the demise of Du Yufan within that realm. The specifics of his death remained obscured to her, as the fog of the instance rendered visibility nearly non-existent. Yet, analyzing the circumstances, it was highly probable that Du Yufan had fallen victim to one of the characters within the instance, specifically, the tall crimson figure she had glimpsed at the edge of the Qinghua Temple. Recent investigations suggested that this entity was none other than the fabled Yaksha king. She had recounted this tale to her pursuers countless times, yet to no avail. The masked figures remained resolute in their intention to abduct her. Fortunately, upon concluding the instance, she had ascended to the realm of the Xian-level extraordinary, augmenting her powers and acquiring 2 new attributes. Coupled with her original attribute, Phantom Shadow, these enhancements had allowed her to evade capture time and again. Initially, she had resolved to remain hidden until the storm passed, ensuring her father and Oppos' safety in the process. However, everything shifted after her encounter with Zhou Yi yesterday. How had he survived? Why had he not been with the others in the instance? What trials had he faced alone? And why had he not been transported back to the origin point after its conclusion? A cascade of questions plagued Huang Ying's mind. Yet, this was not the time for answers. The conversation with Zhou Yi lingered in her thoughts. Hide? How long do you plan to evade? If they persist in their pursuit, will you hide for a lifetime? Even if you manage to escape, what about your father? Have you considered that perhaps we could join forces? Join forces? She had queried. Incredulous. Indeed, the fates of our lives intertwine. The masked figures have not pursued me, perhaps because they remain unaware of my survival. And as you said, even if I am an inspector, they may not hesitate to strike if they discover my existence. Thus, we share a common interest in this matter. Then, how do we join forces? Those masked figures are formidable. Can we enlist the help of the inspection team? Not at this moment. How many are pursuing you now? 1. Then it is simple. Lure him into a confrontation. I shall wait in the shadows to strike. You? Yes. What are the odds of success? 70%. Very well. Zhou Yi and Apos. S reasoning resonated deeply with her. How long could she continue to hide? Furthermore, with time, would she and her father truly remain safe? Collaborating with Zhou Yi, leveraging the strength of the inspection team, offered a glimmer of hope. Fighting with all her might was preferable to living like a rat in a sewer indefinitely. Resolute, a fierce determination glimmered in her eyes as she gripped the baseball bat. No longer would she flee, she charged toward the masked figure. Taken aback by her audacity, the assailant hesitated, momentarily caught off guard. However, the six-pointed star emblem on his palm began to glow with a faint blue light, and he retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Huang Ying. Bang! The clash commenced. Huang Ying swung her bat wildly at the masked figure, who adeptly countered her every move, either blocking with his arms or skillfully evading her strikes. Both were extraordinary beings. Their exchanges rapid and intense. Yet, it was evident that the masked figure possessed superior strength. Amidst the flurry of blows, he found time to counterattack, landing a punishing strike to Huang Ying's wrist. The searing pain elicited an instinctive reaction, causing the bat to tumble from her grasp. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, the masked figure lifted his fist, aiming for her face. However, as his punch connected, it felt as though he struck only air. In the next instant, the amp, Apos, Huang Ying and amp, Apos, before him began to dissipate. The attribute, Phantom Shadow. Huang Ying had already positioned herself behind him, brandishing a glimmering dagger, her movements imbued with newfound swiftness. With both attributes activated, Phantom Shadow and agility, her speed and reflexes surged dramatically for a brief duration. She lunged at the masked figure's heart with the dagger, nearly succeeding. Yet, he spun around in an instant, seizing her wrist with an iron grip. Despite her desperate effort to drive the blade home, his strength was overwhelming, rendering her attempts futile. In this stalemate, Huang Ying could almost hear the mocking laughter emanating from behind the mask. Bang! His fist struck her abdomen with tremendous force, sending her crashing against the wall several meters away. Pain radiated through her body as she slumped against the wall, blood trickling from her lips. The masked figure was at least 60 Xian level in prowess, a stark contrast to her own nascent abilities. He casually discarded the dagger before advancing toward her, retrieving a walkie-talkie as he did. Number 1, the target has been captured. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden sound pierced the darkness of the alley. The masked figure, observing Huang Ying and Apos' incapacitated form, felt an unexpected warmth seeping into his neck. The words died on his lips as he reached up to touch the source of the moisture, only to find it was a warm, red liquid. There was no time to contemplate further, and the next moment, his vision faded to black, consciousness slipping away entirely. Meanwhile, Huang Ying, battered and leaning against the wall, watched in disbelief as the masked figure staggered toward her, only to suddenly collapse, blood gushing forth as he fell lifelessly before her. Her eyes widened in confusion. And then a familiar voice echoed in her ear. "It's me. The inspection team is nearby. Make your escape. Do not disturb the masked figure's body." It serves as a clue for the inspection team. It was Zhou Yi. Huang Ying glanced around, yet could discern no trace of him. This is invisibility. A gasp escaped her lips. No wonder Zhou Yi had expressed a 70% chance of eliminating the masked figure. So this was his strategy. Chapter 22. The Starry Society. This alleyway was, without a doubt, the rendezvous point previously arranged by Huang Ying and Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi had concealed himself here in advance, while Huang Ying lured the masked man to this location. According to their plan, Huang Ying would exert every ounce of her strength to engage in combat with the masked individual, ideally exhausting some of the enemy and Apos' stamina. Subsequently, Zhou Yi would strike with lethal precision from his hidden vantage point. However, during her skirmish with the masked man, Huang Ying despaired as she realized she was utterly outmatched. What was intended to be a fierce battle had devolved into a relentless onslaught against her. Even after utilizing her skills, a sudden attack from behind failed to yield any advantage. When she was ultimately forced back against the wall, blood trickling from her lips, she surrendered to despair. resigning herself to the belief that their plan had failed. Her only hope was that Zhou Yi would manage to escape and ensure her father's safety. To her utter astonishment, in this desolate, eerie alley, the advancing masked figure was suddenly met with a swift, fatal strike to the throat. Blood gushed forth as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In an instant, the once formidable adversary transformed into a mere carcass. Throughout this entire ordeal, Huang Ying had not glimpsed another soul in the alley until Zhou Yi's voice echoed in the silence. She had assumed that Zhou Yi, witnessing her utter inability to contend with the masked man, had abandoned the plan and fled. Little did she know. Regardless, the imminent threat had been neutralized. Although the crisis had not fully dissipated, Du Yufan and Amp, Oppo's background remained shrouded in mystery, and the slain masked man was merely a pawn. The trumpet of counteroffensive had sounded. The clattering of hurried footsteps from outside the alley suddenly interrupted the quiet. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, Huang Ying hastily retrieved her fallen dagger, clutching her abdomen as she vanished into the shadows. The next moment, Wu Weiguo and Li Yu appeared. "Captain." Upon spotting the corpse lying in the alley, Li Yu immediately heightened his vigilance, scanning their surroundings. Wu Weiguo furrowed his brow and approached the lifeless body, kneeling beside it. He carefully removed the mask from the deceased and Amp, Oppo's face, revealing an ordinary middle-aged man and Amp, Oppo's visage. As he continued his examination, Wu Weiguo noticed a six-pointed star emblem emblazoned on the deceased and Amp, Oppo's palm. At the sight of this emblem, Wu Weiguo and Amp, Oppo's pupils constricted. It was the Starry Society. What? Li Yu, who had been on alert, was momentarily taken aback. Without elaboration, Wu Weiguo surveyed the vicinity to confirm there were no other individuals present before instructing Li Yu. "Assist me in transporting the body back." "Understood." Li Yu nodded in agreement. The following day, at the Chong'an City inspection team. "What?" Zhou Yi stared incredulously at Captain Wu Weiguo, unable to restrain himself from asking. "A murder occurred last night." "Indeed," Wu Weiguo affirmed with a nod. "The recent spate of incidents seems intricately connected." Speaking with Su Nan, a member of their team, a gentleman in his 20s with long hair and glasses, exuding a scholarly air. Today was unlike any other, as all 9 members of the first inspection team were present. At that moment, Li Yu entered, carrying an analysis report. According to the autopsy results, the deceased is identified as a transcendent of the Xian rank, and not a recently elevated one. The cause of death was a knife to the throat, and notably, there was a discernible 6-pointed star emblem on the palm. Li Yu continued. The perpetrator must be at least a 70 resonance transcendent of the Xian rank. 70% resonance? One team member frowned. Such transcendent individuals should be rare in Chong'an City. Indeed, Li Yu nodded. With the entire team assembled, Wu Weiguo clapped his hands together. Now that everyone is here, let's convene to discuss the recent cases. As all took their seats, Zhou Yi settled into his workspace, while Wu Weiguo stood at the forefront, his expression grave. Chong'an City has been quite tumultuous of late. We first witnessed a wave of disappearances across the city, followed by an anonymous tip-off, then a brawl at a hotel, and lastly, last night and Amp, Oppo's murder. Based on the information we currently possess, it is reasonable to conclude that the tip-off, the hotel brawl, and last night's murder are interconnected. Li Yu has previously spotted a masked individual resembling the deceased near the villa mentioned in the tip-off, leading us to suspect that the murderer is likely this woman. As he spoke, Wu Weiguo produced a surveillance photograph, revealing none other than Huang Ying. Simultaneously, Wu Weiguo began to disclose Huang Ying's details. Huang Ying, 24 years old. Records indicate that she has entered mythic dungeons 5 times, her strength estimated to be around the Xian rank. Should we issue a warrant for her? Someone inquired. No. Wu Weiguo waved his hand. Allow me to finish. The 3 cases discussed are collectively referred to as the tip-off case. We discovered the 6-pointed star emblem on the palm of the deceased in the tip-off case, which closely aligns with the clues gathered from the disappearance cases, confirming that the recent incidents in Chon and Amp, Oppo's, and City are orchestrated by the Starry Society. The Starry Society? Zhou Yi pondered, a hint of confusion crossing his face. It sounds like an organization. So, is this the backing of Du Yufan? Wu Weiguo began his explanation. The Starry Society is an underground power organization, classified as a Level 1 wanted target by the inspection team. Level 1 wanted. Although Zhou Yi was unfamiliar with the implications of such a classification, it was evident that the Starry Society was no ordinary entity. Consequently, a chorus of astonishment erupted from the office following Wu Weiguo and Oppo's revelation. Level 1 wanted. What on earth is the Starry Society? Silence. Wu Weiguo's expression turned serious. The Chief Inspector of Chong'an City has issued a directive from today onward. All inspection officers are to remain on standby around the clock while conducting a citywide search for the Starry Society's whereabouts. As for Huang Ying, the suspect in the tip-off case, she is to be safeguarded upon discovery. She may provide us with crucial leads. After concluding, Wu Weiguo turned his gaze to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, I've communicated with the armory. For the duration of this period, you will temporarily possess the authority to carry firearms. You are to collect your weapon and ammunition shortly. Authority to carry firearms. Zhou Yi and Appo's eyes lit up. Such privilege was typically reserved for formal inspection officers, as interns were prohibited from bearing arms. Yet now, he too would wield this power. Understood, Zhou Yi nodded. Contemplating the potential of his stealth skills combined with the devastating firepower of firearms, envisioning how he could deliver a fatal blow to his adversaries at a pivotal moment. While transcendent beings possessed physical capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary humans, a bullet to the forehead would undoubtedly spell their demise. At the very least, even a Xian-ranked transcendent would not withstand such an assault. Chapter 23. Transformation from Divine to Demon. After the meeting concluded, Wu Weiguo and his companions set out to execute their patrolling duties. The patrol officers of Chong and Appo's and city fragmented into smaller units, each armed with a walkie-talkie, meticulously searching for traces of the Xingmong Society throughout the city. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi arrived at the equipment depot of the patrol team, where he successfully acquired a pistol along with a magazine containing 12 rounds. The patrol team did not inquire about the use of ammunition. Once depleted, officers could simply return for a new supply. The inside of the patrol officers' long coats featured pockets specifically designed for firearms, allowing Zhou Yi to secure the pistol safely. Having completed this task, Zhou Yi departed from the patrol team, ready to commence his own surveillance mission. Unlike other officers who scoured aimlessly, Zhou Yi headed directly toward the location where Huang Ying was hiding. Having completed the first phase of their plan by collaborating to eliminate a masked individual the previous night, they had successfully garnered the attention of the patrol team. In fact, given the current circumstances, one could assert that they had exceeded their initial goals. Upon learning that Du Yufan was an illegal resident, Zhou Yi had surmised that these individuals might be involved in illicit activities, prompting him to devise a strategy that would enlist the patrol team's assistance in resolving his troubles. To his surprise, these individuals turned out to be top priority targets for the patrol team. Now, with the Xingmong Society successfully capturing the attention of the patrol team in Chong'an City, the next step was to observe the unfolding situation. Perhaps there would be no need for him to intervene further, as the patrol officers would eliminate the threat completely. This thought put Zhou Yi in a good mood, and he considered sharing this positive news with Huang Ying. Furthermore, since the masked individual was affiliated with the Xingmong Society, the patrol team did not intend to hold Huang Ying accountable. It would be more prudent for her to approach the patrol team for protection rather than living in constant fear. The patrol team boasted numerous formidable extraordinary beings capable of ensuring her safety. However, it was essential to inform her in advance. All matters concerning him, whether related to the masked individual or the mythological instance, needed to remain confidential. Having interacted with Huang Ying several times, he found her character trustworthy. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Zhou Yi soon arrived at the basement of the community where Huang Ying had previously taken refuge. From a distance, he spotted her in the storage room. Just as he was about to greet her, he noticed that Huang Ying was frantically shaking her head in a gesture of warning. At that moment, as he adjusted his line of sight, Zhou Yi discerned 5 masked individuals standing before her in the storage room. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Huang Ying had been bound to a chair. Her unusual behavior immediately drew the attention of the masked individuals, one of whom turned to face Zhou Yi. He rasped, a note of confusion in his voice. In the next instant, the masked figure swiftly approached Zhou Yi. You're not dead? Recognizing Zhou Yi as the individual he believed had perished after the conclusion of the instance, the masked man was taken aback to see him alive and well, even clad in the uniform of a patrol officer. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The teleportation talisman. You killed the young master. Now aware of the situation, the masked leader stepped back and commanded the other 4, surround him. As his words fell, the 4 masked individuals moved to encircle Zhou Yi. At that moment, Zhou Yi recognized that this masked individual was the same one who had opened the door for him when he was imprisoned in the dungeon. Run, Huang Ying shouted. Knowing that Zhou Yi and Appo's ability of invisibility could provide him a chance to escape while the masked individuals were unprepared. However, perhaps fearing that he would be unable to assist Huang Ying amidst the chaos or perhaps incensed by her outcry. The leader struck Huang Ying on the neck with a palm strike, causing her to let out a muffled groan and lose consciousness. With Huang Ying incapacitated, the leader turned his gaze to Zhou Yi and ordered the others, "We need him alive." "Yes." The four masked individuals responded, preparing to act. However, in the next moment, Zhou Yi, who had been encircled, suddenly vanished. The masked individuals stood in bewilderment, their expressions reflecting confusion, yet they had no time to ponder. For the very next second, bang. Bang bang. The previously silent basement erupted with explosive gunfire, as if terrifying yellow flames had materialized from thin air. The shockwave from the ammunition detonations propelled the bullets toward the chests and heads of the masked individuals at an unavoidably swift velocity. With a sickening thud, bullets pierced through the bodies of the masked individuals, blood gushing forth. Even extraordinary beings, despite their superior strength, were merely flesh and blood, unprepared. They were no different from ordinary humans when confronted with supersonic metal projectiles. In the blink of an eye, two masked individuals lay lifeless in pools of their own blood. "Defend yourselves," the leader commanded as he swiftly reacted. A six-pointed star symbol on his palm glowed with a faint blue light, and a protective barrier materialized. Bang! Bang! Two more shots rang out. The basement still appeared empty, resembling a haunted space, when suddenly flames ignited in midair. One bullet was intercepted by the barrier, shattering upon impact, while the other struck one masked individual in the thigh, causing him to grunt in pain and fall to one knee. Then, Zhou Yi materialized before them. The 30 seconds of invisibility had concluded. Lacking any formal shooting training, Zhou Yi managed to discharge only 5 rounds within that time frame, resulting in 2 masked individuals dead and 1 injured. A commendable performance, considering it was his inaugural experience with firearms. Observing the barrier that could withstand bullets, Zhou Yi holstered his pistol. In the absence of preparation, firearms proved to be immensely lethal. However, once the adversary was ready, their effectiveness diminished significantly. Despite 2 deaths and 1 injury among their ranks, the leader of the masked individuals remained unfazed. The symbol on his palm brightened further, and an overwhelming sense of pressure began to radiate from him. Undoubtedly, this leader was far superior to the masked individual Zhou Yi had slain the previous night. Under the weight of their hierarchical disparity, Zhou Yi found it challenging to summon his inner strength. Yet, he chose not to flee. Gazing at the 3 adversaries in the desolate underground garage, a glint of cold resolve flickered in his eyes. Transformation from divine to demon, he silently recited in his mind. In the next instant, Zhou Yi's body began to undergo a rapid metamorphosis. He grew taller, crimson blades extended from the joints of his arms, razor-sharp and formidable, his muscles bulging and his visage transforming into that of a fearsome demon. Chapter 24, Total Annihilation, Transcendence into Demon. Effect 1. Upon entering the instance, directly transform into a deity demon and unlock a unique destiny mission. Effect 2. Completing the deity demon destiny mission grants the ability to transform into a deity demon in the real world, albeit with certain restrictions on power. Having fulfilled the destiny mission of the Yaksha King, Zhou Yi could now transform into the Yaksha King. The transformation lasted for 3 minutes, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Zhou Yi was uncertain about the extent to which his power would be suppressed in the real world after the transformation, but he presumed it would not be feeble. 3 minutes. He must eliminate all masked figures within this time. In the vast, empty basement, Zhou Yi transformed into the Yaksha King, feeling the surge of power within him. Although it was evidently not as overwhelming as during his time in the mythological instance, it still exuded a formidable strength. A perfect opportunity to test this out. After transforming into the Yaksha King, Zhou Yi and Appos, as once vibrant pupils, turned cold and merciless. Before him, 3 masked figures, including their leader, were momentarily stunned to witness Zhou Yi transform into a terrifying entity towering nearly 2 meters high. However, while they were dazed, Zhou Yi was not. With limited transformation duration, Zhou Yi swiftly extended the blade from his arm, shifting his stance, and appeared 3 meters away in an instant. In a few strides, he reached the side of a masked figure with an injured leg, swinging his blade fiercely, with a sound akin to slicing through vegetables. The injured masked figure and Appos' chest was cleaved open by Zhou Yi and Appos' arm blade, a torrent of blood gushing forth as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. With 5 down to 2, the leader of the masked figures immediately commanded, "Do not hold back. Kill him." At this point, any hesitation would seal their fate. Upon uttering this, the remaining 2 masked figures summoned faint blue hexagrams in their palms, and almost simultaneously, their bodies swelled several times, muscles bulging as if they were transforming into hulking brutes. Their expanded forms ripped through their clothing, leaving their upper bodies bare, save for their lower regions, which remained modestly covered. The masks on their faces, however, remained intact, allowing Zhou Yi to observe their peculiar appearance. Their skin bore a pale green hue, distinctly different from that of an ordinary human. Furthermore, their muscular expansion seemed to stem from the effects of a special ability. Yet such abilities are typically randomly assigned to extraordinary beings. Why did they both fortuitously possess the same ability? These questions troubled Zhou Yi, but time was of the essence. He raised his arm blade to confront the two masked figures. The two masked figures flanked him, one on the left and one on the right, preparing to encircle Zhou Yi. In a mere blink, their fists were closing in on his face. Just as their punches were about to land, Zhou Yi abruptly darted forward. With a resounding thud, the masked figures and Appos fists collided, producing a dull sound. Yet, they seemed impervious to pain, merely shaking off the impact. The leader of the masked figures produced two iron rods from somewhere, tossing one to his companion. Armed, they launched their next offensive. Their staff techniques were remarkably sharp strikes, sweeps, and thrusts, demonstrating a harmonious synergy. However, Zhou Yi, in his Yaksha king form, was not easily outmatched. He held his ground against their assault and even began to gain the upper hand. This stalemate could not persist. He needed a swift resolution. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth as the blade on his arm glowed ominously. With a horizontal sweep, he temporarily forced the two masked figures back before leaping backward, fluidly plunging his arm blade into the ground. Blades of blood, bloom. Zhou Yi and Appos' incantation resonated as a multitude of blood-red spikes erupted from the floor, ensnaring the two masked figures within their grasp. With a piercing sound, one of them was impaled by the emerging spikes. The leader, more powerful, narrowly evaded the onslaught. Glancing at Zhou Yi, the monstrous figure before him, clenching his iron rod, he summoned all his strength for a decisive blow. Yet, before he could approach, Zhou Yi's voice rang out once more. Into the earth, lotus bloom. A wider, denser, and sharper array of blood-red spikes erupted again. The leader dodged swiftly but was a moment too late, one leg skewered. Strangely, he seemed unaffected by pain as he continued his assault on Zhou Yi. Witnessing this, Zhou Yi raised his blade once more. The two figures charged at each other like a cinematic clash, everything transpiring in a heartbeat. Their forms intersected and then separated instantaneously, each now back to back. 3 seconds later, the leader of the masked figures suddenly collapsed, a deep, unseeable gash appearing at his neck, blood gushing forth. He fell to the ground, lifeless. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi's transformation had concluded, reverting him to his former self. His complexion was ashen, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, resembling someone suffering from hypoglycemia, barely able to stand as his vision blurred. With a thud, Zhou Yi finally succumbed to exhaustion, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. The technique he had employed, 1,000-foot lotus terrace, was immensely powerful yet extraordinarily taxing, and the leader had proven formidable, making their battle quite perilous. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he could have easily found himself amidst the bloodshed. While the transformation into a deity or demon granted instantaneous strength, it also led to a significant period of weakness afterward, especially following an intense exertion. Zhou Yi resolved to be mindful of this in the future. The commotion from their battle would likely attract attention, possibly even other patrollers. To avoid complications, he decided to depart promptly. Of course, he needed to bring Huangying along. Before Huangying lost consciousness, she had seen him arrive here. Leaving without her could lead to complications if she were questioned by other patrollers, making it difficult to explain his absence. Chapter 25. Darkness beneath the light. Though Zhou Yi's body was exceedingly frail at present, he nonetheless managed to lead Huangying away. They did not exit the community directly, for the roads surrounding it were laden with surveillance cameras. Given his current condition, even alone, he could not claim with certainty that he could evade their scrutiny. Any attempt at disguise would likely arouse the suspicions of the patrol team. Moreover, he was burdened with the unconscious Huangying. He could only seek a secure location within the community. The commotion from the fight on the lower ground floor had been quite pronounced, particularly due to his transformation into the Night Demon Queen and the use of the Move and Appos, 1,000-rin Lotus platform and Appos, which had created considerable noise. Security personnel were already dispatched to investigate the situation. Once they beheld the scene, they would undoubtedly alert the patrol team. Currently, the patrol officers in Chong and Appos in city were scouring for traces of the Starshine Society, Upon receiving such news, it would not take long before they arrived at the scene. It was imperative to find a safe haven immediately. Zhou Yi and Apos' mind raced as he surveyed the environment of the community, swiftly analyzing his options. Once the patrol team discovered the happenings on the lower ground floor, they would inevitably conduct a thorough search of every nook and cranny of the premises. Whether hiding in a corridor or on the rooftop, it would be all too easy to be exposed, unless he could find refuge in the home of a local resident. But how could that be feasible? He had no acquaintances in this community, and with an unconscious Huang Ying in tow. It would be a stroke of luck if others did not report him as a perpetrator to the patrol team, let alone allow him entry into their home. What to do? Panic began to set in. If the patrol team discovered both himself and Huang Ying at the scene, an endless cascade of troubles would ensue, especially considering that all the masked individuals were of at least mystic-level strength. How could he have possibly managed to eliminate them all? Transforming from a mere mortal into a demon? No, this was a secret Zhou Yi would never disclose to anyone. The patrol team, though an official organization, could not guarantee the absence of malefactors within its ranks. He was his own foremost guardian, and exercising caution was essential. In that moment, a bold idea struck Zhou Yi. Return to the lower ground floor. Given the current circumstances, hiding anywhere within the community would be futile against the patrol team and Apos' search. And the only place that might still offer some semblance of concealment was the crime scene itself. Indeed, the darkest corners often provide the safest refuge. There was no other choice but to take this gamble. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yi altered his course and dragged Huang Ying back towards the lower ground floor. The lower ground served as the community's parking lot, expansive and quiet. Upon stealthily returning to the crime scene, he overheard a trembling voice. "Hello? Is this the patrol team? Many people have died here. The address is 52 Fu and Amp, Apos, and Road, Xian Community, lower ground floor." Yes. The security guard and Apos' quavering voice trailed off as he hurried away. For an ordinary person, witnessing such a scene would be profoundly terrifying. The lower ground fell silent once more. Within 10 minutes, patrol officers would arrive at the scene. He needed to find a hidden spot. Zhou Yi began to search. Knowing that the original storage room would be unsuitable, too close to the crime scene and lacking anything to conceal himself with. As for other corners, no. While the lower ground lacked surveillance, basic lighting remained installed, and the brightness was insufficiently dim. If patrol officers happened to wander by, he could easily be discovered. Zhou Yi surveyed the parked vehicles around him. Perhaps hiding inside a car? He sought out an old vehicle, long abandoned in the garage, covered in dust. One that had not been driven in years. Such a car would go unnoticed even if he pried the door open. It was a viable option. Time was of the essence, and Zhou Yi immediately went into action. Soon, he spotted an old sedan, its surface cloaked in dust, its windows obscured, and the tires flat, clearly a forsaken automobile. This would do. Approaching the car, he grasped the handle of the rear door and exerted force. In his previous life, he had seen videos demonstrating how to unlock a door when the keys were left inside, without damaging the lock itself. Using an air wedge to create a small gap, he could slip in a slender wire to unlock it. Lacking an air wedge, Zhou Yi resorted to his own strength. Though weakened, his power still surpassed that of an average person. He had already procured a thin wire from the storage room where Huang Ying had been hiding. With practiced ease, he heard a satisfying click as the door opened. His familiarity stemmed not from any illicit activities in his past life, but rather from having encountered similar situations before. Throughout the process, he was careful not to disturb the dust clinging to the car and Apos' exterior, striving to maintain its original state. This was the safest approach. The back seat held little but some old clothing, which, while lacking dust, bore a musty odor from prolonged disuse. After opening the door wide, he first placed Huang Ying inside. Followed by himself, he gently closed the door and locked the vehicle. The dust covered all the windows and combined with the relatively dim light of the lower ground. Visibility from the outside was utterly obstructed, ensuring their safety. Zhou Yi exhaled a long sigh of relief. Next, he retrieved his phone, silencing it. In the event of an emergency, it was likely he would be notified, and should his phone ring while they hid inside, it would be quite awkward. To err on the side of caution, he also rummaged through Huang Ying's pockets, finding her phone. However, as he did not know the unlock code, he simply powered it off. Just as he completed these tasks, sounds emanated from the lower ground. The echo in the underground garage was pronounced, and given that the two vehicles where he hid were quite old with poor soundproofing, Zhou Yi could discern the noises outside. which also meant that the outside could hear the sounds within. Yes, this is the place. The voice belonged to the security guard who had come to investigate earlier. Then, a man in Apos' voice followed. Captain, it's the Starshine Society. This voice was familiar to Zhou Yi. It seemed to belong to a patrol officer named Liu from his team. With so many fatalities, what had transpired here? Then came Wu Weiguo and Apos' voice. You go ahead. We will handle the investigation here. Additionally, notify the residents of the community that the underground garage is temporarily closed. Chapter 26. The Extraordinary of the Earth level on the first basement floor. Only Wu Weiguo and Liu remained, gazing at the numerous corpses of masked individuals scattered about. Liu was profoundly shaken. Captain, surely these masked figures cannot all be extraordinary beings above the Xian level. Where did such a multitude of experts suddenly emerge in Chong and Apos, and City? Wu Weiguo did not respond, silently examining the entire crime scene. He attempted to deduce the nature of the battle that had transpired, based on the positions of the deceased, but the chaos made direct inference challenging. He first approached two nearby corpses and squatted to inspect them. Gunshots. One corpse bore a bullet wound to the forehead, while the other had a gunshot wound to the heart. Undoubtedly, both had perished by gunfire. After scrutinizing these bodies, Wu Weiguo stood and moved towards a masked corpse near the storage room. The leg had a bullet hole, and the chest bore a deep wound, suggesting it had been shot in the leg before being fatally stabbed with a sharp weapon. Then he turned to inspect another nearby corpse, which exhibited a peculiar upward stab wound. Was the assailant lying on the ground when they struck? The final body had an upward stab wound in the thigh and a slit throat. Could it be that two individuals collaborated? Liu furrowed his brow. It doesn't seem likely. Wu Weiguo shook his head. If two extraordinary beings were working together, bullet wounds would be evident on each body. This must be the work of a single individual. One person. Liu felt a jolt of alarm. If these masked figures are all of Xian level, then it must be an Earth-level extraordinary being taking on 5 at once, right? That possibility cannot be dismissed, Wu Weiguo acknowledged. Good heavens. Currently, the only known Earth-level extraordinary being in Chong'an City is the chief inspector of the patrol team. Wu Weiguo surveyed the corpses, inhaled deeply, and then retrieved his phone. He dialed a number. Chief Inspector, I have significant developments that may be related to an Earth-level extraordinary being. The address is 52 Fu and Apos, and Road, Shuyun Community. Basement level 1. Understood, came the reply. After ending the call, Wu Weiguo hung up. Seal off the community. The chief inspector will be here shortly. Understood. Nearby. In a car, Zhou Yi felt a surge of anxiety while also experiencing a slight sense of relief upon overhearing the conversation between Wu Weiguo and Liu. The assailant, presumed to be an Earth-level extraordinary being, would surely not draw suspicion towards himself, especially as he was the weakest patrol officer in the team, possessing merely Huang-level strength. Now, his sole objective was to remain undetected and eliminate all suspicion, even if he had used the firearms issued by the patrol team. Just then, a soft sound escaped a woman as she stirred awake beside him. His heart raced. Zhou Yi quickly covered Huang Ying's mouth while signaling her to be silent. Huang Ying had indeed awakened, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Yet, she understood Zhou Yi's gesture. As he slowly removed his hand from her mouth, she remained quiet. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi pressed his ear against the car door, listening to Wu Weiguo and Liu continue their discussion, seemingly unaware of the commotion on their side, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Beside him, Huang Ying's mind was flooded with questions. She could only recall that while hiding in the storage room, 5 masked figures had suddenly appeared and captured her, inquiring about the death of the masked individual known as Number 6. Number 6 was likely the figure murdered in the alley the previous night. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yi had arrived. She had urgently urged him to leave, only to be struck on the back of the neck by one of the masked men, rendering her unconscious. Upon waking, she found herself hiding in the car with Zhou Yi. Listening closely, she realized they were still on the basement level. What had become of those masked individuals? How had Zhou Yi managed to bring her here while she was unconscious? Who were the people outside? What had transpired in between? A cascade of questions flooded her mind. However, Huang Ying was not foolish. She recognized that this was not the time for conversation and remained silent. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, the arrival of more individuals. A voice broke through the quiet. Chief Inspector. Yes. Is this the crime scene? Indeed. I conducted a preliminary examination of the corpses and discovered 2 types of wounds, gunshot and stab wounds. However, it appears to be the work of a single person. Furthermore, The estimated strength of these masked figures is above the Xian level. 1 against 5, and given the scene and Appos, as cleanliness. It must be an Earth-level extraordinary being who accomplished this. Inside the car, Huang Ying and Appos' eyes widened in disbelief. What? The 5 masked figures are all dead? Gunshot wounds? Stab wounds? 1 against 5? An Earth-level extraordinary being? Instinctively, she turned to Zhou Yi, her internal confusion reaching a crescendo. Beside her, Zhou Yi shook his head, signaling her to remain silent. The conversation outside continued. Wu Wei was stated, I have dispatched personnel to search the building corridors, rooftops, and other potential hiding spots, but no suspicious individuals have been found. We are currently retrieving the surveillance footage from within and around the community. But it will take some time. The chief inspector replied, leave the surveillance to the others. Do not expend energy here. Given the level of skill required, it is unlikely that useful information will be captured. Transport all the bodies back to the patrol team for further examination. The primary task of the patrol team remains the search for the whereabouts of the Xingmong Society. This mysterious Earth-level extraordinary being has eliminated so many members of the Xingmong Society. In this matter, we are on the same side, allies rather than enemies. Wu Weiguo nodded in understanding. As their conversation concluded, a brief silence fell outside. Moments later, the sound of bustling footsteps echoed, indicating that the patrol team had arrived to transport the bodies. Conduct another search of the scene to ensure no clues are overlooked, take photographs, and once that is complete, we can clean up the bloodstains, Wu Weiguo ordered. Understood. The sounds of activity persisted for nearly an hour before finally subsiding. Zhou Yi pressed against the car window, ensuring that no sounds lingered outside. He cautiously peered through the dusty glass to assess the situation, confirming that the area was deserted. With a long sigh of relief, he waited another 10 minutes in the car for good measure. Finally, when all was quiet, he gently opened the car door. Indeed, no one was present. Let us go, Zhou Yi said to Huang Ying. She nodded, but just as she was about to speak, Zhou Yi interrupted. I know you have many questions, but our immediate priority is to leave this place. Reluctantly, Huang Ying suppressed her curiosity. All right. Chapter 27. Crisis averted evading surveillance. Zhou Yi and Huang Ying safely departed from the Shuyan community. They settled in a park devoid of entertainment facilities, primarily adorned with flowers, grasses, and trees, and generally sparse in visitors. With no one around, they felt a sense of relief. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Huang Ying inquired, what transpired when I fainted? How did those 5 masked men meet their demise? Who was responsible for their deaths? Were they truly Earth-level extraordinary beings? And why were we hiding in the car? A barrage of questions ensued. Zhou Yi jestingly replied, what if I claimed I was the one who killed them? Would you believe me? Certainly not. Huang Ying retorted without a moment and Appos' hesitation. Those masked men possess strength. While your ability might allow you to stealthily eliminate one, it is implausible to defeat all 5. Zhou Yi chuckled softly. Indeed, when certain events surpass one's understanding, even the truth may be met with skepticism. Yet, that was precisely the desired effect. Observing Huang Ying and Appos' mounting impatience for the so-called Appos' truth and Appos', Zhou Yi maintained his composure as he recounted the narrative he had meticulously crafted. During the encounter, one of the masked men recognized me and intended to capture me. Just as they were about to act, a mysterious and strikingly handsome man appeared, tall, robust, and remarkably attractive, rivaling the likes of Wu Yinzu. He swiftly dispatched 2 of the masked men with gunfire and then vanquished the remaining 3 with a blade. As for me, I was merely an observer alongside you. In a matter of minutes, that enigmatic figure had eliminated all 5. I inquired about his identity, but he merely cast me a detached glance before departing. Once he left, the security personnel from the community arrived, prompting me to find a place for us to hide. Upon discovering the situation, they promptly reported it to the patrol team. Given my position as a patrol officer, I wished to avoid any misunderstandings regarding my involvement in such matters, so I secured a vehicle for our concealment. That was the situation at hand. Upon hearing this, Huang Ying furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. She paid little heed to Zhou Yi and Appos' descriptions of the mysterious man's stature and attractiveness. After learning what had transpired during her unconsciousness, a brief silence enveloped her. Zhou Yi took out his phone and noted a message from Wu Weiguo in their patrol team chat. All members, return to base immediately. A flurry of acknowledgements followed. Zhou Yi responded with an acknowledged before rising to address Huang Ying. I must take my leave. The patrol team has summoned everyone back. Additionally, I advise you to consider this. Since those masked individuals can consistently pinpoint your location, it implies they possess a means to track you. Under such circumstances, no place is truly safe for you, save for the patrol team. They have classified those masked men as top-tier wanted criminals, and if you provide them with information, they will ensure your protection. However, I must request that you keep our previous entry into the same mythical dungeon and our joint effort in eliminating a masked man last night confidential. With that, Zhou Yi departed. He harbored no fears concerning Wukong potentially betraying him upon joining the patrol team. Firstly, from their interactions thus far, she did not strike him as the duplicitous type. Secondly, any offense she might take would yield her no advantage, even if she were to divulge such matters. He could easily navigate the situation with alternative explanations, as he had not committed any legal infractions, including the act of killing the masked man, which was justified given his role as a patrol officer. As Zhou Yi exited the park, he was faced with a more pressing dilemma: ammunition. During the confrontation with the masked men, he had discharged 5 bullets. It was likely that the type of firearm used was identical to that of the patrol team. And his own handgun now had 5 bullets missing. How could he account for this? Would firing additional rounds to alter the count merely serve as a temporary solution? Certainly. He needed to clarify the whereabouts of the bullets. What would he say if an investigation ensued? Lost in thought, he made his way towards the patrol team headquarters. He could not afford to delay, especially since Wukong had instructed all members to return immediately. Arriving 10 minutes later at the patrol team office, he found that most of his colleagues had already returned, with Wukong inspecting their firearms. For the assessment, the bullets that killed the masked men matched the type used by the patrol team, prompting a request to inspect all officers and oppos firearms to ensure none were missing. Please present your weapons, Wukong instructed. All official patrol officers were authorized to carry firearms, and he proceeded to check each weapon systematically, observing this from outside. Zhou Yi felt a surge of anxiety but maintained his composure. He gently knocked on the office door. "Captain," he called. Wukong turned. "You're back. The firearms of the others have been checked and are accounted for. I trust the weapon you were to collect today is still with you?" "Yes," Zhou Yi affirmed, retrieving his own firearm. "Good," Wukong replied. "As long as nothing is missing, we can proceed." It seemed he had no intention of scrutinizing the bullet counts at that moment, a fact that relieved Zhou Yi internally. For the time being, it would be prudent for everyone to avoid acting independently. Ensure that at least 2 members are together at all times, and report any incidents directly to me. At this juncture, Wukong suddenly turned his gaze towards Zhou Yi. "By the way, Zhou Yi." "Yes?" Zhou Yi nodded. "In the coming days, I suggest you frequent the shooting range. Your direct combat capabilities are currently lacking, but with diligent practice, you could significantly improve your marksmanship, coupled with your abilities. This might yield unexpected results and enhance your personal safety." "Absolutely." Zhou Yi's eyes lit up. Wukong's advice was akin to a beacon in the darkness. The challenge of explaining the discharged bullets now seemed surmountable. After all, practice at the shooting range would inevitably consume ammunition, and no one would meticulously track the number of rounds fired during practice sessions. Just as Wukong finished speaking, he received a phone call. "Wukong, where is she?" Chapter 28. The Chief Inspector Chong'an City is home to 4 inspection team bases, each situated in the eastern, western, southern, and northern districts. Each district is presided over by a chief inspector, with the eastern base, where Zhou Yi's inspection team is located, serving as the headquarters for the entire city. The chief inspector here is referred to as the Chief Inspector General. Among all the inspectors in Chong'an City, only the Chief Inspector General possesses the strength of a regional-level extraordinary individual, while the other 3 inspectors remain at the mysterious level. At this moment, all the inspectors convened at the headquarters for a meeting. In the conference room on the top floor, Chief Inspector General Jian looked at the 3 district inspectors before him, his expression unusually grave. Earlier that morning, a major incident occurred in the Eastern District where 5 mysterious-level members of the Xingmong Society were annihilated by a single individual, leaving the scene remarkably clean. Suspected to be the work of a regional-level extraordinary being. "Please share your insights," Jiangxi stated. Although he was only 26 years old, he was already a formidable force with 20 of regional-level spiritual essence. Thus, despite being younger than the other inspectors and even the captains under them, no one dared to challenge his authority. After speaking, Jiangxi scrutinized the 3 inspectors before him, his gaze piercing as if he were examining the subtle expressions on their faces. The inspector from the northern district, a middle-aged man in his 40s named Li Dishing, spoke first, his brow furrowed. If this is indeed the work of a regional-level extraordinary being, should we request support from headquarters? I believe that is unnecessary, interjected Lin Yu. The chief inspector from the Western District, who was relatively younger, in his 30s, with long hair. This regional extraordinary being has eliminated 5 members of the Xingmong Society, indicating a profound conflict between them. As they are adversaries, they may be a potential ally for us. Moreover, our chief inspector general is also a regional extraordinary being. With 2 of us, we can easily handle the Xingmong Society without troubling headquarters. I must disagree, chimed in Zheng Yun, the chief inspector from the Southern District, a curly-haired woman in her 30s. Firstly, while this enigmatic regional extraordinary being is in opposition to the Xingmong Society, it does not guarantee that a partnership can be formed with us. Secondly, the Xingmong Society is quite powerful. Even if what we see is merely the tip of the iceberg in Chong and Apos and City, we must treat it with utmost seriousness and cannot afford to be overly optimistic. As inspectors of Chong and City, we carry the responsibility of maintaining social stability while dismantling the Xingmong Society. Therefore, we must contemplate our decisions carefully. For if our inspection team suffers significant losses, it is the innocent populace that will bleed, especially since this incident is connected to the Xingmong Society. Thus, I align with Inspector Li's viewpoint. Let us report to headquarters and request support. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yu from the Western District chuckled. Since both Inspectors Zhang and Li suggest requesting support, I have no objections to following the majority. Once the 3 had voiced their opinions, they all turned to Chief Inspector General Jiangxi. After a moment of contemplation, Jiangxi declared, "For now, we shall refrain from reporting this matter." As soon as he spoke, Li Dixing and Zheng Yun both attempted to respond, but Jiangxi raised his hand to interrupt them, continuing, "Have we uncovered any leads regarding the Xingmong Society in our citywide search?" Lin Yu replied, "The Western District has yet to make any discoveries." Zheng Yun added, "The Southern District has found nothing." Li Dixing reported, "In the Northern District, we have encountered some suspicious circumstances and are continuing our investigation." "Is that so?" Jiangxi turned his gaze to Li Dixing. Li Dixing explained, "Earlier today, an inspector sensed an unusual spiritual essence fluctuation in the Northern District, which vanished almost instantaneously. I have already dispatched the 3rd inspection team in the Northern District to investigate." "An ephemeral spiritual essence fluctuation?" Jiangxi raised an eyebrow. "Inform me immediately if there are any findings." "Understood," Li Dixing nodded. "Additionally, we discovered bullet casings on the bodies of the 5 deceased members of the Xingmong Society. Analysis of the projectiles indicates they were fired from weapons identical to those used by our inspection team. Please check whether any of our inspectors have reported lost firearms after you return," Jiangxi instructed. The 3 inspectors nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, that concludes our discussion." Just as he was about to dismiss the meeting, a knock sounded at the conference room door. Moments later, Wu Weiguo, dressed in an inspector and Apos S uniform, entered quickly, approaching Jiangxi and whispering something in his ear. Upon hearing it, Jiangxi exhibited a look of surprise and then addressed the 3 inspectors. "Huang Ying has arrived." With that single statement, Jiangxi rose, glancing at the 3 inspectors before saying, "You may return now." Afterward, Jiangxi and Wu Weiguo exited the room. Once outside the conference room, Jiangxi inquired, "Where is she?" "In my office," Wu Weiguo replied. "Ah," Jiangxi responded. The 2 ascended to the 2nd floor. Upon entering Wu Weiguo and Apos S office, they found Huang Ying seated on a side sofa. As they entered, Huang Ying stood up voluntarily. "This is the chief inspector," Wu Weiguo introduced. "Hello," Huang Ying nodded. "Please, take a seat," Jiangxi said with a smile, maintaining a demeanor that was not overly stern, as he walked directly to Wu Weiguo and Apos S desk. Wu Weiguo then discreetly exited the office and closed the door. Inside the office, Jiangxi smiled at Huang Ying. "There and Apos S, no need to be anxious. Let's have a casual chat." Huang Ying nodded. "All right. Recently, members of the Xingmong Society have been pursuing you, correct?" Jiangxi inquired. "The Xingmong Society?" Huang Ying frowned. She had only heard Zhou Yi mention that those masked individuals were first-degree wanted targets of the inspection team, without specifying their identities. Noticing her confusion, Jiangxi added, "They are the masked individuals characterized by a faint blue star pattern that appears in the palm of their hands when utilizing spiritual essence." "Yes," Huang Ying confirmed with a nod. "May I ask why they wish to hunt you?" Jiangxi continued. "It is due to the death of someone named Du Yufan." Huang Ying explained. "Please elaborate," Jiangxi requested. Huang Ying then recounted the events that had transpired, detailing how Du Yufan had died in a mythical instance. leading to the masked individuals pursuing her, as well as the recent incident involving the masked individuals being killed. Naturally, she deliberately omitted any mention of Zhou Yi. As for the masked individual who had died the previous night, she did not bring it up either, as there was no surveillance evidence linking her to the incident. Furthermore, given her recent elevation to the mysterious level, she would not have been able to contend with that masked individual in a one-on-one confrontation. It was wise to avoid unnecessary complications whenever possible. Chapter 29. Speculation. After Huang Ying finished speaking, she was taken to the reception room of the patrol team to rest. In the office, Jiang Ji and Wu Weiguo were analyzing the information provided by Huang Ying. Due to the death of Du Yufan, she was being pursued by the Xingmong Society. Having advanced to the Xian level, she managed to escape successfully, but yesterday she was confronted by 5 masked men. At that moment, a DG-level extraordinary being appeared and eliminated all the masked men. Fearing for her safety, she left the scene before the patrol team arrived. It makes sense, but I still feel something is amiss, Jiang Ji mused, scratching his head. Wu Weiguo frowned. Huang Ying possesses only 2 Lingyun at the Xian level. She certainly could not have been a match for the masked men who were killed last night or the 5 who died today. Furthermore, her social connections are quite limited, and she wouldn't have had access to the patrol team as firearms. She could not have been the one to kill them. I understand, but I can't shake the feeling that she is hiding something. Jiang Ji waved his hand dismissively. For now, let's focus on 2 matters. First, investigate this Du Yufan and ascertain his identity. The Xingmong Society's interest in him suggests he is no ordinary person. Second, look into the 054721 instance. These 2 aspects are crucial according to Huang Ying's information. Upon hearing this, Wu Weiguo nodded. Understood. He turned to leave but was halted by Jiang Ji's voice. Wait a moment. During this time, keep Huang Ying at the patrol team for both accommodation and meals, and assign someone to watch over her, not to spy, but to protect. Wu Weiguo looked puzzled upon hearing this. ISN and AMP, Oppos, is it safe enough for her to stay at the patrol team? Suddenly, he realized something. Could there be issues within our ranks? Jiang Ji shook his head. Just a speculation. Very well, Wu Weiguo replied, departing. Zhou Yi remained at his workstation. Aware that Huang Ying had arrived at the patrol team and guessed Wu Weiguo was currently interrogating her, it would be impossible for him to claim he wasn't nervous. A part of him was indeed concerned that Huang Ying might expose his existence. Just then, he heard a voice. Zhou Yi. At the door stood Wu Weiguo. Zhou Yi and Oppos' heart raced. Why would Captain Wu suddenly call for him alone? Maintaining a calm expression, Zhou Yi approached the doorway. Captain, Wu Weiguo instructed. For the next few days, refrain from participating in patrols. I'm assigning you a task. Keep a close watch on Huang Ying. No one is permitted to take her away without my approval. Additionally, she will be staying here for her meals and lodging. So you can take this opportunity to practice your shooting skills with her. Oh. Zhou Yi felt a wave of relief. Understood. It seemed Huang Ying had not betrayed him after all. Go ahead. She's in the reception room on the 3rd floor, Wu Weiguo said. Okay. Zhou Yi proceeded. Simultaneously hearing Wu Weiguo address other team members, everyone, pair up and continue with patrols to search for traces of the Xingmong Society. Report any findings immediately. Do not act independently. Staying back was quite preferable. Searching for the Xingmong Society was like searching for a needle in a haystack, and given his current strength, encountering them would indeed be troublesome. It was not feasible to hide every time after an encounter. Remaining behind to guard Huang Ying was a sensible choice. Upon reaching the reception room on the 3rd floor, Zhou Yi saw Huang Ying inside. As she spotted him, she opened her mouth to speak. But Zhou Yi subtly shook his head and glanced at the upper right corner of the room. Huang Ying followed his gaze and noticed a surveillance camera, quickly understanding. Hello. I am Zhou Yi, he introduced. Huang Ying, she replied. They exchanged pleasantries, aware that they must maintain the facade. The patrol team had only a few corners that lacked surveillance. Other than private spaces like restrooms, the entire area was under watch, complete with sound recording capabilities. Although it was highly unlikely anyone would scrutinize them, caution was prudent. I will accompany you in the coming days. If you need anything, feel free to let me know. Zhou Yi said. Huang Ying nodded, pondering for a moment. I'm a bit hungry. It was nearly mealtime. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. Follow me. The two descended the hallway towards the side cafeteria. As they passed through the central plaza, the surrounding cameras would no longer capture sound. Huang Ying turned to Zhou Yi, inquiring, Did they send you here to monitor me? Not quite, Zhou Yi replied, maintaining a neutral expression. It feels more like I am here to protect you. Is there something going on within your patrol team? Huang Ying frowned. Possibly, Zhou Yi admitted. Wu Weigu's words. That no one was to take Huang Ying away without his permission initially seemed innocuous, but the more he pondered, the more suspicious it became. Regardless, staying at the patrol team was undoubtedly safer than being outside. Indeed, Huang Ying agreed. I will apply to have your father brought here as well. So you need not worry anymore, Zhou Yi assured her. Thank you. Huang Ying expressed her gratitude. Zhou Yi smiled. When I spoke to them, I did not mention you. Also, I did not discuss last night's incident. Let them assume it was the work of that Deja-level extraordinary being. That works, Huang Ying nodded in agreement. As their conversation reached this point, they arrived at the cafeteria. This is the cafeteria. You can choose your meals freely, and there is no charge, Zhou Yi explained. Huang Ying gazed in envy at the spacious and bright cafeteria. Your treatment here is quite impressive, with an array of Chinese and Western cuisine, as well as various snacks. Huang Ying was overwhelmed. For the past 2 days, she had only dared to consume some instant biscuits to stave off hunger. And a bowl of steaming noodles felt like a luxury. Now, confronted with the dazzling selection of the cafeteria, her mouth watered. Indeed, the treatment is quite commendable. Zhou Yi nodded, casually suggesting, if you wish, you could also apply to join the patrol team. As a young Xian-level extraordinary being, Huang Ying certainly qualified. I'll think about it, she replied with a smile, then proceeded to select her dishes. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi took out his phone and began messaging Captain Wu Weigua. Captain. Huang Ying mentioned that her father is outside and fears being found by the Xingmong Society. Should we consider bringing him to the patrol team temporarily? Before long, Wu Weigua replied. Agreed. Please send me her father's address. I will arrange this matter. You just need to keep an eye on Huang Ying. Understood. Chapter 30. Target practice. The treatment for the patrol team is indeed quite commendable, particularly the dining hall, free, unlimited, and quite palatable. Huang Ying has begun to contemplate whether she should apply to join the patrol team. She is a person who cherishes freedom. Yet if the patrol team offers such benefits and the opportunity to protect her family, it could very well be a viable choice. The recent incident involving masked assailants has shattered her naive belief that staying out of trouble would keep her safe. The stark truth is that, in this world, trouble often seeks one out, and her proud identity as an extraordinary individual is but a mere facade, overshadowed by countless others who are far more powerful. When genuine peril arises, she finds herself incapable of safeguarding even her own well-being, let alone that of her family. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant sound of gunfire pulls Huang Ying back to reality. She glances at Zhou Yi, who is equipped with shooting glasses and earplugs. Then surveys the shooting range of the patrol team, inhaling deeply. Her father had been brought into the team 2 days prior, allowing her to finally breathe easy. For the past few days, she has been residing at the patrol team as quarters. Her days are largely uneventful, aside from the occasional inquiries from Captain Wu, during which she accompanies Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's routine is quite structured. He clocks in at 8 in the morning, heads to the gym for various strength training exercises, and after lunch, proceeds to the shooting range to hone his marksmanship. As for Huang Ying, aside from having access to some gym equipment, she is not permitted to touch anything else. Currently, she can only sit idly by, observing Zhou Yi practice his shooting. Your progress is remarkable, she remarks, watching the scores displayed on the screen. I recall that on your first day, you managed to hit only 3 out of 10 shots from 50 meters. Yet now you've achieved a stable perfect score. Still, it is far from sufficient, Zhou Yi replies, removing his shooting glasses and earplugs, tucking away his pistol as he takes a seat beside her. Huang Ying hands him a bottle of water, which he accepts and takes a sip from. Hitting the target is merely the foundation. One must achieve higher scores on that basis. He glances at the screen displaying shooting scores. With 10 shots, the perfect score is 100, and his current score is a mere 70, just adequate. Let us not forget, I am currently shooting at stationary targets soon. I will face moving targets, as well as dynamic targets that test both reaction time and shooting precision, even if I pass all training. Real combat will present an entirely different scenario. The last time I was able to accurately eliminate those masked assailants with a handgun was due to the effect of my invisibility, allowing me to approach them unnoticed. Shooting at a target from 50 meters is a vastly different challenge than shooting from 2 meters. At 2 meters, as long as I steady my hand when firing, it is nearly impossible to miss. However, I cannot always confront enemies at such close range. The invisibility lasts only 30 seconds, and suddenly becoming visible poses a high risk. Thus, honing my shooting skills, particularly for long-range precision, is of utmost necessity. Take your time, Huang Ying smiles, patting Zhou Yi's shoulder. He nods in response. After a brief respite, As he prepares to continue his shooting practice, his phone vibrates. Upon checking, he discovers a message from Captain Wu. Wu, Zhou Yi. Come to my office with Huang Ying. Understood, Zhou Yi replies, then turns to Huang Ying. Let us go, Captain Wu wants us. Okay, Huang Ying nods. The duo makes their way to Captain Wu's office, knocking on the door. Come in, Wu's voice calls out. Upon their entrance, he states, the stronghold of the Starry Dawn Society has been dismantled. 12 of their extraordinary members have been neutralized, and 20 innocent civilians abducted by them have been rescued. That Du Yufan is actually the son of Hu Ji, a key member of the society. However, Hu Ji is currently not in Chong'an City. The news that the Starry Dawn Society has been eradicated momentarily stunned Zhou Yi. Yet, it is not surprising. After all, Chong'an City is merely a small locale. And the Society's deployment of 18 extraordinary members here was already a considerable undertaking. Adding his previous 6 kills to the 12 eliminated by the patrol team totals 18. The patrol team, being an official entity, acts swiftly and possesses ample intelligence resources, allowing even a black market individual like Du Yufan to be traced. Beside him, Huang Ying's expression darkens. While the eradication of the Starry Dawn Society should be perceived as a positive development, the implication of Hu Ji, a core member, casts a shadow. To ascend to such a position within the society, one must at least be a ground-level extraordinary individual. Despite the society's dismantling, Du Yufan remains a threat due to his lineage. It is certain that Hu Ji will pursue this matter further, leaving her in a precarious situation. Zhou Yi shares this concern. Wu, observing Huang Ying and Appo's evident worry, understands her thoughts. The patrol leader had previously addressed this matter. Huang Ying, you are 24 years old, have participated in 5 mythic instances, and are already an extraordinary individual at the ground level. Averaging a 20% resonance rate per instance signifies you are a highly promising, extraordinary talent. If you wish, you may submit an application to join the patrol team. A 20% average indicates that her evaluations consistently reach an Appo's, excellent Appo's, level, a significant achievement, though not as extraordinary as Zhou Yi's, who has directly met the criteria for top-tier talent. Nevertheless, it places her at a second-tier talent level, making her a prime candidate for recruitment. Given her recent circumstances and her connection to Hu Ji, it stands to reason that as long as her political review poses no issues, her acceptance is almost guaranteed, provided she is willing to join the patrol team. I shall fill out the form immediately, Huang Ying responds without a moment's hesitation. Upon learning of the looming threat posed by Hu Ji, she feels no reluctance in her decision. Though joining the patrol team does not guarantee her safety from Hu Ji, remaining outside of it ensures that he will undoubtedly act against her. Furthermore, by joining, even if Hu Ji were to take action, it would be directed solely at her, alleviating her concerns for her father's safety. All right, Wu says with a smile, then turns to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, take her to fill out the form. Once completed, as with last time, have her undergo various data tests and submit the information along with the application form to me. Zhou Yi nods in agreement. Understood. Chapter 31. Numerous doubts. It was evident that Wu had given prior notice, as Huang Ying and Appo's preliminary examination was approved without a hitch. Zhou Yi escorted Huang Ying to the data testing area behind the gym on the 3rd floor. The first test conducted was a strength assessment. Once you are ready, strike this spot with your maximum force, Zhou Yi instructed. All right, Huang Ying nodded. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her fist and unleashed a powerful blow. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the strength testing apparatus instantly rebounded, with the numbers representing her strength on the screen beginning to soar. 100 kilograms, 300 kilograms, 500 kilograms, 800 kilograms. Ultimately, Huang Ying's strength was recorded at an impressive 978 kilograms. Upon seeing this figure, Zhou Yi couldn't help but recall his own strength assessment, which had measured only 689 kilograms. Was this the disparity between me and an extraordinary practitioner at the Xian level? A full 300 kilograms difference. As he recorded Huang Ying's strength data on her information sheet, he pondered what levels his own metrics might reach after utilizing transforming into a god and demon. During his previous transformation into the Yaksha King in the underground garage, he had faced 3 masked individuals of Xian-level strength without faltering. Had the transformation duration been longer, he would have been even more at ease. So, was it at the Earth level? Quite possibly. The next assessment was for speed. Zhou Yi led Huang Ying to the starting line of the speed test track, instructing her. Once you are ready, sprint towards the finish line at your fastest speed. Huang Ying acknowledged. After a deep breath, she propelled herself forward with great force. Final result, 41 ms. Zhou Yi was taken aback by this figure. His own speed test result had only been 23.8 ms. Nearly half of Huang Ying and Appo's s. All right, let us submit your information sheet, he said. She replied as they made their way to Wu Weiguo and Appo's office. As they walked, Huang Ying glanced at Zhou Yi, her mind swirling with questions. She was eager to understand why Zhou Yi had not joined them in the mythological instance and what he had experienced alone. According to her 5 experiences in the instance, all participants began in the same initial location. Zhou Yi's situation was unprecedented. Moreover, she recalled that during their encounter in the Shuyun community's basement, a masked individual had remarked upon seeing Zhou Yi, the teleportation talisman, "It was you who killed the young master." This statement was particularly thought-provoking. Could Zhou Yi be connected to Du Yufan's demise? Though her mind was filled with uncertainties, Huang Ying hesitated and ultimately chose not to voice her inquiries. Everyone harbored secrets, including herself. For instance, she had inexplicably been awarded a 35 spiritual resonance from the recent mythological instance, which had allowed her to ascend to the Xian level, thus granting her the opportunity to join the inspection team. Despite the eradication of the Xingmong society in Chong'an City, caution was still warranted due to Du Yufan being the son of Hu Ji. Upon reaching a blind spot in the surveillance, Zhou Yi advised Huang Ying, "In the event we encounter any masked individuals again, let us keep each other informed promptly to prepare accordingly." "I understand," Huang Ying nodded. They arrived at Wu Weiguo's office and knocked on the door. After submitting Huang Ying's information sheet to Captain Wu, Zhou Yi departed. Huang Ying remained. It appeared Wu Weiguo wished to discuss matters related to her political evaluation, especially given her recent involvement in several cases. Her family background and personal circumstances were already well known to the inspection team. However, none of this concerned Zhou Yi. For the past few days, he had stayed at the inspection team to keep an eye on Huang Ying, not having returned home for several days. Now, with matters settling down, he could finally return to a normal routine. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 5 in the afternoon. Zhou Yi clocked out. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Chong and Appo's and city inspection team, after a brief inquiry into Huang Ying's background, Wu Weiguo brought her personal information sheet to the office of Inspection Chief Jiangji. "Chief Inspector, this is Huang Ying's application to join the team." Wu Weiguo presented it. Jiangji took a glance at it. Strength, 978 kilograms. Speed, 41 ms. She appears to be an agile type of extraordinary practitioner. Her attributes include afterimage, agility, and perception. Afterimage allows for instantaneous movement across several positions, leaving a phantom in place, a silver attribute. Agility significantly enhances speed and reflexes for 3 minutes, a gray attribute. Perception allows for awareness of the surrounding environment and detection of danger, a silver attribute. 2 silver, 1 gray. 5 instances completed, 5 spiritual resonance at the Xian level. The criteria are quite satisfactory. Given that our recent operation to eradicate the Xingmong society in the eastern district of the city incurred no casualties, there is currently no position available for Huang Ying. Therefore, let her join your team. Zhou Yi's current strength is still relatively weak, so an additional member would bolster the group. Wu Weiguo had no objections to the chief inspector and Appo's arrangement. He nodded and replied, "That works." However, Wu Weiguo and Appo's visit was not solely about Huang Ying. Submitting her application was merely incidental. His primary purpose was to discuss the eradication of the Xingmong society. Noticing Wu Weiguo's hesitant demeanor, Jiangji smiled and said, "Feel free to speak your mind." Wu Weiguo stated directly, "Chief Inspector, regarding the recent joint operation against the Xingmong society, I believe it unfolded too smoothly, raising numerous doubts." "Oh?" Jiangji raised an eyebrow, setting aside Huang Ying's information sheet to focus on Wu Weiguo. "Elaborate." Wu Weiguo nodded and analyzed. "From the moment we discovered the Xingmong society's hideout to its eradication, it took us less than 2 days. Throughout the process, the inspection team suffered almost no casualties. And all the masked individuals we eliminated were extraordinary practitioners with less than 20 spiritual resonance at the Xian level. The so-called mastermind of the Xingmong society was only at 40 spiritual resonance. In contrast, the masked individuals encountered in the previous 2 cases were almost all extraordinary practitioners with 70 spiritual resonance. This disparity in strength is quite concerning. Moreover, the Xingmong society is a top-level target for the headquarters. It should not have been so easy to dismantle. Upon hearing this, Jiang raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that the hideout we destroyed was not the true lair of the Xingmong society? Yes, Wu Weiguo confirmed. There are too many questions. I genuinely feel that way. Don't just feel, Jiang replied with a knowing smile. You are correct. The inspection team did not destroy the Xingmong society's actual lair in Chong'an City. Wu Weiguo was taken aback. Jiang, unfazed, waved his hand with a smile. Go ahead and attend to your duties. Understood. Chapter 32. Countdown to the second instance in the blink of an eye. Half a month has passed. During this time, Chong'an City has returned to tranquility, and Zhou Yi's daily life has also settled into a routine. He clocks in at 8 in the morning and then heads to the gym for training. Although the primary source for extraordinary beings to enhance their physical attributes comes from the ethereal resonance obtained after instance completion, regular exercise can still yield modest improvements in bodily functions. Zhou Yi and Oppo's latest test results show strength 712 kilograms, speed 26.3 ms. His ethereal resonance level remains at 70 of the yellow grade, as Zhou Yi has refrained from using the divine crystal stone. From what he understands, directly absorbing the energy of the divine crystal stone can assist in enhancing one's power to a certain extent. However, the purity of the energy from the divine crystal stone is vastly inferior to the ethereal resonance gained from instance completion. Therefore, the optimal candidates for using the divine crystal stone must meet two conditions. First, they should be perilously close to the next level, such as having only 3 of the required ethereal resonance. Second, they must harbor a psychological fear of mythic instances, apprehensive about perishing in the next encounter. Only upon satisfying these criteria should one consider utilizing the divine crystal stone for enhancement. Clearly, Zhou Yi does not meet these conditions. He is still 30 away from advancing to the next level, and absorbing a divine crystal stone would provide negligible assistance. Moreover, possessing the trait of transforming into a demon alters his perception of mythic instances compared to others. While others are filled with trepidation, Zhou Yi feels anticipation. After all, upon entering an instance, he becomes a formidable being. Why should he fear anything? Considering all factors, Zhou Yi chose not to absorb the energy from the divine crystal stone, opting instead to store it for potential future use. In addition to the slight enhancement of his physical capabilities, his shooting skills have markedly improved during this period of intensive training. For stationary targets at a distance of 50 meters, his score consistently exceeds 95. For moving targets at the same distance, he hits all 10 shots reliably. For dynamic targets that suddenly appear at various positions and retract after 3 seconds, Zhou Yi can now ensure complete accuracy. As he removed his shooting glasses and earplugs, he heard a female voice from behind. Turning around, he saw Wang Ying, clad in her patrol officer uniform, no longer needing to hide, and with her father and Oppo's safety fully assured. Wang Ying and Oppo's mental state had improved significantly compared to before. Her features, already delicate, had been dulled by recent tribulations, but now, with her spirits lifted, she radiated beauty, particularly in her patrol officer attire, which accentuated her poise. All right. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. Wang Ying had also been assigned to the first patrol team, where they would serve as teammates, leaving the shooting range. Wang Ying drove them out for their daily patrol. In the car, she took a deep breath and said, I Don and Oppo's, know why, even though things have been calm lately. I still feel a bit restless. Is it because of Hu Ji? Zhou Yi inquired. Yes, Wang Ying nodded. It and Oppo's, like a sword hanging over my head. Uncertain of when it will fall. Hu Ji will undoubtedly continue his investigation following Du Yufan's death. However, we are now patrol officers. And Chong and Oppo's, and City has recently launched a crackdown on the Starry Dawn Society. Even if he comes, he is unlikely to act against us, Zhou Yi reassured. The turmoil caused by the Starry Dawn Society in Chong and Oppo's and City has just subsided. If Hu Ji dares to harm any patrol officer at this juncture, it would be tantamount to slapping the entire patrol team in the face. He cannot afford to do that. After all, if the Starry Dawn Society were stronger than the patrol team, they would not be in hiding. What we need to do now is to enhance our strength as much as possible before the storm arrives, Zhou Yi concluded. Indeed, Wang Ying agreed, then stopped the car. The so-called daily patrol task essentially involved making appearances in areas dominated by local bullies while subtly asserting their presence to instill a sense of psychological deterrence. Upon arriving at their destination, Wang Ying was about to step out of the car when her gaze suddenly fixed on Zhou Yi's face. What's wrong? Zhou Yi asked, Puzzled, he instinctively touched his face, suspecting there might be something dirty, but found nothing amiss. He then reached for the makeup mirror in the passenger seat. Gazing at his clean visage, momentarily bewildered. In that instant, he understood that Huang Ying was not looking at his face, but rather at entering the mythic instance in 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 54 seconds. Instance number 051572. Through the reflection in the mirror, Zhou Yi, who had intended to check for any smudges, now saw 2 lines of text hovering approximately 10 centimeters above his head. Yes, the countdown to the mythic instance had reappeared. Already? Zhou Yi expressed his surprise. During this period, he had visited the patrol team and Oppo's library several times and gleaned some information about mythic instances. Generally, the frequency at which one is drawn into a mythic instance is relatively fixed. Most individuals are drawn in approximately every 2 months. So why was he being summoned again after only half a month? Nonetheless, it was and Oppo's entirely unwelcome news. With Zhou Yi poised to strike at an unknown moment, enhancing his strength was of utmost importance. If he could attain the rank after this instance, gaining 2 new traits alongside the effects of transforming into a demon, he might possess the capability to defend himself or even confront Zhou Yi. Huang Ying looked at Zhou Yi with a mixture of confusion and uncertainty. Why are you being drawn in again so soon? Zhou Yi interpreted her expression and shrugged. I don't know. Perhaps I'm a chosen one. Come on. Let us carry out our patrol duties. Huang Ying seemed even more bewildered. Aren't Oppo's, you worried? Mythic instances are extremely perilous. It is no exaggeration to say that every entry into a mythic instance feels like dancing on the edge of a blade. Yet, observing Zhou Yi's demeanor, he appeared utterly unfazed, as if he were merely informed of a casual evening gathering. What is there to be anxious about? Zhou Yi smiled. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Huang Ying fell silent, then silently gave Zhou Yi a thumbs up. I admire your mindset. Zhou Yi laughed. Realizing that it wasn't a matter of having a good mindset, it was simply the advantage of possessing the trait, transforming into a demon. Chapter 33. Trust no one. The patrol mission proceeded smoothly without any complications, as Zhou Yi was scheduled to be drawn into the mythic instance within the next 24 hours. The two did not linger outside for long. After completing their patrol, they drove directly back to the inspection team. Upon entering the office, the countdown timer above Zhou Yi and Oppo's had immediately caught Wu Weiguo and Oppo's attention. So soon to enter another instance? Wu Weiguo frowned, pondering the brevity of the interval. Zhou Yi nodded. Yes, I and Oppo's am not quite sure about the circumstances. It suddenly appeared while I was out on patrol with Huang Ying. Wu Weiguo scratched his head, noting that the typical interval for extraordinary beings to be drawn into instances is generally 2 months. Zhou Yi and Oppo's rapid return to the mythic instance puzzled him. Perhaps this was the distinction of a special talent to merely a coincidence? Regardless of the reason, Zhou Yi was now a member of the inspection team and a special talent under the headquarters' close scrutiny. Hurry and visit the information room to consult Director Sun. Have him check if there and Oppo's any information regarding the mythic instance number 051572, Wu Weiguo instructed. Go now. In truth, Zhou Yi's information had long been submitted to the inspection headquarters located in Kyoto. The organization was quite attentive to him and emphasized the necessity of providing adequate support during the initial stages. Although a small inspection team in Chong and Oppo's and City could hardly retain a talent like Zhou Yi, if he were to truly develop, it would be beneficial for the entire nation. Furthermore, since Zhou Yi was a local of Chong and Oppo's and City, should he become a pivotal figure at the headquarters in the future, it would bring honor to the entire inspection team. Zhou Yi promptly made his way to the information room. Director Sun, a slender middle-aged man with black-framed glasses, greeted him. Hello, Director Sunday. I am Zhou Yi. Captain Wu Weiguo sent me to inquire about the mythic instance information. I appreciate your assistance. Zhou Yi spoke politely. Oh, it and Oppo's. SU. Director Sun had heard of the special talent named Zhou Yi joining the inspection team. However, due to the recent Starry conference and the ensuing data collection, he had been rather occupied. A mythic instance? Director Sun looked up at the countdown timer above Zhou Yi and Oppo's head, adjusting his glasses in surprise. I recall your data. Wherein and Oppo's you just released from a mythic instance half a month ago? Why are you being drawn in again so soon? Well, I'm not certain. Zhou Yi shook his head. Ah, I see. These matters are beyond our control. After saying this, Director Sun began operating the computer. Please hold on a moment. I will check the records for mythic instance number 051572 in the inspection team and Oppos S database. Thank you for your help, Zhou Yi replied, taking a seat on a nearby stool. Approximately 5 minutes later, Director Sun announced, I and Oppos VE found something. However, his expression suddenly turned serious. What is it? Zhou Yi inquired as he rose. Our inspection team S database does contain records regarding mythic instance number 051572, but the content only comprises 2 sentences. Director Sun and Oppos S demeanor was grave. 1. It is a solo instance. 2. Do not trust anyone you encounter within the instance. A solo instance? Do not trust anyone? Zhou Yi and Oppos S confusion was evident, prompting Director Sun to elaborate. A solo instance means that once drawn in, you must complete the tasks alone. However, it does not imply that only one extraordinary being is drawn in at a time. Multiple extraordinary beings can be pulled into the instance simultaneously, but you will operate independently. I understand, Zhou Yi acknowledged, likening it to the distinction between story mode and multiplayer mode in certain games. The instance he had previously entered was likely a multiplayer one. The difficulty rating for instance number 051572 in the inspection team database is 4 stars, indicating a relatively high level of challenge. You must prepare accordingly, Director Sun cautioned solemnly. Understood. Thank you, Director Sun, Zhou Yi nodded. He felt no sense of pressure. In fact, learning that it was a solo instance made him feel even more at ease. In the absence of other extraordinary beings, Zhou Yi, endowed with the trait of transformation into demon, could undertake any task with relaxation. As for the 4-star difficulty, he mused. What significance did it hold for an extraordinary being? Although it was regrettable not to obtain more detailed information about the instance, he felt somewhat prepared. This was, after all, another benefit of becoming an inspector. The inspection team maintained its own database, allowing members to access information about instances they were about to enter. With a stroke of luck, one might even acquire a detailed strategy guide, thus significantly reducing the risk of failure without incurring any cost. After leaving the information room, Zhou Yi returned to his desk, the countdown timer above him standing out among his colleagues. Shortly after, Wukong entered. Have you visited the information room? He casually asked Zhou Yi. Yes, I have. Zhou Yi replied honestly. Director Sun assisted me in checking the instance information, but unfortunately, there were no detailed strategy guides, only that it is a solo type and a warning not to trust anyone. A solo instance? Wukong frowned. There's another inspector from the Southern District who is also about to enter this instance. I was thinking you could exchange contact information to assist each other within the instance, but since it's a solo type, that seems unnecessary. Indeed, what a pity, Zhou Yi remarked, though inwardly he felt relieved. Thankfully, it was a solo instance. Otherwise, if he transformed into a demon within, that inspector would not even glimpse his shadow, leading to potential complications upon exiting. He certainly could not bring himself to eliminate an inspector within the instance. Very well, be cautious once you enter, Wukong advised. Understood. Zhou Yi nodded. Nearby, Huang Ying observed Zhou Yi, who would soon re-enter the mythic instance in 22 hours. Recalling the last time when he had not appeared in the same initial location as them within the instance, she always felt there was some secret about Zhou Yi. However, being a person of discretion, she refrained from voicing her thoughts or inquiries, pretending to be oblivious to the matter. Unless there is anything else, you should return early to rest today. There is no need to clock in on time tomorrow. Just come after the instance concludes, Wukong instructed Zhou Yi. All right, Zhou Yi replied. Chapter 34. The Night Wanderer. The following day, Zhou Yi awaited his summons into the mythical instance at home. Wang Huiling, his mother, felt a deep sense of unease regarding her son being drawn into the mythical realm once again so soon. Ever since learning of this development yesterday, her mind had been restless. It felt too soon. Today, she had even taken a leave of absence. Ever since her son had passed through her workplace as an inspector, her boss had treated her with newfound respect, granting her a raise and making it effortless to take time off, something that had previously been quite challenging. Don't worry, Mom. It's just a mere mythical instance, after all. My brother is remarkably capable. He'll be just fine, Zhou Yi reassured her. Coincidentally, it was Saturday, and school was on break. Wang Huiling glanced at the door of Zhou Yi's bedroom, her gaze still tinged with worry. Let us hope so. In his bedroom, Zhou Yi glanced at the countdown timer in the mirror above him, entering the mythical instance in 15 minutes and 21 seconds. Instance number 051572. 15 minutes remained. A sense of anticipation welled within him. He pondered which deity or demon he would embody this time. Just then, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. It was a message from Wu Weigua. Wu Weigua, you're about to be drawn into the mythical instance, aren't you? Wu Weigua, be sure to message me as soon as you emerge. Zhou Yi replied with a simple, okay. Wu Weigua quickly responded with an okay gesture. Zhou Yi set his phone aside, quietly awaiting his entry into the mythical instance. Entering the mythical instance in 10 minutes and 1 second. Instance number, 051572. Entering the mythical instance in 5 minutes and 24 seconds. Instance number, 051572. Entering the mythical instance. As with his previous experience, when the countdown reached its conclusion, Zhou Yi's vision began to blur instantly. The familiar sight of his bedroom appeared to be enveloped in a mosaic, and then, like ripples on the surface of a disturbed lake, the world swiftly faded to black. When his sight returned, he found himself in an exceedingly bizarre location. The entire sky and ground were shrouded in a profound shade of dark purple. There were no blue skies or white clouds, no earth, stones, or vegetation, only a monotonous expanse of dark purple. Reminiscent of a gaming glitch where one has fallen into an alternate dimension, everything felt incredibly unreal. Nearby, Zhou Yi noticed several oval-shaped orbs of white light. Upon counting, he realized there were 5 such luminous spheres. At the same moment, a panel appeared before him. The mythical instance has commenced. Number 051572. Entry Transcendence into Demonhood has been activated. Instance type, Solo Challenge. Character, Zhou Yi. Identity, the Night Wanderer. Available entries, Phantom, Nightfall, Frenzy. Phantom, upon usage, generates a phantom of oneself at any point within sight for 1 minute, with no cooldown. Nightfall, when night descends, all attributes will receive a significant boost. This is a passive effect and does not require activation. Frenzy, using this entry on a target can induce an uncontrollable and oppos, frenzy and oppos, state in the target. Blurring the lines between friend and foe, duration varies based on the strength differential, with a minimum control of 3 seconds and no upper limit. Destined task, fulfill the Night Wanderer's divine duty and punish the wicked. Description of instance number 051572. The Night Wanderer patrols the mortal realm each night, and upon encountering those with sinister intentions or committing evil deeds, he acts according to the nature of their transgressions. On this day, as the Night Wanderer patrolled as usual, he encountered 5 individuals with ulterior motives, subsequently drawing them into a nightmare using his innate powers. In the dream, these 5 will confront their sins. Task Objective 1. Help them recognize their transgressions and sincerely repent. Task Objective 2. Enact appropriate punishment for their misdeeds. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds remain until the instance concludes. Note, the completion of tasks will determine the extent of the spiritual rewards received. Completing the destined task allows you to retain one of the entries possessed by the amp, Oppos, Night Wanderer and amp, Oppos, and grants you the ability to embody him. A series of messages unfolded before him. Zhou Yi read them attentively. The Night Wanderer? Although this incarnation was not one of overwhelming combat prowess, he was nonetheless a well-known deity. Those who commit evil deeds would be drawn into dreams by the Night Wanderer? Zhou Yi pondered. Could it be understood that only the wicked would find themselves in this mythical instance? Naturally, he excluded himself, as he was the Night Wanderer in this context, not the one facing judgment. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled Captain Wu Weigua mentioning that an inspector from the Northern District had also been drawn into this instance. Initially, Zhou Yi thought little of it, but now, understanding the origin of this mythical instance, what had that inspector done to be drawn into the Night Wanderer's dream? Curiosity piqued within him. Yet there was no rush. He would soon learn the answers. One crucial detail remained. The completion of the task would influence the settlement of the spiritual rewards. Zhou Yi deduced that it was essential to ensure the nature of the wrongdoing matched the severity of the punishment, thereby maximizing the spiritual rewards received at the end. Having grasped his current situation and the tasks ahead, Zhou Yi focused on the 5 luminous orbs before him. Upon closer inspection, he discerned vague silhouettes within the light. 5 orbs, 5 individuals. Clearly, these were the wicked ones he was destined to confront. He wondered what he looked like now. This was a surreal realm, devoid of mirrors or reflective surfaces. Zhou Yi could only lower his gaze to see his deep purple divine attire and rough hands. Lifting his head and centering his thoughts, he prepared to undertake his duties. Having inherited fragments of the Night Wanderer's memories, Zhou Yi was acutely aware of the actions he needed to take. He directed his gaze toward the leftmost orb, observing the figure within, then closed his eyes. In the next moment, his consciousness traversed into the orb. When his vision returned, he found himself without a physical form, akin to a deity, suspended in midair. It resembled a third-person perspective from a game, except he could freely shift the camera to observe the dream of the sinner. Chapter 35. Jealousy transforms one's countenance. 5 extraordinary individuals have been drawn into a mythic realm, each ensconced within their own dreamscape. Above these 5 dreams, Zhou Yi observes the unfolding events with an air of detachment. In the first dream, the extraordinary being is a woman. Upon seeing her, Zhou Yi and Amp, Apos, S mind instinctively conjures information about her. She is named Sang Jiao Jiao, a yellow-tier extraordinary. Her entrance into the dream realm, orchestrated by the god of night, was prompted by the overwhelming hubris she developed post-transformation, leading her to cruelly slay her friends out of sheer jealousy, simply because their familial circumstances surpassed her own. Jealousy distorts one's essence, Zhou Yi mused with a sigh. Thus, driven by jealousy, she resorted to murder, targeting a close friend who had treated her well. Such an act is undoubtedly reprehensible. In that case, I shall grant you a vivid dream, allowing you to savor the essence of being slain, Zhou Yi thought, and with a mere thought, the dream began to morph according to his will. As the countdown to the mythic realm's commencement concluded, Sang Jiao Jiao found herself transported to a familiar yet unsettling locale, her deceased friend and Amp, Apos, S home. Bewildered and on high alert, she retrieved a fruit knife from her pocket, gripping it tightly as she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. However, after a thorough inspection, she discerned no immediate threat. Why am I here in the mythic realm? Sang Jiao Jiao furrowed her brow in confusion. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Startled, she turned, knife raised, only to behold a girl entering the room. Han Yao? She instinctively called out her friend and Amp, Apos, S name. Yet, her mind swiftly recalibrated, shaking her head in disbelief. No, Han Yao is dead. At the threshold, Han Yao entered with a tray of fruit, her face adorned with a smile. I've already cut the fruit. As a guest, you shouldn't have to lift a finger, she remarked, placing the tray on the table before eagerly taking Sang Jiao Jiao's hand. Come sit. Today is your birthday, and I have a gift for you. Sang Jiao Jiao's brow knitted tighter as she was led to the sofa. Han Yao then produced a delicate pink gift box seemingly from thin air and presented it to her. Open it. Sang Jiao Jiao glanced at Han Yao, then at the gift box, a sense of deja vu washing over her. However, in the next instant, her gaze turned icy. Once was not enough. You wish to humiliate me again? With a swift motion, she hurled the gift box to the ground, the elegant pink case bursting open to reveal a golden bracelet that rolled out. Is having money so impressive? I can buy it myself. You should die. Her eyes hardened as she lunged the fruit knife toward Han Yao's heart, mirroring the act of betrayal she had once committed. Yet, to her astonishment, Han Yao's smile morphed into something sinister as she grasped Sang Jiao Jiao's wrist, rendering the knife immobile. In that moment, Han Yao produced a matching fruit knife of her own, its blade glinting ominously in the light. With a smile, she plunged it into Sang Jiao Jiao's heart. Blood gushed forth. Sang Jiao Jiao clutched her chest, cold sweat beading on her forehead, only to discover there was no wound. Looking around, she found no trace of Han Yao. Gasping for breath, she reflected on the vividness of the experience. The pain of the knife piercing her heart was agonizingly real. What is happening? She wondered, clutching her chest. Though it felt like a nightmare, its realism lingered, making her acutely aware of the phantom pain. I must be in the mythic realm. Before she could ponder further, the door creaked open again. The fruit platter is here. A familiar voice chimed. Sang Jiao Jiao stared in disbelief at Han Yao, who stood at the entrance, her smile radiant. Today is your birthday, and I have prepared a gift for you. Han Yao held out a pink gift box. This time, Sang Jiao Jiao remained frozen in place, neither reaching for the box nor discarding it. Open it. Han Yao urged with eager anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Sang Jiao Jiao steeled herself. She was certain that Han Yao had perished by her own hand. She was undeniably within the mythic realm. Though the specifics of this iteration of the realm eluded her, one truth resonated. This was undoubtedly connected to Han Yao. Remembering the moment Han Yao had stabbed her heart, a fierce glint flickered in Sang Jiao Jiao's eyes. She stealthily reached into her pocket, grasping the knife as handle, and approached Han Yao with a faint smile. Just as her left hand neared the gift box, her right swiftly extracted the knife, aiming it at Han Yao. With a sickening thud, the blade sank into flesh. Sang Jiao Jiao's fade of mirth froze as disbelief washed over her. She looked down, astonished to find a knife embedded in her own chest, its handle gripped by Han Yao. With one hand, Han Yao held the gift box, and with the other, she had driven the knife into Sang Jiao, her smile unyielding. Staggering back, Sang Jiao clutched her chest. She looked down to find the wound healed. The knife that had pierced her heart vanished. Han Yao had disappeared, and the scene reverted to its original state. Sang Jiao was overwhelmed, unable to comprehend the absurdity of her situation. Yet one thing was clear. She refused to be killed repeatedly. If Han Yao could slay her within the confines of this room, she had to escape. She sprinted toward the door, but as she swung it open, her steps halted abruptly. There stood Han Yao, bearing a tray of fruit, her smile as sweet as ever. "Hi, Zhao Jiao." Despite Han Yao and Appo's melodious voice and innocent demeanor, an icy dread enveloped Sang Jiao. "Who the hell are you?" She seethed, her fear morphing into rage. With a surge of power, Sang Jiao unleashed a formidable force, gripping the fruit knife tightly as she lunged at Han Yao. "Die. Just die." The knife plunged into her heart once more. Whether she attacked head-on or attempted a stealthy maneuver, the outcome remained unchanged. In this realm, Han Yao consistently outpaced and overpowered her. Watching the relentless cycle of death unfold in Sang Jiao and Appo's dream, Zhou Yi's eyes remained indifferent, devoid of sympathy. Let her endure the cycle of death, relishing the pain she inflicted upon you. Chapter 36. Run. Zhou Yi withdrew his gaze and turned to the dreamscape. No. 2. Within this dream, there resided a man named Tang Bin, a transcendent being of the mysterious grade. His crimes were utterly unforgivable. This individual was a fugitive, committing murder without any justification, perhaps simply due to a fleeting moment of displeasure. He would wield his extraordinary powers to mercilessly slay ordinary citizens. For someone like him, the patrol would undoubtedly issue a warrant for his capture. However, apprehending a fugitive requires time. A daredevil who fears neither heaven nor earth shall have the restless spirits of his victims accompany him for eternity. And we shall see if this outlaw knows the meaning of fear. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, and with a thought, the dream began to take shape. In dreamscape number 2, Tang Bin gazed around, puzzled. He found himself in an underpass. Within it lay a filthy, tattered bedroll, beside which stood a wooden rack holding a plank serving as a table, adorned with a vintage mirror framed in red, marred by several cracks. This was his home, or rather, a temporary refuge. The damn patrol was hunting him, and every corner posed the risk of encountering a patrol officer, forcing him to hide in such dark, secluded places and change locations frequently. Fortunately, his counter-surveillance skills were commendable, and thus far, he had evaded capture by the patrol officers. But this was not the crux of the matter. The crux was, had he not been pulled into a mythical scenario? Tang Bin sat up from his bedroll, perplexed as he surveyed his surroundings. The sky outside the underpass was overcast, obscuring any sense of time, and he possessed no watch or similar device. Odd. He rose from the bedroll and picked up the mirror from the makeshift table, gazing into it with curiosity, only to find 2 lines of numbers above his head. Will enter the mythical scenario in 10 hours, 15 minutes, and 21 seconds. Scenario number 051572. 10 hours? Tang Bin was taken aback. Had he just been dreaming? He pinched the palm of his hand, feeling a slight pang of pain. Whether he had been dreaming before was uncertain, but now it felt all too real. Very well. Tang Bin shrugged. Just then, his stomach growled. Time to find something to eat. He stretched his waist and left his makeshift bed. As he pondered where to procure some food, suddenly, Tang Bin and Appo's keen sense of counter-surveillance detected a pair of eyes watching him. He immediately turned around and spotted a figure standing by the roadside of the bridge. "What are you looking at, old man?" Tang Bin shouted at the person. "Get lost." Yet, the figure remained motionless, staring blankly. "You bastard!" Tang Bin's temper flared, and he marched towards the person. As he approached, he realized the individual looked somewhat familiar, though he couldn't place who it was. More importantly, the person's face was deathly pale, not the usual pale, but the ashen hue of a corpse, with rigid facial muscles and a gaze filled with resentment directed at him. Was this a human or a ghost? Tang Bin furrowed his brow, instinctively halting his steps. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanished. What the hell? Tang Bin rubbed his eyes, wide-eyed. He swore there had definitely been a person there moments ago, yet now, they had indeed disappeared. Could it be a powerful transcendent being? Tang Bin inhaled sharply and, without a second thought, bolted in the opposite direction. After running for a while, his hunger intensified. He had to find something to eat. Just then, he spotted a small stall by the roadside, with signs advertising fried rice, fried noodles, and fried rice noodles. Tang Bin's eyes lit up. He hurried over, plopped himself down on a bench beside the stall, and said, "Boss, 2 servings of fried noodles, please." While waiting, he began to replay the earlier encounter in his mind. Who was that person? They had vanished like a ghost in an instant. Was this some sort of special transcendent being? Why had they been staring at him? Had he unknowingly offended someone? He decided he needed to be more cautious from now on. As he contemplated this, his stomach grumbled again. Yet the food had yet to arrive. Growing impatient, Tangbin turned to the stall owner, curses already forming on his lips. "You better hurry," but he froze mid-sentence. Behind the stall, a man and a woman stood rigidly, their skin as white as paper, their expressions frozen, eyes filled with a haunting resentment fixated upon him. Thud, Tangbin lost his balance and fell to the ground. Ghosts! Ghosts! He recognized them. They were the couple he had killed before. That day, in a fit of anger while walking down the street, he had seen the couple playfully flirting, and in a moment of envy, he had taken their lives. And now, run, run. Tangbin scrambled to his feet and began to flee. In the chaos, he suddenly recalled the man he had seen on the bridge, who seemed vaguely familiar. He too was someone Tangbin had killed in the past. Vengeful spirits seeking retribution. A chill ran down his spine. He ran frantically, disregarding his hunger. After sprinting a considerable distance, he found himself in a dense forest where the light was dim, making it difficult to be spotted. After ensuring no one was pursuing him, he dared to pause, leaning against a tree, panting heavily as he tried to make sense of the absurd encounter. What on earth was happening? His mind raced, but soon he sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him, sending shivers down his spine. He swiftly turned around and found a dark figure lurking in the depths of the forest. Damn it! Tangbin gritted his teeth. Regardless of whether you are human or ghost, take this. He activated his power, ready to confront the unknown. Just then, more pale figures emerged from the forest. 1, 2, 3, 4. The dim light of the forest was filled with haunting gazes. Tangbin and Apos' fierce demeanor from a moment ago deflated like a punctured balloon, and he was utterly paralyzed by fear, turning to flee once more. But where could he escape? A daredevil who fears nothing, was he truly reduced to this? Zhou Yi observed Tangbin in dreamscape number 2, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Enjoy yourself. There is still a long way to go before this dream concludes. Chapter 37. Unforgivable. In the first dreamscape, Sang Xiaojiao endures a relentless cycle of death and resurrection. In the second dreamscape, Tangbin is tormented by vengeful spirits. As for the third and fourth dreamscapes, the circumstances diverge slightly. Compared to the heinous transgressions of Sang Xiaojiao and Tangbin, the infractions of the two extraordinary beings in the latter dreamscapes are rather less severe. The woman in the third dreamscape is named Chinku. She finds herself ensnared in this mythological narrative due to her repeated acts of thievery. Despite her family and Apos' affluence, theft is merely a peculiar proclivity of hers, a means to satisfy her deviant psyche. From pilfering exquisite jewelry in high-end boutiques to snatching lollipops in supermarkets, she has indulged in theft at various levels. Particularly after becoming an extraordinary being, she fortuitously acquired a trait called dexterous hands, which enhances her manual dexterity, with her already superior reflexes and speed. This trait has propelled Chinku further down the path of thievery. Although her actions have not inflicted physical harm upon others, the economic ramifications are significant. For instance, when a piece of jewelry is stolen, the employee must compensate for the loss from their own pocket. Life is already arduous, and even a small financial burden can become the proverbial straw that breaks the camel and Apos' back. Do not commit minor evils, Zhou Yi contemplated. In Chinku and Apos' case, there was no need for the extreme and terrifying measures applied to the first two dreamscapes. However, appropriate punishment was necessary to instill a sense of wrongdoing. An idea struck Zhou Yi. Since she relishes stealing, let her taste the bitterness of being stolen from. With a flicker of thought, he transformed the scene of the third dreamscape into a jewelry store, casting Chinku as an employee. Subsequently, an endless stream of skilled thieves, masquerading as customers, would infiltrate the shop. Each time these customers successfully pilfered something, Chinku would lose a portion of her own money. Once her funds were sufficiently depleted, she would be subjected to a series of debilitating effects such as Apos, hunger and Apos, and psychological stress. Should these negative states persist for too long or the pressure become overwhelming, Chinku might face death or even suicide. This experience would compel her to view life through the lens of the victim, to grasp the harshness of existence. For Zhou Yi, it was akin to crafting a game for Chinku. Yet, from her perspective, the experience would be starkly real. The pressures of life and hunger would feel indistinguishable from reality. In the third dreamscape, Chen could don the attire of a shop assistant and soon welcomed her first customer. During the transaction, she remained oblivious to the fact that the customer had stolen jewelry from the store. Ironically, even as an employee, she discreetly pocketed a ring herself. In an instant, her funds were deducted in double. The next moment, her phone buzzed with reminders about overdue rent and her mother and Appo's medical expenses. After necessary expenses were deducted, she found herself on the brink of starvation. Just then, a second customer entered. Chen continued to serve, only to be stolen from once more, resulting in yet another deduction. Observing Chen's mounting frustration, Zhou Yi felt a sense of amusement. Did you ever consider the feelings of others when you engaged in such acts? Shaking his head, Zhou Yi turned his gaze away. The third dreamscape no longer required his attention. Chen would soon encounter more skilled thieves, and perhaps she would find herself burdened with insurmountable debt, facing death. But it mattered not. She could resurrect and restart the game. By the end of this narrative, Zhou Yi was confident that Chen would harbor a profound loathing for theft, perhaps even detesting it to the core. Zhou Yi then shifted his focus to the fourth dreamscape, where an extraordinary man named Zhuang Yang resided. He had been drawn into the dream by the night wanderer due to his propensity for seducing married women, thereby dismantling numerous families. While it is said that flies do not swarm around an unblemished egg, should one harbor malicious intent and employ various methods to entice or deceive, it constitutes a grave transgression. Yet, Zhuang Yang's actions, while not as egregious as those of Sang Jiaojiao and Tang Bin, still warranted a response, since he enjoys undermining relationships. Zhou Yi resolved to make it impossible for him to do so. A slight smile graced Zhou Yi and Appo's lips as he simulated reality within the fourth dreamscape. Akin to the approach taken with Tang Bin, Zhuang Yang would be transported back to the moment before he entered the mythological narrative with a countdown displayed above him, misleading him into believing he had yet to enter the dream. Zhou Yi also prepared several virtual married women, each tailored to Zhuang Yang and Appo's preferences, designed to ignite his intrigue. However, these virtual women would carry an affliction. When Zhuang Yang attempted to engage in his usual antics, he would be infected. The ensuing consequences need not be elaborated. It was certain that this experience would cast a shadow over him. As the night wanderer, Zhou Yi possessed the ability to conjure a myriad of characters and scenarios within the dreamscape, requiring merely a psychological suggestion for the dreamer. After orchestrating these events, Zhou Yi felt no inclination to further observe the fourth dreamscape, shifting his attention to the final fifth dreamscape. The extraordinary being in this fifth dreamscape piqued Zhou Yi's curiosity the most. He was the inspection officer from the southern district of Chang'an City. As previously mentioned by Captain Wu Weigua, prior to learning about the transgressions of the first four extraordinary beings, Zhou Yi had felt indifferent, but upon discovering their misdeeds, his intrigue regarding this inspection officer deepened. What could he have done to warrant entry into this mythological narrative? Surely, those who found themselves here, aside from himself, were far from virtuous. Even Chen and Zhuang Yang, whose actions were relatively less malevolent, could hardly be deemed good in the real world. Thus, what heinous act had this inspection officer committed? Gazing into the fifth dreamscape, Zhou Yi recalled the officer and Appo's basic information, Luo Mingjie, an extraordinary being of the Xian level. In the next moment, the reason for Luo Mingjie and Appo's entrapment in the mythological narrative surged into Zhou Yi and Appo's mind. Upon learning of Luo Mingjie and Appo's transgressions, Zhou Yi and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. Observing Luo Mingjie within the dreamscape, his eyes burned with fury. How could you? Zhou Yi clenched his fists as an inspection officer. How could you engage in such unforgivable actions? Chapter 38, The Traitor in the First Dreamscape, Sang Jiaojiao, consumed by jealousy, commits the grave error of murdering her close friend. In the second dreamscape, Tang Bin, a notorious fugitive with multiple lives claimed, is an unequivocal villain. The third dreamscape reveals Chen, whose addiction to thievery constitutes a mere minor offense. The fourth dreamscape features Zhuang Yang, who revels in the misfortune of others, a behavior that, while severely punished in ancient times, is merely a moral quandary in the modern era. Initially, one might have presumed that Tang Bin, the fugitive from the second dreamscape, was the most reprehensible among these five extraordinary individuals. However, to one's astonishment, compared to the inspector in the fifth dreamscape, Tang Bin and Appo's transgressions pale into insignificance. This inspector, known as Luo Mingjie, is shockingly implicated in collusion with the notorious Xingmong society. Recently, The inspection teams from 4 districts in Chong'an City launched a coordinated operation that dismantled the Xingmong Society's stronghold in the city, resulting in the demise of several members and the rescue of numerous innocents abducted by the organization. At the time, the atmosphere was jubilant, and Zhou Yi thought little of the event, considering the formidable strength of the inspection teams. For districts united in action, a grand display indeed. Not to mention, they had eradicated several high-ranking members of the Xingmong Society, a remarkable feat in such a small city. Zhou Yi had genuinely believed that the influence of the Xingmong Society within Chong and Apos and city had been entirely obliterated, and that vigilance against and Apos, Ji and Apos, was all that remained necessary. Yet, upon delving into the memories of this inspector, he realized he had grossly underestimated the Xingmong Society, confirming his suspicion that malefactors could indeed lurk within official inspection teams. The recent operation had not eradicated the Xingmong Society and Apos' base, but merely dismantled one of their deliberately exposed outposts, intended to quell the uproar caused by the inspection teams and Apos' unified efforts. Luo Mingjie, the inspector in question, is a traitor. His betrayal stems from the promise of substantial monetary reward from the Xingmong Society. Furthermore, he is not alone. There are traitors in the northern and western districts, and even in the eastern district where Zhou Yi resides, with one of them potentially holding a significant rank. These traitors do not communicate with one another, rendering it impossible to identify them through Luo Mingjie's memories. The recent cases of missing persons were orchestrated by these traitors, providing the Xingmong Society with information on residents. The true lair of the Xingmong Society lies concealed in the eastern district, though its precise location remains uncertain. Zhou Yi extracted this information from Luo Mingjie's memories, his mind reeling with shock. 2 points of astonishment struck him. Firstly, the sheer might of the Xingmong Society is staggering, one mere outpost housing over a dozen formidable beings. Moreover, they callously sacrificed these extraordinary individuals to quell the inspection team's unified actions, as if such beings were as inconsequential as cabbages by the roadside. Secondly, the existence of multiple traitors within the inspection teams is alarming. Each of the 4 districts harbors a traitor. Clearly, his earlier caution was well-founded. Even within official organizations, treachery exists, and he must guard his secrets closely. Zhou Yi contemplated these matters briefly before shaking his head to dispel his thoughts. Gazing at Luo Mingjie in the 5th dreamscape, his expression turned stern. The betrayal of the organization, the collusion with the Xingmong Society, and the provision of resident information to facilitate their nefarious deeds, these heinous acts are unforgivable. Far more despicable than the crimes committed by Tang Bin. As an inspector, to engage in such treachery is a disgrace. Let it be known that he is a traitor. With a flicker of thought, the scene of the 5th dreamscape morphed into that of the inspection team, similar to what he had orchestrated for Tang Bin and Zhuang Yang. Zhou Yi would lead Luo Mingjie to believe that the mythical realm had yet to be unveiled. Subsequently, Luo Mingjie's colleagues would incessantly provoke his nerves, instilling within him a false sense of exposure. Yet, this would not occur immediately. Within this dreamscape, no one would openly reveal Luo Mingjie's treachery, allowing him to dwell in perpetual dread until the psychological pressure became unbearable. Following this, the inspection team's protocol for handling traitors would ensue. First, they would employ special methods to strip Luo Mingjie of his abilities, reducing him from an extraordinary being to an ordinary man, before imprisoning him. Although devoid of torture, Zhou Yi arranged a punishment far more excruciating: social death. All his friends and family would appear within the dreamscape, expressing disdain and revulsion towards his identity as a traitor. His parents would choose to take their own lives, his wife would seek divorce, and his children would bear the shame of his betrayal. Friends and colleagues would shun him, and his misdeeds would be splashed across the news, inviting scorn from the public. This, Zhou Yi mused, is the most fitting punishment. After all, this iteration of the realm is merely a dream. He cannot directly eliminate these individuals, but he can ensure they endure suffering commensurate with their misdeeds. Indeed, for someone like Luo Mingjie, to kill him outright would be a mercy. It would be preferable for him to crumble under the psychological burden of his treachery, leading him to confess upon exiting the dreamscape, thus providing the inspection team with valuable leads. The dreamscape allows for the manipulation of time, unnoticed by Luo Mingjie. As he observed the unfolding torment of Luo Mingjie, Zhou Yi's thoughts veered to other matters. Since the true lair of the Xingmong Society remains intact, hidden within the eastern district, it signifies that both he and Huang Ying are in grave danger. Their recent tranquility is likely a mere ruse, a period of hiding from the storm. Du Yufan's father and Amp, Apos, Ji, and Amp, Oppos, may very well be lurking in Chong and Amp, Oppos, and City. Zhou Yi's expression turned grave. Danger could strike at any moment. Once the dreamscape concludes, he must urgently inform Huang Ying to reside within the inspection team's confines for safety. While the identity of the traitor in the Eastern District remained shrouded in mystery. Chapter 39. Once upon a time. The hidden radiance lurking in the shadows posed a significant threat, and the traitors embedded within the patrol team were a source of profound anxiety. Confronted with Fox G, a pivotal member of the Starry Radiance Society who was likely an extraordinary being of the Earth level, Zhou Yi could not confidently claim he could defeat the opponent. However, armed with the abilities of transformation into demon and invisibility, he at least had a chance to escape. In contrast, what truly unsettled Zhou Yi was the fear of a sudden betrayal from a teammate lurking behind him, an insidious danger that was utterly unpredictable. Who could it possibly be? The patrol division in the Eastern District comprised 9 combat teams. Having recently joined, Zhou Yi had yet to fully familiarize himself with all the members of his own team, let alone those from other patrol teams. Furthermore, besides the 9 combat teams, the patrol division employed numerous civil servants. Given the limited information at his disposal, deducing the identity of the traitor seemed utterly implausible. In the absence of clarity, Zhou Yi resolved to assume that anyone around him could be a potential traitor. Except for Huang Ying. Huang Ying had only just joined the patrol team and had been relentlessly pursued by the Starry Radiance Society, making it improbable for her to betray them by leaking resident information. As for the others, even team leader Wu Weigua and the Earth-level patrol chief could not be entirely exempt from suspicion. When it concerns life and death, it is prudent to exercise caution. Still trapped within the instance, Zhou Yi refrained from delving deeper into his thoughts, casting a glance at the 5 dreams below. Instance 051572 differed markedly from the previous one. In the prior instance, the task and Oppos' completion would lead to an automatic conclusion of the scenario. However, this time, the decision to end the instance rested with Zhou Yi. He could terminate it immediately or allow it to conclude autonomously after 24 hours, depending on when the others would awaken to their realities. Dream 1. Sang Jiao had long lost count of how many times she had been killed. She only knew that whether facing her adversary head-on, being ambushed from behind, or attempting to escape through doors or windows, she had exhausted every conceivable method, yet none proved effective. Regardless of her strategy, Han Yao always appeared before her, invariably plunging a knife into her heart before she could act. Creak, the fruit platter has arrived. The devil and Oppos' whisper echoed once more, gazing at her dear friend Han Yao, whose sweet smile belied a sinister intent. Sang Jiao and Oppos' eyes glazed over, teetering on the brink of collapse. She slumped to the ground, her hair disheveled. I was wrong. Han Yao, I was truly wrong. I should not have killed you. Please, spare me. My jealousy was too strong. I judged you with a petty mindset. I was too extreme. I was genuinely in the wrong. I apologize. I beg you, spare me. Upon hearing this, Han Yao, still holding the fruit platter at the door, maintained her sweet smile. With a hint of confusion in her voice, she replied, Jiao, what are you saying? What apologies and pleas for mercy? I will never leave you. Never, for we are best friends. Sang Jiao completely shattered. Dream 2. Tang Bin curled up in a corner, clutching his head. Go away. Go away. Stop following me. As he spoke, he waved his hands as if trying to ward off an unseen presence. Yet, no matter where he went or how he tried to drive it away, the feeling of being watched lingered, and whenever he turned around, he would always glimpse a vague, pale figure lurking in the shadows. Once, this sixth sense was his greatest pride, an almost supernatural intuition that had repeatedly helped him evade the patrol officers. But now, Tang Bin felt as if he were being relentlessly pursued, wishing to bury himself in the earth. The silence around him was suffocating. The sensation of being watched never dissipated. Tang Bin teetered on the brink of madness. Even though he had once been a fugitive, even though he was a profound, extraordinary being, it mattered not. Here, any identity and power were rendered useless. Dream 3. Shenku had become emaciated, her hair brittle, and her entire being appeared frail and worn. After enduring repeated thefts of jewelry by customers, coupled with deductions from her wages and the burden of essential expenses like rent and utilities, she had sunk to the depths of poverty, unable to afford a meal. Once disgusted by leftover food, viewing it as repulsive, she now regarded it as a culinary delight. While at work, Shenku attended to yet another customer. Unlike previous encounters, this time, she swiftly recognized the customer attempting to steal and caught them red-handed. In that moment of capturing the thief, she could not suppress her fury, exclaiming, "Why must you steal? Do you not realize that stealing is against the law?" The losses incurred will ultimately fall on us, the employees. Do you know how much I have been deducted? Do you know I cannot even afford to eat? What gives you the right to do this? What gives you the right? Perhaps overwhelmed by pent-up emotions, Chun Ku and Amp. Apos' voice escalated to a crescendo, nearly transforming into a scream, laced with the tremor of suppressed tears. Yet, as she vented her frustration and beheld the cold, indifferent expression of the customer before her, she suddenly realized that, once upon a time, she too had been just like them. Dream 4. Zhuang Yang, lost in despair, hid in his rented room. He had checked the bathroom several times and confirmed one thing. He was finished. Completely finished. Now, not only was he incapable of being a bandit, but even his inherited skills were rendered impossible. Furthermore, being incapacitated was not the worst of it. The more dreadful reality was that he had fallen ill. His life was hanging by a thread. Damn it. Zhuang Yang was now filled with regret, immense regret. He had long heard warnings about the unclean women outside. Yet he had clung to a sense of luck. Now, it was too late for regrets. He felt as if he wished for death. Dream 5. Although only a few hours had passed in reality, for Luo Mingjia, it felt as though an entire month had elapsed. In the first half of the month, his colleagues had incessantly played on his nerves with tales of the Starry Radiance Society and traitors, leaving him under immense psychological pressure, rendering him weary, sensitive, and irritable. Finally, one day, his identity as a traitor was exposed, leading to his arrest and imprisonment. His parents committed suicide. His wife divorced him, and his child wept bitterly. Friends scorned him. Colleagues expressed their wrath. Luo Mingjia experienced it all. Huddled in his prison cell, he heard a news broadcast from the nearby television. Recently, our city's patrol team has apprehended a traitor named Luo Mingjia. This individual colluded in secret with the first-degree wanted criminal associated with the Starry Radiance Society, betraying resident information and indirectly causing a series of missing persons cases. Dog traitor. Why doesn't he just die? How could someone like him even be a patrol officer? He is a disgrace to all patrol officers. Various voices echoed around him. Luo Mingjia's body trembled incessantly as his heart felt as though it were being sliced apart. He remembered vowing upon entering the team to be an upright patrol officer. How could it have come to this? Chapter 40. Ascending to the profound level, Zhou Yi observed everything with an expression of indifference. The 5 extraordinary beings had received their just punishment and were now aware of their transgressions, showing signs of repentance. Yet, outside this instance, how many more wicked souls like them roamed the earth? At every moment, countless evils transpired. I, in my current state, am merely a weak inspector, not even a team leader. My role is to diligently carry out inspections within my jurisdiction and protect the populace to the best of my abilities. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhou Yi focused his thoughts, and the Night Wanderer instance concluded. Naturally, the 5 extraordinary participants could not receive any spiritual rewards, as this instance was a consequence of their malevolence. Its purpose was punishment, not reward. However, while they received no rewards, Zhou Yi did. The instant the instance ended, a series of textual messages appeared before him. Instance number 051572. Completed. Character, Zhou Yi. Identity, Night Wanderer. Available entries, Phantom, Nightfall, Madness. Destined task, fulfill the Night Wanderer's duty and punish the wicked. Completed. Now, you may choose one entry to retain. Please select. During this instance, Zhou Yi did not utilize the Night Wanderer and Apos' entries. In the previous instance, he had transformed into the Yaksha King, and due to the multiplayer nature of that instance, he had some interaction with the other participants. Additionally, he faced the demonized Taoist Qinghua, which necessitated the use of all 3 entries. He had directly experienced the effects of the Yaksha King's abilities. However, this time, as the Night Wanderer, he merely altered dreams to punish these evildoers, without direct contact with the extraordinary beings, rendering the use of entries unnecessary. Now that the task was complete, he could choose one entry from the Night Wanderer to retain. Zhou Yi began to contemplate. Entry 1. Phantom. Upon use, it generates an illusion of oneself at any point within the line of sight, lasting for 1 minute with no cooldown. This entry is somewhat useful, but not significantly so. I lean towards those that can directly enhance combat strength. Hence, I shall exclude it. Entry 2. Nightfall. When night descends, all attributes receive a substantial boost. It is a passive effect. Thus, if I select this entry, my strength will receive an all-encompassing enhancement whenever night falls. This entry is quite commendable, yet it carries significant limitations, and the extent of the enhancement remains uncertain. I shall keep it for now. Entry 3. Madness. Upon use against a target, It induces an uncontrollable madness state, blurring the lines between friend and foe, with a duration that is variable, influenced by the disparity in strength between both parties, lasting a minimum of 3 seconds, but with no upper limit. This entry could be impactful in critical moments, possessing particularly high potential. Against weaker foes, it can control them for an extended period, against stronger foes, perhaps only for 3 seconds. Yet, why would I complicate matters against the weak? And against the strong, 3 seconds may not suffice for a kill. Given that the effect is madness rather than immobilization, they could escape within that brief window. Outside of specific scenarios, this entry is rather superfluous. After thorough analysis, Zhou Yi felt little hesitation. He resolved to retain the entry, Nightfall. With his choice made, the instance information panel reappeared. Selected entry, Nightfall. Assessing instance performance. Rating, flawless. Commentary, the judgment beneath the night is like a mirror, reflecting 5 tainted hearts. Your punishment was aptly administered. Each individual received their deserved retribution. Some realizing their errors, while others were gripped by fear of their sins. Yet, in this vast world, how many wicked souls remain? Destined task completed. You have acquired the ability to embody the Amp, Oppos, Night Wanderer, and Amp, Oppos character information updated. Character, Zhou Yi. Level, Profound Spiritual Essence, 20. Retained entries, Transformation into Demon, Concealment, Nightfall. Transformation into Demon, Effect 1. Upon entering a mythical instance, you will directly possess a deity demon within, becoming one and initiating a unique destined task. Effect 2. Upon completing the destined task, you may gain the ability to transform into a deity demon, though its intensity will be restrained. Currently available transformations, Yaksha King Transformation Duration, 3 minutes, cooldown, 24 hours, Night Wanderer, after transformation, may draw one person into a dream, cooldown, 24 hours. Note, transformation cooldowns are shared. The instance is about to conclude. As the final line appeared, the dark purple space before him began to collapse, ultimately dissolving into darkness. When his vision returned, Zhou Yi found himself back in his bedroom. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of immense power flooding through him. He knew this was the spiritual essence settled after the instance's conclusion. This time, the essence was comparatively less than before, likely due to the elevation in level. After all, the profound level and the yellow level are entirely different. The strength of 10 spiritual essence at the profound level can rival that of 20 at the yellow level. Merely in terms of numbers, this time he had increased by 50 of spiritual essence, propelling Zhou Yi into the profound level. 2 instances, and he had ascended directly to the profound level. Such a rapid progression is unprecedented. Zhou Yi lightly clenched his fist, feeling the powerful force within him. Regrettably, he could not test the current values of his body. There was a mole within the inspection team. Zhou Yi had no intention of fully revealing his strength. He had already decided, if questioned by others, he would claim his level had risen to 90 spiritual essence at the yellow level, a commendable enhancement of 20. He intended to keep his ascension to the profound level a secret from everyone, including Huang Ying and even his own family. He wondered whether using the entry transformation into demon now would enhance his strength. Previously, when he was at the yellow level, transforming into the Yaksha King allowed him to face 3 extraordinary beings at the profound level. Now that he had ascended, if he transformed into a deity demon, could he perhaps contend against Zhou Yi? Moreover, the cooldown for transformation into a deity demon is shared, meaning that within 24 hours, he could only choose to embody one deity demon. He could select different embodiments based on the circumstances he faced. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, textual information began to materialize before Zhou Yi once more. Your character level has ascended to the profound level. Now, you will receive 2 randomly assigned entries. Chapter 41. New entries. Your rank has been upgraded to the profound level. You will now receive 2 randomly assigned entries. Upon seeing these 2 lines of information, Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback. Previously, Wu Weigua had enlightened him that, generally speaking, a yellow-level extraordinary being possesses 1 entry, while a profound-level extraordinary being possesses 3. Through his interactions with Huang Ying, he had also learned that upon advancing to the profound level, one would receive 2 additional entries. However, during the instance and Oppos' conclusion, he had already possessed 3 entries: transformation into demon, invisibility, and nightfall. Moreover, there had been no indication of a rank upgrade granting additional entries at that time. Zhou Yi had initially thought that the instance had detected an anomaly in his number of entries and hence ceased to allocate any more to him. However, it appeared that was not the case. The text before him continued to unfold. Entries have been allocated. Character information has been updated. Name, Zhou Yi. Rank, Profound Level 20 Spirit Resonance. Entries owned, Transformation into Demon, Invisibility, Nightfall, Swiftness, Flow State. New entry annotations, Swiftness, Silver entry upon using this entry. Your speed is significantly enhanced instantly, lasting for 3 minutes with a cooldown period of 1 hour. Flow State, Golden entry upon using this entry. You instantly enter a flow state, enhancing your focus and reaction speed significantly, while reducing your perception of pain, lasting for 10 minutes, with a cooldown period of 4 hours. Seeing this, Zhou Yi nodded in satisfaction. 1 silver, 1 gold. The effects of these 2 randomly assigned entries were quite commendable. Invisibility and swiftness could be used in tandem, allowing him to further confound his enemies while in a concealed state. As for the entry, flow state, it could be employed in any situation. These 2 new entries were incredibly versatile. Wait a moment. While contemplating the newly acquired entries, Zhou Yi suddenly noticed a change in the entry invisibility. Invisibility, upon use, immediately enters a concealed state, lasting for 30 seconds, with a cooldown period, 4 hours. Zhou Yi froze. He distinctly remembered that previously, the cooldown for the entry, invisibility, had been 6 hours. Now, it had diminished to 4 hours. The cooldown period had been reduced by a whole 2 hours. Why? Could it be due to my rank increase? It seemed that this could only be the reason. Zhou Yi and Appo's eyes brightened. He had always felt that the cooldown for invisibility was excessively long. Although its effect was undeniably powerful, half a minute of concealment, the 6-hour cooldown was indeed a tough pill to swallow. After all, when he had transformed into the night demon during the instance, there had been no cooldown for this entry. However, if the cooldown could gradually decrease with rank advancement, then Zhou Yi could fully accept it. This journey had yielded abundant rewards. His powers had significantly augmented. Zhou Yi smiled. Not only had he ascended to the rank of a profound level extraordinary being, but he had also acquired 3 entries, along with the transformation of the Night Wanderer. Now, even if he encountered Zhou Yi, a core member of the Starry Association, he should possess enough strength to protect himself if he fought with all his might. Zhou Yi clenched his fists. Outside the window, the sky had already darkened, and the passive effect of the entry, Nightfall, began to take effect. The power within him had nearly doubled. His only concern now was for his family, although the Starry Association would not dare to directly target the families of the inspectors, as such an act would equate to provoking the ire of all inspectors, a universally understood principle of if the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. One could never be too cautious. What if they did not strike directly, but instead employed underhanded tactics? Moving into the family community of the inspection team would not guarantee absolute safety, but at least during such a critical period, it would be much safer for his family to remain within the community. He needed to find a way to quickly become a formal inspector. A year was certainly too long to wait. He could only advance to a formal inspector by earning a 3rd-class merit. Tomorrow, he would inquire about the pathways to obtaining a 3rd-class merit. After this instance, he realized that the Starry Association had not been eradicated. In fact, their stronghold lay within his jurisdiction. Zhou Yi felt a persistent sense of insecurity. It was not due to his own weakness, but rather his family and Appo's safety. The joint crackdown on the Starry Association by the inspection team had taken place half a month ago, and the association had remained dormant for that duration. Subsequently, Zhou Yi would undoubtedly continue to investigate the cause of his son and Appo's death, with the primary suspects being Huang Ying and himself. It was easy to anticipate that he would inevitably come into direct conflict with the Starry Association. If he did not swiftly relocate his family to the inspection team and Appo's family community, he would find it difficult to feel at ease. Thus, advancing to formal inspector and moving were matters of utmost urgency. Lost in thought, Zhou Yi heard a gentle knock on his bedroom door. Knock, 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 son. How are you? His mother's voice inquired. Zhou Yi promptly responded, I'm fine. It was now 21:34, and Zhou Yi had entered the mythic instance at 15:10, meaning nearly 6.5 hours had elapsed. Oh, his mother sounded relieved, then added with a cheerful tone, I'll go heat up some dishes. You should rest for a bit. Dinner will be ready soon. Zhou Yi nodded, okay. Afterward, his mother went to the kitchen to heat the food. Zhou Yi picked up his phone, preparing to message Captain Wu Weiguo. Prior to entering the instance, he had received a message from Wu, specifically requesting that he inform him as soon as he exited the instance. He opened Wu Weiguo and AMP. Oppo's chat window and began to type. Zhou Yi, Captain, I have exited the instance. Wu Weiguo replied swiftly. Wu Weiguo, good. Wu Weiguo, how was it? Zhou Yi, it was all right. The instance difficulty was and amp, Oppo's, T2 high. The only regret is that I only accumulated 20 spirit resonance at the end and didn't break through to the profound level. Wu Weiguo, thumbs up. JPG, Wu Weiguo, just being able to exit the instance safely is commendable, not to mention that you accumulated 20 spirit resonance. You might feel that 20 is little because your first instance yield was substantial, but the fact is, a 20 yield from a single instance is already the ceiling for many. Wu Weiguo, so now your rank is yellow level 90 spirit resonance. Zhou Yi, yes. Wu Weiguo, not bad. If you enter the instance again in some time, you should reach the profound level. Wu Weiguo, keep it up. Zhou Yi, sure. As their conversation reached this point, Zhou Yi set his phone down, preparing to conclude the chat. Suddenly, he remembered that he needed to inquire about obtaining a third-class merit tomorrow anyway, so he might as well ask now. He picked up his phone again and began to type. Zhou Yi, Captain, I would like to know how to obtain a third-class merit. Wu Weiguo, third-class merit? Zhou Yi, MHM. After sending the message, he noticed the chat window indicated that the other party was typing. After a considerable wait, a lengthy message appeared. Wu Weiguo, generally speaking, there are three main pathways to obtain a third-class merit. Wu Weiguo, firstly, there have been outstanding contributions in certain tasks. For instance, about half a month ago, during the joint operation against the Xingmong Society, a patrol officer named Yin Zhenghong from the Northern District discovered the hideout of the society, which laid the foundation for the subsequent successful actions. Consequently, upon the conclusion of the operation, he was awarded a third-class merit by the organization. Wu Weiguo, secondly, providing the organization with a detailed strategy for a particular dungeon is also commendable, provided that it pertains to a dungeon not recorded in the information database. Or submitting extremely rare dungeon items, such as the Divine Crystal, will also earn one a third-class merit. Wu Weiguo, lastly, there is the wanted list. The wanted list of the patrol team features various fugitives. Capturing or eliminating them will yield corresponding accolades, with the highest reward being a first-class merit. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback. Submitting the Divine Crystal could grant him a third-class merit? How serendipitous! He turned his gaze towards the corner beneath his bed, where a box lay quietly, containing the Divine Crystal he had acquired from the dungeon. So, you mean to say that the coveted third-class merit I have long desired has been resting right under my bed all along? However, he decided against submitting it immediately. Though this item held little practical use for him, it was indeed extremely precious, and explaining its presence would be challenging, especially with traders within the patrol team. Zhou Yi contemplated that he should focus on the wanted list for now, to see if there were suitable opportunities for a third-class merit. Just as he was pondering, his phone began to vibrate once more. Wu Weiguo sent another message. I understand your eagerness to bring your family to the patrol team and Oppo's family community. But remember to act within your means. Wu Weiguo, those who make it onto the wanted list are, without exception, desperate fugitives. Wu Weiguo, as I have said before, Zhou Yi, you possess great talent and will undoubtedly be valued by the patrol team in the future. There is no need to rush. The extraordinary world is fraught with dangers, and a single misstep could lead to a perilous fall. Observing Captain Wu's kind advice, Zhou Yi replied, Understood. Rest assured. I will not act recklessly. Wu Weiguo, good. Wu Weiguo, it is getting late. Get some rest. Zhou Yi, all right. As the chat concluded and he set his phone down, Zhou Yi mused. For me, the most optimal path to obtaining a third-class merit currently lies in the wanted list. The captain is right. Those on the wanted list are indeed dangerous fugitives, but with caution, I should manage. While submitting the Divine Crystal would directly earn me a third-class merit, it would also invite a series of complications, making it a last resort. If, within half a month, I find no alternative means to acquire the merit, I will resort to the Divine Crystal. Zhou Yi had made up his mind. At that moment, a voice called from outside, Come out for dinner. It was his mother. All right. Zhou Yi dismissed those thoughts and rose, stepping out of his bedroom. Chapter 42. Li Zhengyu the following day. It was a weekend, yet no respite was granted. Zhou Yi clocked in at precisely 8 o'clock a.m. Upon arrival, Huang Ying greeted Zhou Yi with a bright smile, saying, Good morning. Zhou Yi nodded in response and took his seat. He powered on his computer and logged into the internal system of the inspection team using his inspector credentials. Within this system, one could find a plethora of information, an inspector forum, news on dignitaries, an information repository, and a wanted list, among other resources. The Inspector Forum, news on dignitaries, and the wanted list were accessible to all inspectors, whereas the information repository contained sensitive data only available to the heads of information departments or chief inspectors in each district. As Zhou Yi perused the Inspector Forum filled with casual chatter, he bypassed it and directly navigated to the wanted list section. This section was organized by levels, allowing him to select targets classified as level 1, 2, 3, or 4. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to examine the level 4 wanted individuals. Instantly, a multitude of portraits appeared on the screen, alongside corresponding personal details, including fundamental information such as name, gender, and address, as well as reasons for their wanted status and associated bounties. Scanning through the list, Zhou Yi noted that the rewards for capturing or killing level 4 wanted individuals were predominantly monetary, with none offering the coveted third-class merit he desired. Thus, he returned to the previous page and opted for the level 3 wanted individuals. Upon entering this category, he found that while most still offered financial rewards, a few noted the possibility of earning a third-class merit. Zhou Yi's interest was piqued as he selected the region of Chong'an City. Suddenly, the number of wanted individuals dwindled to a mere handful, and among those offering a third-class merit, only one remained. Lai Zhengyu, male, 33 years old, a transcendent of the Xian level, formerly residing at 214 Huaguang Street, Chong'an Community, Unit 3, Apartment 501, Jianglin District, Chong'an City. He was wanted for the assassination of inspectors and multiple murders of innocent civilians, classified as a level 3 wanted individual. Those who captured or killed Lai Zhengyu could receive a reward of 100,000 yuan, plus one instance of third-class merit. The wanted status was issued on November 24, 2021. After reading, Zhou Yi fell into deep contemplation. Lai Zhengyu had been on the wanted list since late 2021. Yet it had been over 3 years without an inspector attempting his capture? Just as doubt crossed his mind, Zhou Yi clicked into Lai Zhengyu's wanted page, revealing more detailed information. Update records indicated. On May 7, 2022, in the Southern District, a Xian-level inspector with 30 spiritual resonance named Zhang Xin attempted to apprehend the wanted criminal Lai Zhengyu, but failed, sustaining serious injuries. On July 14, 2023, in the Western District, a Xian-level inspector with 46 spiritual resonance named Li Si also attempted to capture Lai Zhengyu, only to fail and incur severe wounds. On October 1, 2024, in the Northern District, a Xian-level inspector with 70 spiritual resonance named Zhao Wu likewise failed in his attempt, resulting in injury. To date, all 3 attempts at capture had ended in failure. Based on the descriptions of the inspectors, it was evident that the wanted criminal Lai Zhengyu possessed stealth abilities, teleportation skills, and commonly used a crossbow, demonstrating exceptionally high burst capabilities, warranting extreme caution. Zhou Yi inhaled deeply. It appeared that inspectors had made attempts at capturing Lai Zhengyu each year, including one with 70 spiritual resonance, yet all had ended in failure and injury. This suggested that Lai Zhengyu's capability was at least above 70 in the Xian level, compounded by his stealth and teleportation abilities, alongside his crossbow and remarkable burst potential. It was no wonder he had evaded capture for 3 years. His strength was indeed formidable. With the enemy concealed and himself exposed, it was understandable that inspectors faced challenges against such a powerful adversary. Nonetheless, with only one opportunity for a third-class merit in the entire Chong and Appos and city, it was imperative to make the attempt. Gazing at Lai Zhengyu and Appos' information, Zhou Yi began to strategize. Currently, he possessed the abilities of concealment, swiftness, flow state, nightfall, and as a trump card, transformation into a demon. Defeating Lai Zhengyu without employing his trump card, namely, transformation into a demon, would be exceedingly difficult, yet not entirely impossible. After all, his attributes would receive a substantial boost at night. And with the assistance of swiftness and flow state, he could utilize concealment for an unexpected strike, complemented by the advantage of firearms. Lai Zhengyu was not beyond defeat. However, the prerequisite was to locate him without being discovered. Otherwise, an unforeseen attack would be nearly impossible to evade. Just as Zhou Yi was lost in thought, staring at Lai Zhengyu and Appos' wanted information on the computer screen, a male voice suddenly broke the silence. Turning to see Captain Wu Weiguo, he responded with a nod. Wu Weiguo observed Zhou Yi intently. Though I am unaware of your urgency, if you truly wish to attempt this, I must share some critical information with you. Please. Go ahead, Zhou Yi replied, preparing to rise. Wu Weiguo placed a hand on his shoulder. Firstly, there is a reason Li Zhengyu has evaded capture all these years. You have reviewed his file. I trust you can deduce the implications. I must admit, even I would hesitate to confront Li Zhengyu directly. At this, Wu Weiguo paused to add, oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that my current strength stands at 90 in the Xian level. 90% in the Xian level. Zhou Yi was taken aback. Was the captain not on the verge of reaching the D level with just one more completed mission? With such formidable strength? Even he hesitated to claim he could secure Li Zhengyu? Of course, it is not that my abilities are inferior, it is simply that, should he be intent on escaping, capturing him would be quite the challenge, Wu Weiguo reassured, patting Zhou Yi's shoulder. Thus, if you wish to attain this third-class merit, you have but one opportunity and one method, to know his location in advance, then utilize your 30 seconds of invisibility to strike him down while he is entirely unprepared. Understood, Zhou Yi affirmed with a nod. Wu Weiguo raised an eyebrow. Given your current strength is still below the Xian level, any misstep during the process could lead to Li Zhengyu turning the tables on you. Are you certain? I am certain, Zhou Yi replied resolutely. Very well, Wu Weiguo said, producing a slip of paper. Since you wish to attempt this, I will provide you with an opportunity. This contains the locations where Li Zhengyu has recently been sighted. Zhou Yi was momentarily stunned, instinctively accepting the paper. Upon opening it, he found several addresses listed. 1. Xindu Lake Wetland Park. 2. Ning Village. 3. Fuling Community. Although Chong and Appos, and city was not vast, it was not insignificant either. Searching for Li Zhengyu throughout the entire city would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, with these addresses, Zhou Yi could delineate Li Zhengyu's potential activity zone, significantly reducing the search difficulty. After reviewing the addresses, Zhou Yi glanced at Wu Weiguo with a questioning look. Wu Weiguo explained, the inspection team has long intended to apprehend Li Zhengyu. A level 3 wanted individual has roamed freely in the city for so many years. One might mistakenly believe we inspectors are merely idle. Ah, I see. Zhou Yi nodded in understanding. Remember, while it is permissible to try, it must be done under the premise of ensuring your safety. You are the only individual of exceptional talent in Chong and Appos. In City S history, your life holds far greater value than that of Li Zhengyu. Understood. Zhou Yi nodded. Indeed. After Wu Weiguo finished speaking, he departed from the office. He had merely caught a glimpse of Zhou Yi reviewing Li Zhengyu's information while retrieving documents. And combined with the conversation from the previous night, he quickly surmised Zhou Yi and Appos' intentions. In truth, should Zhou Yi encounter any difficulties, the organization could extend assistance at their discretion, especially considering his status as an exceptional talent. However, Wu Weiguo had investigated, and Zhou Yi and Appos' mother and sister had not experienced any recent troubles. Zhou Yi himself was entirely innocent, having never been involved with any underground forces. Thus, he truly could not comprehend Zhou Yi's urgency to secure a formal position, leading him to report the situation to the inspector. The inspection team was indeed intent on capturing Li Zhengyu, and they had already laid a trap. Granting Zhou Yi an opportunity was the inspector's decision. Wu Weiguo was acting on orders. In the office, once Captain Wu Weiguo left, Zhou Yi promptly took out his phone and opened the map of Chong'an City. Marking 3 locations, Xindu Lake Wetland Park, Ning Village, and Fuling Community, which formed a triangular area. Li Zhengyu should be hiding within this triangular zone, Zhou Yi contemplated. Having determined Li Zhengyu and Appos' approximate location, Zhou Yi continued to scrutinize the map. As a level 3 wanted fugitive of the inspection team, Li Zhengyu would certainly avoid populous and bustling areas, thus eliminating these commercial districts from consideration. Additionally, having murdered an inspector and successfully evaded capture thrice while severely injuring an inspector in the process, it was likely that the 3 years of freedom had inflated Li Zhengyu's confidence, making it improbable for him to choose an isolated wilderness as his hideout. Since he needed to live, eat, and carry out daily activities, he would undoubtedly opt for a location with relatively sound living amenities that would not easily attract attention. Pondering over the map, Zhou Yi furrowed his brow in deep thought for quite some time. Ultimately, his gaze settled on one particular area, an urban village. After much contemplation, he concluded that this would be the most suitable place for Li Zhengyu to conceal himself. Firstly, the urban village's poor environment and mixed populace would allow him to disguise himself as a beggar without arousing suspicion. Secondly, the various shops within the urban village were relatively well-equipped, fulfilling all basic needs. Most importantly, there were no surveillance cameras in the urban village. The more Zhou Yi thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He resolved to investigate in the evening. The effect of the entry, nightfall, would activate then. Given Li Jingyu's formidable abilities, Zhou Yi could not afford to be careless. The reason for not going immediately was the fear of alerting the prey. Chapter 43. Surrender. In the afternoon, Zhou Yi and Huang Ying ventured out to perform their routine patrol duties. The patrol proceeded without incident. And during a moment devoid of surveillance and recording, Zhou Yi seized the opportunity to inform Huang Ying of the unsettling news that the Xingmong society might not have been entirely eradicated. Upon hearing this revelation, Huang Ying promptly pulled the patrol vehicle over to the roadside and turned to Zhou Yi, her expression one of disbelief. What? Are you saying that the joint operation by the patrol team a fortnight ago merely dismantled one of Xingmong and Oppo's outposts, rather than their main stronghold? Indeed. The information I received does suggest that, Zhou Yi replied as he sat in the passenger seat, gazing out at the bustling shopping mall and residential buildings. Teeming with life, a picture of prosperity and tranquility. Yet, in stark contrast, where might the shadows of the Xingmong society and Oppo's lair be hidden, basking in the sunlight and Oppo's absence? To be honest, Zhou Yi felt that it could be anywhere. Beside him, Huang Ying furrowed her brows and pressed further. Where did you obtain this information? Zhou Yi shook his head. It and Oppo's not convenient to disclose, but I assure you, the source is unquestionably reliable. Very well. Huang Ying understood that Zhou Yi harbored many secrets and refrained from further questioning. She gazed out the window, lost in thought. Given Zhou Yi and Oppo's audacity to speak so boldly, it was evident that the information must hold some truth. Her current consideration was not the reason behind it, but rather the subsequent actions to be taken. If the Xingmong society's stronghold remained intact, both she and Zhou Yi would be placed in considerable peril. Suddenly, an idea struck Huang Ying, and she turned to Zhou Yi, asking, "What about Hu Ji? I and Oppo's am uncertain. All I know is that the lair of the Xingmong society has not been destroyed. As for whether Hu Ji is in Chong'an City, I have no information regarding that, but I suspect he is most likely present," Zhou Yi analyzed. The masked individuals we encountered previously possessed abilities that reached 70 of the Xian level. Those commanding them would most likely be Earth-level transcendent beings. Moreover, if I were Hu Ji, I certainly would not leave Du Yufan, an ordinary person who has yet to enter a mythic instance, alone in Chong and Oppo's and City. That and Oppo's true. Huang Ying nodded in agreement, taking a deep breath. If Hu Ji is indeed in Chong and Oppo's and City, we must exercise extreme caution moving forward. Precisely, Zhou Yi affirmed. Therefore, during this period, it would be wise for you to reside and dine with the patrol team, minimizing unnecessary outings. And you? Huang Ying inquired. Me? Zhou Yi shrugged. I will continue my regular commute. Huang Ying's father had already been placed in the patrol team's hospital department, a setting far more secure than the family community of the patrol team, allowing her to focus solely on her own safety. However, Zhou Yi was different. Both his mother and sister were outside, making it impossible for him to remain on-site at all times. All right, Huang Ying conceded, adding, "Just be sure to stay safe during this time." "I will," Zhou Yi replied with a stoic expression. Huang Ying continued to gaze at Zhou Yi for a prolonged moment, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy. He finally asked, "What is on your mind?" "Nothing," Huang Ying shook her head. "It's just that sometimes I find it peculiar. You've barely just come of age, yet every interaction with you feels as though you possess a maturity beyond your years." Zhou Yi nodded, thinking to himself, of course. I am more mature. Having lived 30 years in his previous life, coupled with the extraordinary experiences of death and transmigration, his mindset was far from that of an ordinary individual. Not to mention, Huang Ying was only 24, still quite distant from his level of maturity. Not receiving an explanation from Zhou Yi, Huang Ying pouted and shifted gears as they made their way back to the patrol team. With an hour remaining until the end of their shift, Zhou Yi sat at his workstation, idly perusing the internal systems news. The news items varied widely, from directives issued by the Kyoto Patrol headquarters to reports from various cities. Scrolling through with the mouse wheel, Zhou Yi casually glanced at the updates. Kyoto Patrol headquarters releases summary of work contents for various provinces and cities in 2025. Huaihu City Patrol Team issues wanted notice. Level 3 wanted individual Tang Bin has surrendered today, suspected of exhibiting mental health issues. The Qin and Oppo's and city patrol team has commenced interrogation and detention. The perpetrator of the best friend murder case, Sang Jiao, also surrendered today, suspected of exhibiting mental health issues. With the Shishu Province Patrol Team currently conducting further investigations, Hugu City Patrol Team recently solved the case. Among these updates, two particular items caught Zhou Yi's attention. Both Tang Bin and Sang Jiao had surrendered. Mental health issues. Zhou Yi recalled the final states of Tang Bin and Sang Jiao in his dream, one trembling in a corner, the other breaking down and apologizing to her murdered friend. Their surrender could be seen as a means of bringing closure to those haunting moments. As for Chen Ke, who was addicted to theft, and Zhuang Yang, who had a penchant for sabotaging relationships, their transgressions were hardly significant enough to warrant a mention on the patrol team and Oppo's news page. However, after that dream, Zhou Yi believed they would certainly refrain from repeating their mistakes. He wondered about Officer Luo Mingjie in the Southern District and how he was faring at that moment. Just as Zhou Yi pondered these matters, Wu Weiguo suddenly appeared at the office door with a serious expression, followed by several other patrol officers returning to the office. Once everyone had entered, Wu Weiguo closed the door behind them. "We need to hold a meeting," he declared with a grave tone. After stating this, he scanned the faces of everyone present, meticulously observing their expressions. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow in confusion at this unusual demeanor. Wu Weiguo continued, "The patrol chief has just issued directives regarding our upcoming work arrangements. From tomorrow until the end of this month, a span of over half a month, the Eastern District will enter a period of stringent crackdowns, targeting illegal forces across various regions. Our first patrol team is responsible for the entirety of the development zone. I will now outline the member assignments during this crackdown period. Li Yu and Wang and I will be in one group, Li 1. A crackdown? Zhou Yi thought to himself, surprised by the sudden escalation. Why the abrupt shift to such stringent measures? In front of him, Wu Weiguo continued with the personnel distribution for each group. Lastly, it will be me, Zhou Yi, and Huang Ying in one group. After concluding, Wu Weiguo maintained a stoic expression, saying, "That is the distribution of members during this crackdown period. Starting tomorrow, I will arrange the targets for suppression or eradication in the group chat. Be sure to check regularly." Understood. All the patrol officers responded in unison. Wu Weiguo nodded and added, "If there are no further matters, tidy up and prepare to clock out." With that, he exited the office, followed by the others. Zhou Yi remained seated at his workstation, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The sudden crackdown in the Eastern District was undoubtedly not without cause. What event had transpired that prompted the patrol chief to initiate such stringent measures and to extend them for over half a month? Could it be that Luo Mingjie had surrendered and the patrol chief had learned that the Xingmong society had not been wholly eradicated? Also discovering that their stronghold lay hidden within the Eastern District? It was a possibility. The patrol team would not permit the Xingmong society to establish a foothold in this area. Once it became known that the Xingmong society had not been entirely dismantled, further actions would inevitably follow. After all, the Xingmong society was a top priority target for the patrol team, and eliminating them would constitute a significant achievement, not to mention the multitude of instabilities their presence could introduce to the district. Zhou Yi continued to analyze the situation along these lines. The current stringent measures serve, on one hand, to trace the faint clues left by the Xingmong society. On the other hand, they act as a cautionary warning to local forces within the jurisdiction, advising them to refrain from any dealings with the Xingmong society. This reasoning resonates with Zhou Yi, who believes his deductions are logically sound. As for the absence of the term Xingmong society in the task assignments issued by Wu Weiguo, the explanation is quite simple. If Luo Mingjie had indeed surrendered and provided information to the inspection team, the inspection chief would undoubtedly be aware of the existence of a traitor within the organization. Announcing loudly to all inspectors that the Xingmong society has not been thoroughly eradicated and that a crackdown is imminent would surely alert the culprits. After contemplating all of this, Zhou Yi took a deep breath. Regrettably, he had no acquaintances among the inspectors in the Southern District. Otherwise, he could have inquired about Luo Mingjie's situation to clarify everything. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence, regardless of whether this crackdown was in response to the Xingmong society. He was already well aware that the society and Oppo's stronghold lay hidden in the Eastern District. The waters in Chong and Oppo's city were becoming increasingly murky, and he was determined to secure a third-class merit award promptly. As closing time approached, Zhou Yi swiftly clocked out, shedding his inspector and Oppo's uniform for the civilian attire he had prepared in advance. given that he was on the hunt for the third-class wanted criminal, Li Jingyu. It was imprudent to parade around in an inspectoress uniform. The chaotic environment of the urban village made it clear that donning such a uniform would lead to his identity being compromised within moments. With all preparations in order, Zhou Yi was about to head to the urban village, a possible hideout for Li Jingyu, when he received a message from his captain, Wu Weiguo. Wu Weiguo, be cautious while searching for Li Jingyu. Wu Weiguo, remember, you only have one chance. If you fail to eliminate Li Jingyu with your shot, do not attempt again. Ensure that you withdraw before the concealment effect expires. Zhou Yi replied, understood, Captain. Wu Weiguo, With their conversation concluded, Zhou Yi sent a message to his mother, informing her that he would be delayed returning home due to unexpected matters. After these tasks were completed, he hailed a taxi to the urban village. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yi, Wu Weiguo had been discreetly following him in a vehicle, ensuring his safety from a distance. Zhou Yi was a highly regarded talent at headquarters. Should anything happen to him, even the inspection chief would be required to submit a detailed written report and self-reflection to headquarters. Thus, it was inconceivable to allow Zhou Yi to confront the third-class wanted criminal, Li Jingyu, alone. The inspection chief had permitted Zhou Yi a single opportunity, but Wu Weiguo was tasked with covertly ensuring Zhou Yi's safety. Chapter 44. The Fire Dragon Gang in the Urban Village. Zhou Yi stepped down from the vehicle and approached a certain area on the outskirts of the urban village. He surveyed the dilapidated buildings that intertwined before him. A faint odor pervaded the air, emanating from the heaps of garbage that had overflowed nearby, with flies buzzing about. It was 6 p.m. The sun had yet to dip below the horizon, yet the narrow alley ahead was already shrouded in dimness. Various garments hung from the security bars of the windows above, while some air conditioning units bore the marks of rust. The utility poles in the alley were plastered with an array of advertisements. The sounds of sizzling from cooking wafted through the air. The environment and the demographics of the urban village were exceedingly intricate. It would be impossible for Zhou Yi to locate Li Jingyu alone that night, thus he resolved to inquire for directions. He recalled the layout of the urban village and the distribution of power. The local strong arm in this area was the Fire Dragon Gang, which had maintained its dominance for many years and cooperated well with the inspection teams. Therefore, seeking assistance from them would be the most prudent course of action. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yi made his way toward the Fire Dragon Gang's territory. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a gaming hall. Inside, several young men with brightly colored hair were engrossed in card games, cigarettes dangling from their lips. Empty beer bottles rolled about on the floor, and the air was thick with a haze of smoke, punctuated by their boisterous shouts as they played. This was indeed the stronghold of the Fire Dragon Gang. The core members of the Fire Dragon Gang numbered 23, with only 2 being yellow-level extraordinary individuals, namely their leader and vice leader. The strongest among them boasted a prowess of 67 resonance. To Zhou Yi, they posed no real threat. Having lingered at the entrance for a moment, Zhou Yi caught the attention of the gang members within. A yellow-haired individual stepped out, sizing him up and demanding, "What do you want?" "I'm looking for someone." Zhou Yi replied. "Looking for someone?" The yellow-haired man raised an eyebrow. "Who?" "Liang Chao." "What?" The man's eyes widened, casting aside his cigarette in anger. "Who do you think you are, calling out our boss's name so casually?" Inside the gaming hall, the commotion drew the attention of the other gang members, who, sensing potential trouble, stood up, some grabbing nearby bottles in a readiness for confrontation. Zhou Yi, however, saw no need to engage with these ruffians. He produced his identification. "Zhou Yi, Inspector. Call Liang Chao out." Upon seeing Zhou Yi's credentials, particularly the words Chong'an City Inspection Team, the yellow-haired man's demeanor shifted dramatically, sweat breaking out on his brow as his bravado evaporated. "Ha, so it's Brother Zhou. Please, take a seat. I'll call our boss right away." He chuckled nervously, adding, "Brother Zhou, you're quite handsome and charming. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please don't hold it against me." With that, he hurried back into the gaming hall, retrieved a bottle of beer from the table, and returned. "I'll take this as a self-punishment to apologize to you." He then downed the entire bottle in front of Zhou Yi, belching before saying, "I'll contact our boss now." Being an inspector, Zhou Yi's status and strength were far superior to theirs, which explained their marked reaction. To insight, Zhou Yi's ire could spell the end for the Fire Dragon Gang in mere minutes, perhaps even less. Inside the hall, the other members of the gang, who had previously exhibited a fierce demeanor, now appeared submissive and eager to accommodate Zhou Yi. He chose not to enter the hall due to the overpowering smoke, opting instead to wait outside. He also refrained from provoking the gang members. Recognizing the futility in such an endeavor and knowing he would still require their assistance to locate Li Zhengyu. Within 5 minutes, a man with a buzz cut hurried over. Hello? Brother Zhou, I am Liang Chao, the leader of the Fire Dragon Gang. The man appeared to be in his 20s and was slightly out of breath from rushing over. Upon reaching Zhou Yi, he promptly offered him a cigarette. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Brother Zhou. I was occupied with something earlier. He then glared at the gang members inside, scolding, You lot really lack perception. Brother Zhou is here, and you didn't even think to welcome him properly? You let him stand out here. As one of the younger members attempted to explain, Zhou Yi raised his hand to interrupt. I preferred to wait outside. While speaking, he declined the offered cigarette. I don't smoke. Oh, understood. Liang Chao nodded, putting the cigarette away with a smile. What brings you here today, Brother Zhou? Any instructions? Nothing specific, Zhou Yi replied directly. You know this area well. I'm looking for someone. Who? Li Zhengyu. At the mention of the name, Liang Chao and Apos' expression shifted slightly. He then inquired, May I see your credentials? Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. Liang Chao explained, the individual you inquired about has also been sought after by other officers from the inspection team recently. So I assumed you must already have information on his whereabouts. Moreover, the previous officer requested that I keep this matter confidential, which is why I need to verify your identity. If you are indeed an inspector, I will share everything I know. Hearing this, Zhou Yi nodded and retrieved his credentials once more. Liang Chao leaned in for a closer look, confirming that it was indeed a genuine inspector's badge, with the details matching perfectly. All right, Liang Chao nodded, retrieving his phone to display a picture. Is this the person you're searching for? Zhou Yi glanced at the image and affirmed, That's him. Good. Liang Chao turned back to the gaming hall, fetched a pen and paper, scribbled down an address, tore off the note, and handed it to Zhou Yi. This is Li Zhengyu's address. If you head in that direction, it might be a bit far, around 10 minutes, and you should find it. Thank you. Zhou Yi accepted the note. Don't mention it. Liang Chao smiled. It's our honor to assist a respected inspector. Zhou Yi noted. No wonder the Fire Dragon Gang has maintained its foothold here for so long. Their awareness and attitude are indeed commendable. Leaving the gaming hall, Zhou Yi set off toward the address written on the note. Chapter 45. Looking for me? Is there something you need? Prior to this encounter, the patrol team had already inquired with the Fire Dragon Gang regarding the whereabouts of Li Zhengyu. So Zhou Yi was not taken aback by this information. After all, Wu Weihua had explicitly mentioned during their discussion that the patrol team was preparing to apprehend Li Zhengyu. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable to conduct preliminary investigations and ask individuals who might possess relevant knowledge. It was unexpected, however, that they would swiftly uncover Li Zhengyu's hiding place. Zhou Yi took a deep breath. Clearly, Captain Wu was correct. The presence of these local power brokers was not entirely detrimental. They could indeed provide the patrol team with crucial leads. As long as these gangs refrained from overstepping their bounds, their existence could be tolerated. The world is neither purely black nor purely white, but rather a delicate shade of gray. Absolute order is a myth, one that cannot exist. As patrollers, their duty is to maintain this intricate gray area between light and dark. 1042. Zhou Yi gazed at the number on the slip of paper. He then glanced at the doorplate beside him, 804. There was still quite a distance to cover. In truth, if Zhou Yi were to utilize his utmost speed, he could reach Li Zhengyu's location in less than a minute. However, the labyrinthine alleys of the urban village were exceedingly complex, with twisting paths in every direction. Li Zhengyu had evaded capture for many years as a level 3 wanted criminal, not only due to his formidable strength, having escaped several attempts at apprehension while injuring patrollers, but also because of his keen counter-surveillance instincts. If his awareness of counter-surveillance had been deficient, he would have never had the opportunity to injure a patroller. He would have been apprehended immediately after committing his crimes and would not have managed to remain at large for so long. Therefore, as he gradually approached Li Zhengyu's residence, Zhou Yi navigated each corner with utmost caution, transforming what could have been a 10-minute journey into nearly half an hour. 1022. Observing the doorplate beside him, Zhou Yi noted he was now quite close to Li Zhengyu and Apos' location. He lifted his gaze to the sky. Although the alley was shrouded in dimness, night had not yet fully descended. He decided to wait until nightfall before proceeding. Zhou Yi halted his steps, waiting for approximately 10 minutes. The light finally faded completely. The alley had become exceedingly dark. Despite the presence of streetlights at intervals, their feeble yellow glow was rendered ineffective in such a convoluted and narrow passage. Zhou Yi suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, and his senses, sight, hearing, and reaction time, were all markedly heightened. Even his mind felt clearer. Nightfall had taken effect. Zhou Yi immediately stood up and continued onward. Before long, he arrived at the doorplate marked 1042. It was a brick house, its walls worn and peeling, with much of the cement crumbling away to reveal the red bricks beneath. Beside the dark green iron gate, a red couplet had faded significantly and was missing a large portion. The wall was cluttered with various debris and small advertisements. The door was tightly shut, and the curtains were drawn with no gaps, preventing any view of the interior. Zhou Yi could only rely on sound to ascertain whether anyone was inside. However, after listening intently for a while, he heard nothing. Could it be that Li Jingyu was not home? As an extraordinary individual, coupled with the effects of nightfall, Zhou Yi's hearing far exceeded that of an ordinary person. If someone were inside, even the faintest sound would reach his ears. Yet, the house remained silent. He needed to find a place to conceal himself. Zhou Yi made a swift decision. Throughout the entire process, his footsteps never faltered, appearing as if he were merely passing through. He speculated that Li Jingyu might not be home. But if he were and was deliberately remaining quiet to observe Zhou Yi lingering at the door, given Li Jingyu's cautious nature and counter-surveillance awareness, he would undoubtedly expose himself. The adjacent alley presented a suitable hiding spot, so he made his way there. However, just as he reached the entrance of the alley, Zhou Yi spotted a disheveled man within, clad in tattered clothing. The man held a steel crossbow in one hand, with an arrow already nocked, poised to shoot at a moment and Oppo's notice. The bow was aimed directly at Zhou Yi. Upon seeing this individual, a name instantly flashed in Zhou Yi and Oppo's mind. Li Jingyu. Looking for me. Is there something you need? Li Jingyu and Oppo's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet it resonated with an air of detachment. Zhou Yi was taken aback. How had Li Jingyu discovered him? Every step he had taken in the alley had been cautious, and he had revealed no signs of his presence. Yet, Li Jingyu's demeanor suggested he had anticipated Zhou Yi's arrival and had been waiting at this precise location. Was it the Fire Dragon Gang? Contemplating the situation, Zhou Yi could conceive of no other possibility. No matter how astute Li Jingyu's counter-surveillance instincts were, it was implausible for him to penetrate Zhou Yi and Oppo's disguise within mere seconds while simultaneously preparing a weapon for confrontation. Thus, it could only mean that the Fire Dragon Gang had informed Li Jingyu of his impending arrival. Damn it, Zhou Yi cursed inwardly, acknowledging his youthful naivete. That Liang Chao had seemed quite perceptive, yet it turned out to be an act. However, there was no time to settle accounts with the Fire Dragon Gang now. He needed to address the immediate predicament. Zhou Yi regarded Li Jingyu, his expression unchanged. You must have mistaken me for someone else. At his words, Li Jingyu slightly lifted his head, his eyes narrowing like those of a viper fixated on Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, patrol officer of the Eastern District. Newly appointed less than a month ago, currently a temporary officer without the authority to carry a firearm. You know me? Zhou Yi was astonished. He had intended to stall Li Jingyu momentarily to devise a response strategy. However, Li Jingyu wasted no time on pleasantries. The arrow is poisoned. If I pull the trigger, you will surely die. Now, you have two choices. Li Jingyu's expression remained impassive, his tone devoid of inflection. Either raise your hands above your head and lie on the ground, and I may consider sparing you, or you can die right here. Choose. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's expression gradually settled into calmness as he regarded Li Jingyu, raising an eyebrow in response. Are you threatening me? Indeed. Li Jingyu's tone remained devoid of emotion. Let me remind you, I am not averse to killing patrol officers. A few thousand a month is not worth sacrificing my life. Oh, Zhou Yi inhaled deeply. Well, you make a compelling argument. A few thousand a month is indeed not worth my life. Smart. Li Jingyu continued to hold his bow, the arrow point trained on Zhou Yi. Repeat after me. Raise your hands above your head, then lie on the ground. Zhou Yi studied Li Jingyu. The constricted alley greatly limited movement, rendering stealth nearly impossible, especially with the opponent holding the advantage. He decided to bide his time. Zhou Yi shrugged and raised his hands, then slightly bent at the waist. On the opposing side, Li Jingyu and Oppo's lips curled into a slight smirk, and he lowered the bow slightly. However, in the next instant, Zhou Yi and Oppo's figure vanished without a trace. A gunshot rang out, echoing through the air. Next came the second, third, and fourth bullets, roaring through the night sky with a ferocious intensity. Chapter 46. Death. A sudden gunshot shattered the stillness of the night. Flames erupted from the explosion, materializing in the void, as bullets sliced through the air at supersonic speeds. striking Lai Jingyu directly in the forehead, chest, and body, piercing through him and causing blood to spurt forth instantly. Lai Jingyu and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief as he stared into the empty alley ahead, one hand still clutched a crossbow. Yet he would never have the chance to unleash the loaded bolt. No, it cannot be. His consciousness rapidly faded, the world around him growing increasingly silent, the specter of death encroaching swiftly. Fear filled Lai Jingyu's gaze as he mustered the last remnants of his strength to utter those 3 words. Just before his awareness completely dissipated, Zhou Yi and Apos' figure appeared before him, a gun gripped tightly in hand, the dark muzzle pointed directly at Lai Jingyu and Apos' forehead. Bang, another shot rang out. Lai Jingyu succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing into a pool of blood. He died without comprehending why the patrol officer had vanished so suddenly, why flames from firearms had materialized in the desolate alley, or how a temporary patrol officer came to possess a gun, who claimed that a temporary patrol officer lacked the authority to wield a firearm. My dear friend, you were far too confident. Zhou Yi lowered his gun, gazing down at the lifeless body of Lai Jingyu in the blood-soaked ground. Clearly, Lai Jingyu was well acquainted with the patrol team. It was likely that he had been monitoring their movements for years, even knowing each officer intimately, which enabled him to accurately disclose his own information. Yet, this very familiarity led him to mistakenly believe he was unarmed. What a narrow escape it had been. Had Lai Jingyu acted decisively, Zhou Yi would have met his demise. Reflecting on it now, Zhou Yi felt a shiver of fear. The moment he turned into the alley, Lai Jingyu had already aimed his bow at him. If he had chosen to strike then, Zhou Yi would have been powerless to react in time. And even if he managed to respond under duress, the likelihood of being injured by the arrow was high. The arrow was poisoned. Death would be the inevitable outcome. So why had he held back? Zhou Yi furrowed his brow, then shook his head. Now was not the time for such musings. He needed to take a photograph and report the 3rd-class merit award first. Zhou Yi retrieved his phone, snapped a picture of Lai Jingyu and Apos' corpse, and sent it to Captain Wu Weiguo. Zhou Yi, Captain, it, and Apos' done. A swift reply followed. Wu Weiguo, okay. Wu Weiguo, leave the body. Someone will come to collect it soon. Wu Weiguo, I will apply for the 3rd-class merit tomorrow. Zhou Yi, understood. After their conversation, Zhou Yi set his phone down and gazed up at the night sky, inhaling deeply. With Lai Jingyu dealt with, it was time to confront the Fire Dragon Gang. Although the abilities stealth, swiftness, and flow state were all in cooldown, it mattered little. The strongest members of the Fire Dragon Gang were merely of yellow rank, posing no substantial threat. Zhou Yi began to retrace his steps. In the alley where Lai Jingyu and Apos' body lay, Zhou Yi had not been gone long when a figure appeared, Wu Weiguo. He had been shadowing Zhou Yi the entire time, even observing him when he encountered the Fire Dragon Gang. Liang Chao had mentioned earlier that the patrol officer who sought information about Lai Jingyu from the Fire Dragon Gang was none other than Wu Weiguo. He had discerned the connection between the Fire Dragon Gang and Lai Jingyu. Thus, when Zhou Yi headed toward Lai Jingyu and Apos' residence, Wu Weiguo hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. After all, knowing the link between Liang Chao and Lai Jingyu, Zhou Yi's approach was akin to leaping into a fire pit. Yet, he held back, reasoning that Zhou Yi possessed the invisibility ability and should be able to escape if the situation turned dire. This kid is far too reckless. His observational skills are lacking. Wu Weiguo assessed Zhou Yi's actions, noting that he had shown no signs of caution when entering the alley. Looking down at Lai Jingyu's corpse, he shook his head. Were it not for Lai Jingyu and Apos' restraint, he would be the one lying here instead. Wu Weiguo felt no anger. After all, Zhou Yi was new to the patrol team, and his lack of experience was understandable. As for Lai Jingyu and Apos' decision to hold back, the reasoning was simple. The patrol team had long since laid a trap within the urban village, leaving Lai Jingyu with no avenue for escape. Thus, when Zhou Yi appeared alone, Lai Jingyu immediately devised a plan to abduct Zhou Yi and leverage the life of a patrol officer to secure his own escape. This was his sole opportunity for survival. Though Wu Weiguo was unaware of why Zhou Yi was so eager to be promoted, the patrol chief had been correct. After all, Zhou Yi was the only exceptional talent in Chong and Apos' city, with limitless potential. What did it matter if he received a 3rd-class merit award? Under normal circumstances, once the patrol team had formulated a plan against a wanted criminal and began implementation, no other officers would be permitted to undertake such tasks. However, Zhou Yi was an exception. Wu Weiguo dialed the patrol chief and Apos' number. Hello, Patrol Chief. This is Wu Weigua. Yes, Li Jingyu is dead. That kid is likely off to settle scores with the Fire Dragon gang now. Very well. After ending the call, Wu Weigua surveyed Li Jingyu's corpse on the ground and spoke into his walkie-talkie. Send someone to handle the body. In the game room. When Zhou Yi returned, the door remained ajar. Inside, several members of the Fire Dragon gang, including their leader Liang Chao, were engrossed in a card game. The room thick with smoke and punctuated by shouts of excitement. Just as the players were enjoying their game, the door was violently kicked open, crashing to the ground with an explosive sound. The members of the Fire Dragon gang were startled, quickly rising to grab their weapons and turning to face the entrance. Upon realizing it was Zhou Yi, they hastily set their weapons down. Liang Chao was about to express his anger, but upon seeing Zhou Yi, his eyelids twitched, and he instinctively wished to flee. Yet, with a mere 67 resonance of yellow rank, how could he possibly escape, especially under the effects of nightfall, which significantly enhanced Zhou Yi's attributes? Zhou Yi swiftly seized Liang Chao by the arm and, with a slight exertion, pressed him down to the ground. Spare me. Spare me, Liang Chao pleaded. Zhou Gu, it was all Li Jingyu and Oppo's coercion. I never intended to leak your information. Indeed, it was you. Liang Chao's words confirmed Zhou Yi and Oppo's suspicions as he tightened his grip around Liang Chao and Oppo's neck. Ah, it hurts, Liang Chao cried out. Behind them, the young members of the Fire Dragon gang watched in silence, too intimidated to utter a sound as their leader was subjugated by Zhou Yi. Chapter 47. An Oath of Loyalty in a village within the city, inside a chess room. A group of young ruffians with multicolored hair either waved fans or clutched handheld fans, desperately fanning the air to disperse the lingering odor of smoke. The table, originally meant for playing cards, was meticulously cleared, while Zhou Yi sat calmly in a chair, with Liang Chao standing beside him, his face marred by bruises. Indeed, Zhou Yi had delivered a severe beating to him. As a founder of an illicit organization, Liang Chao had dared to associate clandestinely with a level 3 fugitive on the patrol team and even assisted in undermining a patrol officer. Such transgressions could lead to his execution, or at the very least, a lengthy imprisonment. A beating was but a mild consequence. Speak. What transpired? Zhou Yi's expression was impassive. In response, Liang Chao maintained his composure, standing obediently. Despite having endured Zhou Yi's wrath, he felt a flicker of relief within. He understood the grave repercussions of these revelations and believed that if a good thrashing could appease Zhou Gu, it would be a fortunate outcome. At this juncture, Liang Chao dared not conceal any details. He confessed, a month ago, Li Jingyu approached me, instructing that if any patrol officers inquired about his address, I should direct them to number 1042 and inform him of any visits from the patrol officers. Liang Chao paused, hesitating slightly. After all, Li Jingyu was a level 3 fugitive. Having even killed a patrol officer, he was reluctant to become entangled with such a dangerous individual. However, he threatened my family, he continued. Zhou Gu, you are aware that Li Jingyu is a transcendent being of the yellow tier and a desperate criminal. Although I, Liang Chao, am the leader of the Fire Dragon gang, a figure of some repute in the village, in the presence of true giants like you, I am nothing. No, I am less than nothing. Hence, I had no choice but to comply. In the eyes of ordinary people, yellow-tier transcendent beings loom like insurmountable mountains. Yet, in the realm of the extraordinary, they occupy merely the lowest echelon. Faced with Li Jingyu's threats, Liang Chao indeed had no alternatives left. However, Zhou Yi displayed no signs of sympathy or understanding, merely stating, the collusion between illegal organizations and a level 3 fugitive, undermining patrol officers, these 3 charges accumulate. Do you comprehend the implications? Yes, Liang Chao replied, his anxiety escalating. Yet, upon observing Zhou Yi's demeanor, he sensed that the patrol officer had no intention of arresting him. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the underworld for many years, establishing the Fire Dragon gang amidst the chaos of the village, Liang Chao was no fool. He quickly added, Zhou Gu, I acknowledge my unforgivable error, but I beseech you to consider my coercion by Li Jingyu and grant me an opportunity for redemption. Should you require any assistance, I, Liang Chao, vow to go through fire and water for you. This Liang Chao was indeed a clever man. Without any insinuation, he voluntarily offered his loyalty. Zhou Yi, appreciating his sincerity, raised his gaze. Given your earnest attitude, I shall grant you a chance. Thank you, Zhou Gu. Liang Chao expressed his gratitude. Leave a contact number. Should I require your services in the future, I shall call. Very well. Liang Qiu hastily scribbled his phone number on a piece of paper and handed it to Zhou Yi, saying, "You may contact me at any time. Regardless of where I may be or what I may be doing, I will certainly respond." Understood. Zhou Yi accepted the note. Yet, being associated with the Fire Dragon gang, Zhou Yi recognized the necessity of maintaining some distance due to his role as a patrol officer. The Starry League was formidable, and relying solely on oneself was impractical. Although Liang Qiao's group was relatively weak, they could still serve a purpose under certain circumstances. As for the patrol team, until the traitor was exposed, relying on Liang Qiao's group felt more secure than relying on the organization itself. Additionally, through the incident involving Li Jingyu, Zhou Yi realized that there were times when intelligence from the patrol team could not compete with that of underground organizations like the Fire Dragon gang. Thus, cultivating a clandestine force became essential. Meanwhile, a visibly relieved Liang Qiao cautiously inquired, Zhou Gu, may I ask, what has become of Li Jingyu?" Despite having seen Zhou Yi return, suggesting that Li Jingyu had likely been captured, the memory of Li Jingyu's threats against his family compelled him to seek confirmation. Zhou Yi replied calmly, "He is dead." Oh. Upon hearing this, Liang Qiao exhaled deeply, a wave of relief washing over him. Zhou Yi glanced at the darkening sky. The day having fully surrendered tonight. "I shall take my leave," he stated as he approached the door of the chess room, not looking back. For the next fortnight, the Fire Dragon gang shall engage in no illegal activities. Understood, Shogu, Liang Qiao responded. With that, Zhou Yi and Apos' figure vanished into the alley. Inside the chess room, Liang Qiao finally relaxed into his chair, as if the conversation with Zhou Yi had drained him of all energy. As his taut nerves began to unwind, the pain in his face intensified. "It hurts terribly," Liang Qiao lamented, clutching his face. "Boss." His subordinates hastily set aside their fans and gathered around him. Wang Mao fetched a medical kit, asking, "Boss, shall we proceed to collect protection fees tomorrow?" As the local authority, the Fire Dragon gang collected protection fees from businesses in the area monthly, which constituted a primary source of income. Though they collected fees, they also provided services. If a protected business encountered minor troubles, a single call would summon them to resolve the issue. However, it was evident that collecting protection fees fell squarely within the realm of illegal activities. Let us heed Shogu's advice and refrain from doing so for now. Liang Qiao waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi departed the village, taking a taxi home. The pace of events had far exceeded his expectations. Yet he had indeed eliminated the level 3 fugitive Li Jingyu, and a third-class merit would likely be awarded soon. Promotion to a full position was merely a matter of days. Arriving at the entrance of his long-time dilapidated apartment complex, he surveyed the tightly packed buildings resembling a beehive, the dim lighting casting an oppressive shadow between the narrow gaps. Relocating was no trivial matter, particularly after living in one place for over a decade, during which time a terrifying accumulation of various knickknacks had ensued. Exacerbated by his mother's sentimental attachment to items, even those seldom used. Therefore, he resolved to commence the organization of their belongings early. Upon returning home, he would broach the subject of moving with his mother, Zhou Yi mused. Chapter 48. Long live brother. As he stepped through the door, it was already 8:47 p.m. His younger sister, Zhou Yi, had completed her homework and was now seated in the living room, engrossed in the television. Their mother was in the kitchen, diligently washing the dishes. "You and Apos, back, brother?" she inquired. "MHM," Zhou Yi nodded. On the dining table, all the dishes were covered with lids. Hearing the commotion from the living room, their mother walked to the kitchen door and said to Zhou Yi, "Wash your hands and get ready for dinner." "All right," Zhou Yi responded, heading to wash his hands. Upon returning, he found that his mother had already served the rice on the table while the dishes were being heated in the microwave. As Zhou Yi began his meal, their mother commenced measuring the length of the living room with a tape measure. Puzzled, Zhou Yi asked, "Mom, what are you measuring this for?" "I plan to set up a shelf here for your sister's books," their mother replied with a smile. The current living space was quite cramped. Zhou Yi's bedroom was already overcrowded with a bed and a desk set, and as she accumulated more school books, it became increasingly difficult to manage. Therefore, Wang Huiling intended to add a dedicated bookshelf in the living room. "Don't," Zhou Yi interjected immediately, "let's not rush into buying it." Their mother looked confused. Taking the opportunity to steer the conversation, Zhou Yi continued, "In a few days, we will be moving." "Moving?" Wang Huiling's confusion deepened. Nearby, Zhou Yi, who had been lounging on the sofa watching television, perked up at the mention of Apos. Moving and Apos and tilted her head in curiosity, asking, "Where are we moving to, brother?" Zhou Yi set down his utensils and explained to his mother, "You see, after becoming an inspector, the organization will conduct an assessment over a certain period. And based on performance and capability, I can be confirmed in my position. Once confirmed, I will be allocated a property in the inspector and Oppos S family community." He refrained from revealing the entire truth, as the regulations stipulated that a temporary inspector must serve for a year or receive a third-class merit to be confirmed. Having just become an inspector for less than a month, his only option for quick confirmation was to earn a third-class merit, which was no easy feat. Despite how simple it appeared to shoot Lai Zhengyu, entering stealth mode, aiming, and firing, the reality was far more perilous, known only to Zhou Yi himself. Had Lai Zhengyu not shown restraint, Zhou Yi might have very well ended up a corpse. If he disclosed all these details to his mother, he could only imagine the worry it would instill in her. Thus, Zhou Yi chose to weave a benevolent falsehood. "The captain mentioned that I should be confirmed within the next few days, and then we can move into the inspector and Oppos S family community, which will provide a better environment and, more importantly, heightened safety." "Really?" Zhou Yi exclaimed, suddenly animated, abandoning the television to sit upright. The inspector's family community sounded prestigious. "Oh." Their mother paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "That sounds wonderful." Noticing that his mother did not seem overly elated, Zhou Yi asked curiously, "What's wrong, Mom? Are you reluctant to leave here?" Although their home was small and shabby, it had witnessed the growth of their family. Having lived there for over a decade, it was impossible to claim there were no sentiments attached. However, safety always trumped all considerations. "No," their mother said, putting away the tape measure and sitting down on the sofa. "I just feel like my son has suddenly grown up. Just a short while ago, he was still an adolescent, and now he is a proud inspector, the pillar of our family." As she spoke, Wang Huiling looked at Zhou Yi with pride. Zhou Yi smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was brimming with excitement. "The inspector's family community. That's amazing. We are really going to live there." In the world of ordinary people, inspectors were already a distant existence, making the family community an even more unattainable realm. Seeing Zhou Yi's eager expression, their mother rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Look at you, so impatient." "Humph." Zhou Yi dismissed her mother's teasing, gazing at Zhou Yi with hopeful eyes. "Brother, will you arrange for me to have a bigger bedroom?" "Of course," Zhou Yi replied with a smile. "Woohoo." Zhou Yi jumped up from the sofa, exclaiming, "Long live brother." This child, their mother shook her head in resignation, then took a deep breath as she surveyed the living room. The next day, at 7:50 a.m., Zhou Yi arrived at the inspection team. The night before, Captain Wu Weiguo had sent a private message instructing Zhou Yi to clock in 10 minutes early and then proceed to the captain's office. After clocking in, he headed to office 205 and knocked on the door. "Come in," Wu Weiguo and Oppos S voice called from inside. Zhou Yi entered. "You and Oppos, here." Wu Weiguo gestured to the chair in front of his desk. "Have a seat." "Okay," Zhou Yi complied, taking a seat. "The body of Lai Zhengyu has been returned, and the third-class merit medal should be ready by tomorrow at the latest," Wu Weiguo informed Zhou Yi. "Once the merit arrives, the organization will arrange for your confirmation. After becoming a formal inspector, you can go to the administrative office and ask directly to arrange housing for you in the family community." The prospect of confirmation and housing in the family community was Zhou Yi and Oppos as primary concern. Thus, Wu Weiguo began with this arrangement. "Great." Zhou Yi nodded. "Just in time, as we are packing things at home these days. Once I receive the keys to the family community, we can move right in." After discussing the confirmation and housing, Wu Weiguo continued, "You know about the relationship between the Fire Dragon Gang and Lai Zhengyu, right?" "Yes," Zhou Yi affirmed with a nod. Recently, the inspection team had planned to apprehend Lai Zhengyu, and Liang Chao had mentioned that some inspectors had previously inquired about him. If Liang Chao could deceive Zhou Yi, it was unlikely he could evade someone as experienced as Wu Weiguo. It was not impossible for him to be seen through. Wu Weiguo stared intently at Zhou Yi. "How do you plan to handle this?" Zhou Yi fell silent. Did Wu Weiguo already know about his conversation with Liang Chao the previous night? Without a change in expression, Wu Weiguo continued, "You killed Lai Zhengyu, so it is most appropriate for you to deal with the Fire Dragon Gang. Share your thoughts." After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Yi decided to speak the truth. "After neutralizing Lai Zhengyu last night, I sought out Liang Chao, the leader of the Fire Dragon Gang. From my understanding, he was coerced by Lai Zhengyu using his family, which is why he reluctantly provided information to him. Although the nature of his actions was reprehensible, it is somewhat understandable, and I have already given him a beating. Oh, Wu Weiguo nodded, pausing for a moment. He then continued, these gang factions can sometimes provide us with unexpected assistance. It's acceptable to befriend them, but one must tread carefully, for at the end of the day, these individuals belong to illegal organizations. They lack the awareness to follow the rules that ordinary people do. If you get too close, bystanders will see you as their protector, and they will act with unwarranted arrogance. Do you understand? Chapter 49, Mental Instability. Zhou Yi discerned that Captain Wu Weiguo was subtly reminding him. He nodded earnestly. Understanding the implication, Wu Weiguo offered a faint smile, glancing at the time, 7:55 a.m., with merely 5 minutes to 8 o'clock. He continued. There is one more matter I wish to discuss with you regarding the 051572 instance. The 051572 instance, the very one Zhou Yi had entered last time, the Night Wanderer instance. Upon hearing Captain Wu inquire about this instance, Zhou Yi immediately surmised that the patrol officer named Luo Mingjie from the Southern District had undoubtedly confessed. Understood, Zhou Yi affirmed. Please proceed with your questions. Wu Weiguo nodded, then furrowed his brow. What did you encounter in this instance? Could you elaborate? Certainly, Zhou Yi replied, maintaining a serene expression. In the instance, I was confronted with a car accident, but I was not the central figure. It was my father. Your father? Wu Weiguo expressed surprise. Indeed. Zhou Yi confirmed, to be precise, it was the tragic accident that befell my father 7 years ago. In this instance, I embodied my 11-year-old self. Wu Weiguo fell into contemplation after this revelation, as patrol officers undergo background checks and political scrutiny before joining the force. He was aware of Zhou Yi and Appo's, father and Appo's, demise in that accident 7 years prior. What troubles you? Zhou Yi inquired in response. Nothing, Wu Weiguo waved dismissively. After a moment, he resumed, do you recall me mentioning that a patrol officer from the Southern District, much like yourself, entered this instance? I do, Zhou Yi nodded. Wu Weiguo regarded Zhou Yi intently. That patrol officer exhibited signs of mental instability after emerging from the 051572 instance. Mental instability? Zhou Yi feigned surprise. Indeed, Wu Weiguo analyzed. This suggests that the 051572 instance compels extraordinary individuals to confront their inner demons. Confronting inner demons, that does seem plausible. Zhou Yi acknowledged that the 5 extraordinary individuals indeed faced their and Appo's, inner demons, and Appo's. At that moment, the clock struck 8 o'clock. Wu Weiguo rose. All right, let us pause our conversation here. Please summon Huang Ying to wait for me at the entrance of the patrol team. He added, oh, remember to change into plain clothes. Plain clothes? Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback. Isn't it customary to wear uniforms during a crackdown operation? However, Zhou Yi refrained from further questioning and nodded in agreement. Understood. He exited the office and sought out Huang Ying. The two then donned plain clothes and arrived at the patrol team's entrance. After waiting for approximately 5 minutes, Wu Weiguo arrived. Huang Ying took the wheel, with Wu Weiguo in the passenger seat issuing commands, while Zhou Yi settled into the back seat, fastening his seatbelt. Captain, where are we headed? Huang Ying inquired. To Heng and Appo's, in Square, Wu Weiguo replied. Understood. Perhaps due to it being her first involvement in a crackdown operation. Huang Ying exhibited a hint of excitement. The journey to Heng Square would take about 20 minutes. During this time, Wu Weiguo glanced at Huang Ying and then through the rearview mirror at Zhou Yi before speaking. Do you recall the joint operation to eradicate the Xingmong Society in Chong and Appo's and City half a month ago? I remember. Huang Ying nodded. Wu Weiguo continued, according to recent intelligence. The Xingmong Society has not been entirely obliterated. The stronghold that was dismantled was merely one of their bases, with their true lair located in the Eastern District. Zhou Yi and Huang Ying were already aware of this information, hence they feigned astonishment upon hearing their captain mention it. What? Is that true? Wu Weiguo affirmed. It is indeed true. Captain, since we already know the Xingmong Society has been completely eradicated and that it and Appo's within our jurisdiction, why not continue with a united effort to eliminate them once and for all? Huang Ying questioned. The presence of the Xingmong Society and the Fox clan rendered her life exceedingly insecure. She yearned for their base to be obliterated swiftly. Wu Weiguo hesitated momentarily before responding. Because there are traitors within the organization. Zhou Yi reacted. Huang Ying exclaimed, her shock genuine. There are moles within the patrol team. Yes. Wu Weiguo inhaled deeply. You must not disclose this information to anyone once you return. Luo Mingjie, the patrol officer from the Southern District, confessed to the patrol chief upon emerging from the instance, admitting his association with the Xingmong Society and seeking leniency from the organization. Despite Luo Mingjie exhibiting signs of mental instability, he retained enough capacity for communication. He first confirmed the fact that the Xingmong Society had not been eradicated and then revealed that each patrol team in the northern, western, and eastern districts had a traitor affiliated with the Xingmong Society. However, he did not know the identities of these traitors. Currently, Wu Weiguo was aware there was a traitor within the patrol team in his jurisdiction, yet he could not ascertain who it was. The only patrol officers in his team who could be ruled out were Zhou Yi and Huang Ying, both of whom had recently joined. Consequently, for this crackdown operation, Wu Weiguo assigned Zhou Yi and Huang Ying to accompany him. Understood. I assure you I won't speak of this to anyone, Huang Ying assured with a nod. Zhou Yi then inquired, since we are aware that the Xingmong Society remains intact and that there are traitors within the organization, what is the patrol chief and Oppo's current directive? To identify the traitors, Wu Weiguo explained. This crackdown operation serves dual purposes, to intimidate the Xingmong Society into further concealment and to observe whether the traitors attempt to communicate with the Xingmong Society clandestinely. But all patrol officers are out on assignments. How will the organization ascertain whether he is in contact with the Xingmong Society? Huang Ying questioned, perplexed. In response, Wu Weiguo merely smiled and offered no answer. As they neared Heng'an Square, Wu Weiguo stated, "This morning in Oppo's task is to search for any suspicious traces of the Xingmong Society in the vicinity of Heng and Oppo's Square." Huang Ying felt a tinge of disappointment. They were not targeting the criminal gangs after all. She had anticipated such action. Compared to the Xingmong Society, those gangs paled in significance. Wu Weiguo inhaled deeply, recognizing that the calamity the Xingmong Society could bring to this city was indeed profound. Very well, Huang Ying's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Soon, the patrol vehicle arrived at Heng'an Square, parking along the roadside. The three disembarked, attracting little attention due to their plain attire. Chapter 50. Living. The only limit the day after the crackdown operation commenced, Zhou Yi received his third-class merit medal. While other inspectors were still out executing the crackdown task, Zhou Yi, along with Huang Ying and Wu Weiguo, remained in the office. Zhou Yi needed to receive his third-class merit medal from the inspection chief, finalize his promotion to a regular inspector at the administrative office, and collect the keys to his family's community residence. Wu Weiguo had other matters to attend to. Feeling bored alone in the office, Huang Ying decided to accompany Zhou Yi. Time flies, it's not even been a month since you joined. And you're about to be promoted, she remarked as they walked towards the inspection chief's office, her eyes filled with envy. By the way, how did you earn your third-class merit? Unaware of the details concerning Li Zhengyu, she was taken aback upon hearing the news of Zhou Yi and Oppo's merit and imminent promotion. Good fortune. I encountered a level 3 wanted criminal, Zhou Yi chuckled lightly. A level 3 wanted criminal? Li Zhengyu? Huang Ying pondered for a moment. You know him? Yes. Huang Ying nodded, recalling having seen something about him a few days ago during a moment of boredom. In Chong and Oppo's city, there was only one individual who qualified as a third-class merit level 3 wanted target, making it easy to remember. However, she also recalled that Li Zhengyu was exceptionally powerful, having seriously injured several inspectors, with his strength estimated at 70 resonance at the Xian level. But Zhou Yi, Huang Ying furrowed her brows, gazing at Zhou Yi with confusion. I've never asked you, what is your current level? I remember when we first met. Du Yufan mentioned you were a rookie entering the dungeon for the first time. So, you've only been in the mythic dungeon twice. How could you possibly have defeated Li Zhengyu? As a distinguished talent, Zhou Yi and Oppo's personal information was strictly confidential within the organization, making Huang Ying's ignorance understandable. In response, Zhou Yi did not directly answer her question, instead smiling. In a direct confrontation, I indeed cannot defeat Li Zhengyu, but that does not mean I cannot kill him. As he spoke, Zhou Yi slightly opened his uniform, revealing a standard-issue handgun beneath. For those below the Earth-level extraordinary, this weapon is quite effective. Oh, Huang Ying realized, momentarily forgetting that he had the right to bear arms. She sometimes suspected that Zhou Yi might be the illegitimate child of a prominent figure, given that he had only entered the mythic dungeon twice, yet managed to join the inspection team, wielding a gun as a temporary inspector and earning a third-class merit within a month. It all seemed reminiscent of a wealthy second generation trying to gild their resume in the inspection team. However, upon further reflection, if Zhou Yi truly had a special background, how could he have been kidnapped by Du Yufan? He was indeed a mysterious man. At that moment, they arrived at the inspection chief's office. Zhou Yi knocked and entered, while Huang Ying waited outside. As Zhou Yi stepped into the office and turned to close the door behind him, Huang Ying suddenly frowned. So he still hasn't disclosed his current level. The inspection chief's office was entirely soundproof. Even an extraordinary individual with enhanced hearing could not eavesdrop from outside. Inside the office, Zhou Yi faced the young inspection chief. Zhou Yi, hello. Jiangxi greeted him with a smile. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I have wanted to for quite some time, but unfortunately, due to the busyness of recent matters, I hadn't found the right opportunity until today. Meet me? Zhou Yi was taken aback. But I'm just an ordinary inspector. Ordinary is a term that does not apply to you at all, Jiangxi replied, gesturing toward the sofa. Please, take a seat. Zhou Yi sat down. Jiangxi continued. You are a distinguished talent with a 70 resonance score from your first dungeon evaluation. If that is considered ordinary, then what must the other inspectors be? Perhaps due to their relatively close ages, Zhou Yi felt at ease in front of Jiangxi, who did not carry the air of a superior. How has your experience been in the inspection team over the past month? Jiangxi inquired with a smile. Overall, it's been quite good, Zhou Yi replied. Glad to hear that, Jiangxi chuckled. Since you have no pressing tasks today, would you mind if we chatted for a bit? Of course, Zhou Yi responded. Unable to refuse a conversation initiated by his superior and Oppos's superior. With the informal atmosphere, Zhou Yi decided to ask, if I may be so bold. How does our inspection team define talent? Why was I classified as a distinguished talent? The term distinguished talent had echoed in Zhou Yi's ears countless times. He had previously posed the same question to Captain Wu Weiguo, but Wu had been unable to provide a concrete answer, merely stating that it was the regulation. Zhou Yi found it perplexing. Theoretically, as long as one completed tasks in the mythic dungeon, they would gain resonance upon exiting. The more resonance accumulated from a single dungeon evaluation, the quicker one could level up. This was indeed advantageous, but even if one accumulated less, it merely meant needing to enter the dungeon again. While the risks would increase, one could still enhance their level. Was it truly the case that merely leveling up faster than others warranted being labeled as a talent? That seemed somewhat unreasonable. The organization's definition of talent was certainly not as simplistic as merely leveling up more swiftly. Jiangxi explained with a smile. This pertains to the upper limits of extraordinary individuals. Upper limits? Zhou Yi had never encountered this concept before and perked up with interest. Jiangxi nodded, elaborating. Through observation of a substantial number of samples, the organization found that the intervals at which extraordinary individuals are drawn into mythic dungeons follow a certain pattern. Generally speaking, the higher the dungeon evaluation of an extraordinary individual, the more frequently they are drawn into dungeons. Conversely, those with poorer evaluations are drawn in less frequently. For instance, you achieved a 70 resonance score on your first dungeon evaluation, and merely half a month later, you were drawn into the mythic dungeon again. On the other hand, ordinary individuals who completed their first dungeon with a task completion rate of 0 and received a score of 0 will never be drawn into the mythic dungeon again. Additionally, aside from dungeon evaluations, the frequency of being drawn into mythic dungeons is also influenced by age. The younger one is, the higher the frequency. With these two factors combined, extraordinary individuals averaging around 10 resonance per dungeon typically have an upper limit at the Xian level, not exceeding 30 resonance at that tier. Those averaging around 20 resonance per dungeon have an upper limit at the Earth level, with a maximum of 10 resonance. Meanwhile, those averaging 30 resonance may reach an upper limit around 90 resonance at the Earth level, with some possibly breaking through to the Heaven level. From this data, the definition of talent naturally emerged. An average resonance of 20 per dungeon qualifies as a second-class talent. An average of 25 designates a first-class talent. An average of 30 signifies a distinguished talent. And you, my friend, with a 70 score on your first dungeon evaluation and an average of 45 resonance so far. Strictly speaking, you should not merely be classified as a distinguished talent, but rather as a super distinguished talent. If you can maintain this momentum, your upper limit will be at least that of a heaven-level extraordinary individual. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi finally comprehended the situation in its entirety. Thus, the true reason lies in the upper limit, rather than the speed of leveling up. However, Director Jiang had made a slight error. The average spiritual essence I have accrued from each dungeon run is not 45, but rather 60. With such calculations, where does my upper limit truly lie? Zhou Yi pondered silently, his expression remaining unchanged. So, it is thus. Indeed. Jiangxi gazed at Zhou Yi with a mix of satisfaction and envy, stating, currently, My average spiritual essence from each dungeon run stands at 29, with a level of 5 spiritual essence at Earth tier. Perhaps in a few years, I shall find myself surpassed by you. You jest, Zhou Yi replied. As an extraordinary being, the ability to survive is far more crucial than potential. Only by living can one truly appreciate their limits. Upon hearing this, Jian and Apos' eyes sparkled with enlightenment. He nodded and said, I admire your words. It is only by living that one can ascertain their limits. He continued, recently, Chong and Apos' city has indeed been rather chaotic. The Xingmong society has yet to resolve its issues, and there are reports of traitors within. However, there is no need for concern. The matter will be addressed. As he spoke, Jiang reached into his drawer and retrieved a commendation box. This is your third-class merit medal. Take it and go to the administrative office to have directorly process your formal appointment. And ensure your family moves into the inspection team's residential community as soon as possible. Understood. Zhou Yi accepted the medal. Jiang waved his hand. There is nothing more. You may leave. Zhou Yi nodded, rising to exit the director and Apos' office. At the entrance, Huang Ying had waited a long time for Zhou Yi to emerge. Upon seeing the third-class merit medal in his hand, she displayed a look of envy. Congratulations, congratulations, she exclaimed. Ha. Zhou Yi chuckled, before proceeding to the administrative district to finalize his appointment. Meanwhile, in the director and Apos' office, after Zhou Yi and Apos' departure, a shadow clad in a black robe suddenly appeared by the wall. Jiangji regarded the figure, asking, What do you think? What do you mean? The shadow responded, Zhou Yi is a young man of considerable potential. Indeed, Jiangji murmured, still gazing toward the door with a sigh. What a pity he cannot be retained. Ha. The figure laughed lightly. What a joke, Jiangji retorted, casting a sidelong glance. I laugh at your lack of insight. Jiangji displayed a look of confusion. What do you mean? Did you not realize that the lad is, in fact, an extraordinary being of the Xian tier? The mysterious figure remarked. Though he is intentionally concealing his powers, the fluctuations of spiritual essence within him cannot deceive me. Xian tier? Jiangji was taken aback. Hee. The mysterious figure chuckled. I shall test him tonight. Jiangji cautioned, be gentle. The figure shrugged, it depends on my mood. With that, the shadow of the mysterious figure vanished from the director's office. Chapter 51. The Assault after receiving the third-class merit medal. Zhou Yi and Huang Ying proceeded to the administrative office on the first floor. The subsequent procedure for formalizing his position was remarkably swift, clearly indicating that Chief Inspector Jiang had already conferred with Director Li. Snap. The seal was pressed onto the paper. Zhou Yi removed the original document from his credential holder and replaced it with the new one. The information section indicated a change in his title from trainee inspector to first-class inspector. A first-class inspector is synonymous with a formal inspector, representing those who have transitioned from trainees but have yet to become team leaders, constituting the largest group within the inspection team's hierarchical system. Second-class inspectors, such as Wukong, serve as team leaders, while third-class inspectors are known as chief inspectors. Zhou Yi was not yet familiar with the ranks beyond this point. Holding his new inspector credentials, Zhou Yi made his way to the designated office to select accommodation within the inspector and Apos' family community. During their walk, Huang Ying inquired, What do you think of Chief Inspector Jian? Quite agreeable. Zhou Yi recollected his recent conversation with the inspector, young and devoid of any pretentious airs. Is that so? Huang Ying frowned. She had met Chief Inspector Jiang alongside team leader Wu Weiguo upon her entry into the inspection team, and indeed, as Zhou Yi described, Jiang was youthful, perhaps of a similar age to her, and quite unpretentious. However, she added, I can and Apos' shake the feeling that Chief Inspector Jiang is more formidable than he appears. Zhou Yi chuckled at this remark. A young municipal extraordinary, serving as the Chief Inspector of Chong and Apos' city, how could he be anything but exceptional? Indeed, Huang Ying nodded. As they conversed, Zhou Yi arrived at the office for selecting family community housing. The walls were adorned with the community's layout and the floor plans of various buildings. A young woman greeted him, outlining the available properties for selection. Ultimately, Zhou Yi chose a residence situated centrally in the community on the 6th floor, neither too high nor too low. This is the key to your new home. The young woman handed him the key and then produced a property certificate, stating, Simply sign your name here, and you shall be the rightful owner of this property. Very well, Zhou Yi nodded, signing the document. The house was now his. Huang Ying gazed at the key and property certificate in Zhou Yi and Oppo's hand, filled with envy. How wonderful! The benefits of being in the inspection team, but I suppose I must wait a full year to formalize my position. Our situations are different, Zhou Yi replied, shaking his head. The Starry Dawn Society's hideout is located in the eastern part of the city, and we have a vendetta against Zhou Yi. While the families of inspectors are protected, should Zhou Yi go on a rampage, your father is receiving treatment at the inspection team hospital. So safety is not a concern for you, but my family is outside, and it is too perilous. Moving into the inspector's family community will at least provide some peace of mind. That is true, Huang Ying smiled. So, your urgency to formalize your position stems from your family? Yes, Zhou Yi did not deny it. In recent days, his family had packed many belongings. They would begin moving to the family community that very evening. After completing the formalities for both his position and housing, Zhou Yi and Huang Ying returned to the team office. During the intensive operation, they had been accompanying team leader Wu Weiguo, but today, he seemed preoccupied and had neither appeared nor communicated with them. The two became the remaining inspectors in the team. It was not until 4 in the afternoon that they finally received news from Wu Weiguo, although it was not specifically directed at them. Group chat name, Eastern District 1st Inspection Team. Wu Weiguo, all members, upon seeing this message, everyone must respond immediately in the group chat. Zhou Yi and Huang Ying exchanged puzzled glances. However, soon, others began to reply in the chat. Li Yu, 1 Wang and I, 1 Li 1. Seeing this, both Zhou Yi and Huang Ying followed suit in the chat. Zhou Yi, 1, Huang Ying, 1. Zhou Yi's inspection team comprised 10 members, and all had responded in the group chat. Wu Weiguo, good. Wu Weiguo, now promptly cease all ongoing tasks and return to the team immediately. What is happening? Huang Ying questioned, sensing the gravity of the situation. Zhou Yi shook his head, continuing to observe the messages in the chat. Someone had already inquired about the matter. Li Yu, Captain, what is going on? Wu Weiguo, since this morning, there have been reports of missing inspectors, and just now, a severely injured inspector from the 7th Inspection Team returned with alarming news. Someone has attacked him. Wu Weiguo, the intensive operation is temporarily suspended. All personnel return to the team for assembly. Upon reading this, Zhou Yi's heart raced. Inspectors had been missing since morning. An attack. Huang Ying beside him was equally astonished. An assault on inspectors? It couldn't possibly be the Starry Dawn Society, could it? Most likely, Zhou Yi thought, grappling with disbelief. In Chongmen City, the only organization bold enough to assault inspectors would be the Starry Dawn Society. Just as the Eastern District initiated its intensive operation the following day, the Starry Dawn Society had launched an attack on inspectors. This was an overt provocation. Had the inspectors uncovered the Starry Dawn Society's whereabouts? Zhou Yi clenched his fists, recognizing this as a dire sign, indicating that the Starry Dawn Society had shifted from evasion to a stance prepared for direct confrontation with the inspection team. The situation was spiraling into chaos. They would move that very night. After approximately 10 minutes, other inspectors from his group began to return one after another. Once everyone was assembled, 5 minutes later, Wu Weiguo entered, his countenance grim. Since this morning, 10 inspectors had been harmed, and 1 bore severe injuries. Although no incidents had befallen the 1st Inspection Team, the 5th Inspection Team had suffered 2 fatalities, while the 9th Inspection Team was left with only 1 comatose, critically injured member. Upon hearing this news, everyone in the office was rendered restless. What? The casualties are so high. Who is responsible for this? Observing the expressions of those present, Wu Weiguo spoke somberly. According to the information relayed by the critically injured inspector, the assailants can be conclusively identified as the Starry Dawn Society. Upon this revelation, every individual in the office fell into stunned silence. The Starry Dawn Society. Captain, weren't they already eradicated by us? Indeed. Wu Weiguo scrutinized the expressions of all except Zhou Yi and Huang Ying, detecting no signs of abnormality. He continued, clearly, the Starry Dawn Society has not been entirely obliterated. The last joint operation likely only dismantled one of their strongholds. At this, everyone inhaled deeply. Wu Weiguo elaborated. The 9th Inspection Team oversees the rigorous enforcement area in the Zhenjun District, while the 5th Inspection Team is responsible for the Xinan District. Only these 2 teams have been attacked by the Starry Dawn Society, and the Xinan District borders the Zhenjun District. Based on this information, it is highly probable that the true lair of the Starry Dawn Society is concealed within the Zhenjun District. The Chief Inspector has issued a directive. Tomorrow evening at precisely 1800 hours, All inspectors in the Eastern District must gather and proceed to the Jinhu area. This operation will be led personally by Chief Jian. Given that the Xingmong Society dares to issue such provocations, it is essential for our inspection team in Chong'an City to make them understand the repercussions of their audacity, while simultaneously avenging our fallen brothers. Upon hearing this, all the inspectors in the office held their breath. Damn it, the members of the Xingmong Society are truly relentless. 10 fatalities, 1 severely injured. Since the establishment of our Chong'an City inspection team, we have never faced such significant casualties. They must pay for their actions. I believe we should act today. Observing the group's demeanor, Wu Weige's eyes reflected contemplation before he spoke. I will continue the meeting shortly. You may leave once the time comes. With that, Wu Weige departed. The clock now reads 16:45 in the afternoon. 15 minutes swiftly passed. As the hour struck, Zhou Yi promptly clocked out. He took a taxi home. At this moment, his mother had returned from work, but his sister had yet to finish school. Upon entering the house, Zhou Yi noticed his mother preparing dinner and immediately interjected, "Mom, let and Appos, it's not cooked today. I've called for a ride to move our things to the new house, and then we can dine out." Huh? Zhou and Appos. S mother paused momentarily. Today? We're moving today? Zhou Yi affirmed. The new house is already furnished. We can move in right away. From today onward, we will reside there. Seeing her son in such a hurry, Zhou's mother's expression grew serious. Son, tell me the truth. Is there a reason you're so eager to move? She cautiously inquired. Are you in a relationship? Afraid the girl might come to our home? Zhou Yi was taken aback. No. He quickly shook his head. It's because Chong and Appos and city has been quite tumultuous recently. Moving sooner will ensure your and your sister's safety, allowing me to rest easy. Oh. Zhou and Appos' mother nodded. All right. When is the car arriving? My son is an inspector. Each day on duty is already exhausting and perilous. She and her daughter, Xia, could not be of assistance and must not add to his worries. Moreover, moving itself is not a negative endeavor. It should arrive shortly. Just then, Zhou Yi's phone rang. It was the moving company calling. He answered the call, providing them with the specific floor and room number, and soon enough, the movers knocked on the door. Many items in the living room and bedroom had already been packed into boxes, with the movers bringing a cart and Zhou Yi, whose strength surpasses that of ordinary individuals. The first batch of items was quickly loaded onto the vehicle. Not everything was packed in time, so it was impossible to move everything in one trip. However, today, only the essential items needed for daily living would be transported, while the rest, which do not affect daily life, could be retrieved gradually later. Bang! The door closed. Wang Huiling gazed longingly at their old home, bidding it a bittersweet farewell. She boarded the moving company's vehicle, heading towards the family community of the inspection team, where Zhou Yi had already entrusted her with the keys and provided the specific floor and apartment number. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi made his way to Chong and Appos and No. 3 middle school to pick up his sister after school. At this moment, the sky had begun to darken. A mysterious shadow cloaked in black was silently observing Zhou Yi from the darkness. Chapter 52, The Fox and the Gathering at Chong'an No. 3 Middle School. Zhou Yi, clad in the uniform of an inspector, stood at the school gate. It was now 6:30 p.m. The time of dismissal always brought a particularly bustling and noisy crowd, as numerous parents congregated to collect their children, and the gathering often attracted various vendors. Yet today, despite the throngs of people outside Chong'an No. 3 Middle School, an unusual silence enveloped the scene, almost to the point of stillness, thanks to Zhou Yi's presence. In his inspector's uniform, Zhou Yi was strikingly conspicuous among the sea of parents, campus security, snack vendors, and passers-by. Almost everyone's attention was drawn to him. Some stared unabashedly. Others feigned indifference while stealing glances, and a few of the mothers waiting to pick up their children even cast flirtatious looks in his direction. Zhou Yi, however, chose to ignore these gazes. Having been an inspector for some time and frequently tasked with patrols, he had grown accustomed to such attention. It was time to act. The school bell had rung, and students were pouring out of the gates. After a brief wait, the crowd began to thin, and the number of students exiting noticeably decreased. Yet Zhou Yi still had not spotted his younger sister, Zhou Yi. It was improbable that he had simply overlooked her as an extraordinary being. Failing to locate someone in a dense crowd would be a significant embarrassment. Furrowing his brow, he was about to venture inside when Zhou Yi finally emerged. Dressed in her school uniform, she strutted confidently, hands in her pockets, flanked by several young boys who seemed to follow her lead. She engaged in conversation with one of the boys, who nodded eagerly, resembling her entourage. Witnessing this, Zhou Yi's brow furrowed slightly. When had Zhou Yi transformed into such a little tyrant? Was this still the quirky sister he knew? Did the dismal educational environment of Chong'an No. 3 middle school lead her astray? As an older brother, Zhou Yi was reluctant to see his sister stray from the right path. He even began to contemplate the possibility of arranging for her to transfer schools, a simple task for an inspector like him. At that moment, Zhou Yi noticed her brother, and a flicker of panic crossed her face. Hastily, she dismissed her companions, who initially appeared confused but quickly displayed expressions of reverence upon recognizing Zhou Yi in his uniform. Scattering in all directions, Zhou Yi approached her brother, a hint of nervousness in her demeanor. "Brother, what brings you here?" she inquired. Zhou Yi pointed to the fleeing boys and asked, "What was that all about?" "Just some friends I was hanging out with," Zhou Yi replied, her gaze averted. Zhou Yi could tell she was being dishonest. "Speak the truth." Realizing her brother's tone suggested displeasure, Zhou Yi decided to come clean. "The boy standing next to me earlier is Zhao Kai. He used to be the leader of a gang at our school. Well, a local troublemaker. He used to bully me, but after you became an inspector, they stopped bothering me and even started seeing me as their leader." While it was not ideal for a girl to form such alliances, Zhou Yi felt justified, believing her actions were for a good cause. She continued, "I initially intended to ignore them, but you know how it is. Chong and Amp, Oppos, and number 3 has a poor environment, and weaker students often get picked on. So, I decided to let them join me in forming a protection association to help those in need." Hearing this, Zhou Yi's expression softened. He realized his sister was not engaging in delinquency, but rather protecting her peers, and he nodded in approval. "That is commendable." "Yeah," Zhou Yi beamed. Then, she curiously asked, "But why did you suddenly come to pick me up today? I've always gone to and from school by myself." Zhou Yi replied, "I was concerned you might get lost on your way home." Zhou Yi looked puzzled. With a smile, Zhou Yi explained, "We've moved." "Oh." Zhou Yi's excitement was palpable as she halted in her tracks, wide-eyed. "Really? We've already moved to Dongxing Community? So soon?" Dongxing Community was the name of the inspector's residential area. Zhou Yi nodded. "Woohoo." Zhou Yi jumped with joy, clearly thrilled about their new home. The two made their way to the taxi stand. After a 10-minute ride, they arrived at the Dongxing Community. Standing at the entrance, Zhou Yi instructed, "The address is Unit 2, Building 3, 6th floor, Room 602. You can find your way from here. Mom is home. Just knock on the door. I have some matters to attend to and want to be accompanying you." Zhou Yi's face reflected confusion at first, but she nodded, committing the address to memory. Watching her enter the community, Zhou Yi took a deep breath. He then turned towards the small park adjacent to the community. Once inside, ensuring that no one else was around, Zhou Yi spoke as though to himself, "Come out." After his words, he squinted, scanning the tranquil park. "Since the beginning at Chong and Oppos, and number 3, you have been following me, and your presence has been unmistakable." As he spoke, he activated the skill flow state, his mind sharpening as he observed his surroundings. With no one else present, if the one following him had business, it was time to discuss matters face to face. Despite the stillness that followed, Zhou Yi was certain someone was nearby, and the individual tracking him possessed formidable strength. Although he could not ascertain the exact extent of their power, he was convinced that they were far beyond his own capabilities. Who was this shadowy figure? Zhou Yi speculated it was likely a member of the Xingmong Society. The society had openly declared war against the inspectors, initiating attacks against them. Under such circumstances, evasion was futile. A confrontation was inevitable. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through the park. Zhou Yi, fully alert, turned to face the nearby grove, where a mysterious figure draped in a black cloak emerged beneath a ginkgo tree, appearing like a specter. Observing the figure's dark attire further confirmed Zhou Yi's suspicion that they belonged to the Xingmong Society. However, his instincts warned him that this individual was far more powerful than those he had previously encountered. Consequently, Zhou Yi regarded the figure and cautiously inquired, "Are you the fox?" Chapter 53. The Night Wanderer. The adversary is formidable, their power potentially surpassing the Xian level. From this individual, Zhou Yi perceives an unprecedented sense of danger. Even during his encounter with several Xian-level members of the Starshine Society in the underground garage, he did not experience such trepidation. The figure in the black cloak, suspected to be a level 2 extraordinary being, could only be Du Yufan's father or the core member of the Starshine Society, Hu Ji. Chong'an City is relatively small, and level 2 extraordinary beings are considered the pinnacle of combat prowess in this locale. It is improbable for an unidentified extraordinary being with ties to him to suddenly emerge. Hu Ji. Gazing at the enigmatic shadow not far away, Zhou Yi tentatively inquired, However, the individual offered no response to his question, merely stating, "You are Zhou Yi, correct?" From the tone of the speaker, Zhou Yi could discern neither animosity nor admiration, as if devoid of any emotion. Additionally, judging by the voice, the individual appeared to be in their 30s. The effect of the entry flow state continued to persist, keeping Zhou Yi in a state of heightened mental focus. As night fell, the entry nightfall also began to activate. "It is I," Zhou Yi replied, his expression remaining unperturbed. "Very well." The cloaked figure, shrouded by a wide hood, obscured their visage completely. After uttering these two words, the figure raised a hand, and a translucent arrow formed from spiritual resonance materialized mid-air. With a casual wave of the hand, the arrow hurtled toward Zhou Yi at an alarming speed. Danger. Extreme peril. In an instant, Zhou Yi perceived the chilling breath of death. The ability to project spiritual resonance as an offensive measure confirmed the individual as a level 2 extraordinary being without a doubt. In the flow state, Zhou Yi swiftly made a decision, immediately activating the entry transform into the Night Wanderer. He could not transform into the King of Yaksha, although that form would grant him formidable strength, potentially allowing him to contend with a level 2 extraordinary being. He was acutely aware that the transformation into the King of Yaksha lasted a mere 3 minutes. If he could not resolve the situation within that time frame, his demise was inevitable. Facing a genuine level 2 extraordinary being for the first time, Zhou Yi refused to gamble with his life, opting instead for the more prudent choice of the Night Wanderer. The entry transform into the Night Wanderer stated, upon transforming, "You may select one person to draw into a dream, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Indeed, there was no specified duration, only a restriction on the number of individuals." Whoosh! The arrow, forged from spiritual resonance, sped toward Zhou Yi. However, just as it was about to make contact, Zhou Yi's figure abruptly vanished, and simultaneously, the mysterious figure by the ginkgo tree also disappeared. The arrow, now devoid of its master, disintegrated into mere ash. On the other hand, once Zhou Yi transformed into the Night Wanderer and chose to draw Hu Ji into the dream, he suddenly found the world before him engulfed in darkness, which slowly gave way to light. Concurrently, relevant information flooded his mind. Upon drawing an enemy into a dream, as the Night Wanderer, you can manipulate or alter the dream at will. For further applications, please explore independently. To manipulate or alter the dream at will. At that moment, Zhou Yi felt as though he were suspended in the sky, surveying the entirety of the dreamscape below. The scene within the dream mirrored the small park he had just occupied, with the weather, lighting, and surroundings all replicated with exquisite fidelity. Hu Ji stood there, bewildered, scanning his surroundings. And in his perspective, everything suddenly blurred, causing Zhou Yi to vanish from view. Where did that guy go? Hu Ji searched the area, yet Zhou Yi was nowhere to be found. Above him, Zhou Yi began to explore the dream. He attempted to create a shadow of himself with the power set as a level 2 extraordinary being. Failure. You cannot generate a character with strength exceeding your own. A failure? Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Create an indestructible cage to confine Hu Ji within." Success. Zhou Yi looked down and saw that Hu Ji was indeed enclosed within the cage, unable to escape despite his fervent attempts to break free. Within the dream, Hu Ji furrowed his brow, having searched for a long time only to find he could no longer sense Zhou Yi's presence. Just as he prepared to leave, a cage materialized out of thin air, encasing him within. Where did this cage come from? The situation was becoming increasingly bizarre. Sensing the impending danger, Hu Ji immediately attacked the iron cage in an attempt to escape. Yet, when he unleashed his full strength as a level 2 extraordinary being, the cage remained utterly unaffected. Gradually, frustration began to brew within him. "Zhou Yi, show yourself," he shouted towards the park beyond the cage. However, there was no response. This cage is truly peculiar. As Hu Ji resumed his examination of the iron cage, he was suddenly aware of a presence nearby. He looked up to find Zhou Yi standing there, brandishing a firearm, a submachine gun. Why on earth does a patrol officer possess a submachine gun? The black-cloaked figure was initially astonished, then scoffed. "Did no one inform you that firearms are ineffective against level 2 extraordinary beings?" "I am aware." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi, with the submachine gun in hand, revealed a warm smile. One gun may indeed be ineffective, but what if it were 100? The black-cloaked figure was taken aback. Chapter 54. The situation gradually descended into absurdity. An unshakable iron cage. Inspectors armed with assault rifles. In the dream, the figure in the black robe, trapped within the cage, gazed at Zhou Yi outside. Upon hearing the ominous phrase, "One gun is indeed useless, but what if there are 100? An unsettling premonition surged within him. In the next moment, he was astounded to discover another Zhou Yi appearing beside him. Then a third, a fourth. Like a virus multiplying, within mere seconds, the vicinity of the cage was filled with countless Zhou Yis, each one wielding an assault rifle. All around, the once desolate little park now resembled a battleground overrun by an army. Not just 100 guns. Far beyond that. The figure in the black robe instinctively swallowed hard, then took a deep breath, closing his eyes before reopening them. To his dismay, he saw a multitude of Zhou Yis smiling back at him. Truth be told, he hesitated to open his eyes, hoping fervently that this was all a mere illusion. Alas, it was not. The black-robed man pinched his wrist. The pain confirmed the reality. This was no dream. Wait. Just as he was about to speak, the ominous dark barrel of a gun erupted with flames. 100 guns fired simultaneously. The once tranquil park was instantly filled with chaos. Countless bullets rained down upon the black-robed figure within the cage. By the heavens! Inside the cage, witnessing this scene, the black-robed man hastily summoned the essence within him, enveloping his body in a translucent protective layer. Upon contact, the bullets met his body as if they struck against an iron fortress, shattering upon impact, while he remained unscathed. Above, observing the unfolding nightmare, Zhou Yi's expression remained unchanged. Truly, the strength of a terrestrial-level transcendent was evident. Bullets posed little threat to such formidable beings. However, maintaining the protective layer required a constant expenditure of essence. And with consumption came the inevitable depletion. What did it matter if one was a terrestrial-level transcendent? In the realm of dreams, bullets were infinite, with 100 guns added to the mix. As the thought crossed his mind, the number of figures in the little park began to swell once more. The gunfire intensified. Frustration, utterly exasperating. A dignified terrestrial-level transcendent trapped in a cage, subjected to gunfire. Although at his level bullets no longer constituted a significant threat, they still inflicted pain, and sustaining the protective layer consumed essence proportionate to the intensity of the strikes. With hundreds of guns firing upon him, the depletion of his essence was alarmingly swift. This could not continue. Failure was imminent. The black-robed man clenched his teeth, abandoning passive defense in favor of a counterattack. "You little brat, allow me to demonstrate the prowess of a terrestrial-level transcendent." As he spoke, the black-robed man inexplicably drew a long blade from behind him, channeling his essence. The blade emitted a soft white glow as he swung it repeatedly. With a whoosh, razor-sharp blades of energy shot forth at remarkable speed. Wherever they passed, the armed Zhou Yis fell as if severed by a scythe, disintegrating into ash. In mere seconds, the entire park lay deserted. The gunfire ceased, leaving only the sounds of trees collapsing and stones rolling, caused by the slicing force of the energy blades. In the dream above, Zhou Yi observed this terrifying scene with little change in expression. Truly, the might of a terrestrial-level transcendent was unmatched. Despite each of my shadows reaching 20% essence at the mysterious level, they were utterly incapable of resisting even a casual strike from such a being. If that is the case, then let us amplify our firepower. Zhou Yi's gaze turned steely. After all, in this dream, he was akin to a deity. What did it matter if one were a terrestrial-level transcendent? He would grind you down. With that thought, the previously empty little park erupted once more into a frenzy, as countless armed Zhou Yis reappeared like phantoms. In the dream, after clearing the park with a few strikes, the black-robed man's lips curled into a slight smile. Like a dashing hero from a martial arts drama, he sheathed his blade with flair. Then, he chuckled. "Not bad. You and Amp. Oppos. VE actually forced me to exert my full strength." However, his brow furrowed as he added, "But what material is this cage made from? Not even a scratch remains from my blade." One had to admit, Zhou Yi was rather peculiar. The black-robed man decided against further testing and called out, "Zhou Yi, come out and let's converse." Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Yi and Amp, Oppos' figure indeed materialized before him. The black-robed man was about to speak, only to find Zhou Yi now wielding a gun. In the next instant, the scene repeated itself exactly. Zhou Yi's figure began to multiply. Within seconds, a dense multitude of Zhou Yis, guns aimed coldly at him, surrounded him. Damn it, not again. Even as a terrestrial-level transcendent, he couldn't, and Oppos, help but curse. The black-robed man waved his hands frantically. "Wait, Don and Oppos, shoot, I'm not a fox." Yet, his words were cut short as a barrage of gunfire drowned out his voice. Curse it all. The black-robed man found himself at a loss for words. Faced with the simultaneous onslaught of bullets from over 100 guns, he he could only resort to the same defensive measures as before, all the while attempting to counterattack with his blade. However, this time was different. No matter how many Zhou Yis he dispatched in an instant, countless more would materialize the next moment, armed and ready. Endless waves of foes. The black-robed man bore an expression of utter disbelief. This was absurd, eerie, far too eerie. His essence was nearly depleted. If this continued, he would truly be turned into a sieve by the gunfire. He needed to escape swiftly. The very thought made him chuckle in disbelief. A terrestrial-level transcendent, reduced to fleeing from a mysterious-level transcendent. The crux of the matter was that he truly had no choice but to flee. Yet the question remained, how to escape? This iron cage resembled an impenetrable barrier, leaving him utterly bewildered. If he did not flee, he risked being gunned down, and that would certainly render him a laughingstock. Was he left with no choice but to use a teleportation talisman? The black-robed man reached into his pocket, retrieving a teleportation talisman, wincing at the thought. Damn it. I just spent a fortune on this life-saving charm. He had not been cornered to this extent even in mythological instances, yet here he was, forced into such a predicament by this young man. Perhaps he should attempt negotiation one last time? As this notion crossed his mind, he looked up to find a mortar appearing on a nearby hill, its ominous barrel aimed directly at him. Damn it. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the teleportation talisman. In the next instant, his silhouette vanished within the iron cage. Chapter 55. Lu Hu, above the dreamscape. To his astonishment, the Earth-level extraordinary being proved to be remarkably resilient. Zhou Yi decided to procure some heavy weaponry, such as machine guns and artillery, as manifesting these in the dreamscape was merely a matter of thought. However, before he could unleash the firepower, a notification appeared. Target has escaped the dreamscape. Dreamscape concluded. Suddenly, Zhou Yi found himself enveloped in darkness, and upon reopening his eyes, he discovered that he had returned to the quaint little park of reality. Had he escaped? Zhou Yi furrowed his brows, perplexed by how Ji managed to flee. Yet, surveying his surroundings, the sense of crisis and the feeling of being watched had dissipated. It seemed he was safe for the time being. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yi reflected on the effectiveness of transforming into the night wanderer and drawing his adversary into the dreamscape. Although there were numerous constraints within the dream, such as the inability to conjure characters stronger than oneself, there remained alternative methods to confront foes. For instance, if one could create an unbreakable iron cage, could they not also summon indomitable ropes to bind their enemies? Furthermore, there was no need to rely solely on firearms. Knives, swords, daggers, drills, hydraulic presses, toxins. A myriad of options awaited exploration for future encounters. Moreover, currently, Zhou Yi could only draw one target into the dreamscape. However, should his strength increase to the point where he could ensnare two adversaries simultaneously, could he not manipulate their perceptions to make them believe each other to be the true enemy, engaging them in a dreamlike duel? The possibilities for exploration were vast. Regarding Ji's escape, Zhou Yi felt a tinge of regret but was not surprised. After all, Ji was a core member of the Starry Radiance Society and an Earth-level extraordinary being, possessing various means of self-preservation. Even his son, Yufan, had a and amp, Oppos, teleportation talisman and amp, Oppos, as a safeguard. It was hardly surprising that Ji would have such resources. Nevertheless, after this confrontation, Ji would likely think twice before seeking trouble with him again. Exhaling softly, Zhou Yi turned towards the Dongxing community. Meanwhile, in another location, the inspection team of Chong'an City, Chief Inspector's office. Although it was already after hours, Jiangji remained in his office, casually seated behind his desk, appearing less engaged in work than in waiting for someone. He glanced at his wristwatch, murmuring to himself in confusion, they should have returned by now. As his words faded, a gust of wind suddenly stirred the curtains of the window. Is that you returning? Jiangji looked towards the source, noting the evident decline in their stealth. The last time they entered, there had been no sound at all, yet now, before he could finish his thought, he noticed the intruder's garment was riddled with bullet holes, and they appeared quite disheveled. Jiangji's brow furrowed immediately. What happened to you? Weren't you supposed to confront Zhou Yi? Indeed, the figure who had just entered through the window was the same cloaked individual Zhou Yi had encountered in the park. Reflecting on their earlier experience and recalling the use of a teleportation talisman, the cloaked figure's nose wrinkled in frustration. That brat Zhou Yi is definitely hiding something. Upon hearing this, Jiangji initially frowned, dismissing the notion. That's impossible. We have thoroughly investigated Zhou Yi's background. His family has been reputable for 3 generations. and he has had no dealings with the Starry Radiant Society. There's no way he could be involved in anything nefarious. In response, the cloaked figure waved dismissively. It's not about that. Jiang, puzzled, questioned. Then what is it? The cloaked figure hesitated before recounting the entirety of their recent encounter, concluding with indignation. How could a mere mystical-level extraordinary being force me into such a predicament? This lad harbors a significant secret. After absorbing this revelation, Jiang was momentarily speechless before he could no longer contain his laughter. Ha. So you were locked in a cage by Zhou Yi while he aimed a gun at you? Ha. You find this amusing? The cloaked figure clenched his fists. Do you not think there is something amiss? Not at all, Jiang replied, shaking his head. The cloaked figure furrowed his brows, inquiring, why not? Jiang explained. The first instance of the dungeon concluded with 70 spiritual resonance. Have you ever heard of such a thing before? Never. Exactly, Jiang shrugged. To achieve such a feat within a mythical dungeon, being recognized by headquarters as a particularly valuable talent, and even having you, Lu Hu, dispatched from Kyoto to investigate. Do you truly believe there is no secret surrounding him? The cloaked figure nodded, acknowledging the validity of Jiang's reasoning. Lu Hu, a member of the Kyoto City inspection team, held the rank of third-level inspector and was an Earth-level extraordinary being with 20 spiritual resonance. Not long after Zhou Yi joined the team, Jiang promptly relayed the information about Appo's exceptional talent Zhou Yi and Appo's to the Kyoto headquarters, emphasizing the 70 spiritual resonance from his first dungeon run. Coincidentally, during that period, the Starry Radiant Society had been causing disturbances. And as Jiang suspected there were internal issues, he forwarded that information to headquarters as well. Consequently, headquarters dispatched Lu Hu to assist. The two had previously been friends, having met at the Kyoto headquarters. However, it was indeed unexpected that Zhou Yi could push him to such an extent. Jiang appeared contemplative. Indeed, Lu Hu recalled his earlier experiences, still incredulous. If that was a skill effect, I reckon it must have been among the most elite of colorful skill effects. It was extraordinarily powerful. Colorful skill effects. Jiang inhaled deeply. The two chose not to delve further into this topic, for it was a realm neither had yet encountered. This information must remain confidential. Upon your return to Kyoto, please refrain from discussing it widely. The internal conflicts within the organization are quite severe, and not everyone may be aligned with us, Jiang cautioned earnestly. Rest assured, I am well aware. Lu Hu assured him. Jiang nodded in agreement. They then shifted their conversation to matters concerning the Starry Radiant Society. Given Zhou Yi's formidable abilities, I propose that you refrain from allowing him to accompany those inspectors to that Zhenjun Lake district tomorrow, as it would be a waste of time. Instead, let him join us. Perhaps he could be of assistance, Lu Hu suggested. Upon hearing this, Jiang did not respond immediately, pondering for quite some time. Ultimately, he nodded. That seems reasonable. In addition, I have one more matter to address, Lu Hu added. Jiang looked up, puzzled. What is it? That brat forced me to use a teleportation talisman, which is exceedingly precious, and you must compensate me for it today, Lu Hu exclaimed, gritting his teeth. Jiang, upon hearing this, wore a face of disbelief. Don't even think about it. You chose to confront Zhou Yi. When you couldn't best him, you opted to flee. And now you expect me to reimburse you for a teleportation talisman? Chapter 56, Counterattack Operation in Dongxing Community upon Zhou Yi's return to his new home. He found that his mother had nearly finished tidying up, while his sister was bustling about the house. This residence boasted a significantly larger area compared to their old one, featuring a more spacious living room, kitchen, and bedrooms, with even 2 bathrooms. The house was exquisitely renovated, ready for immediate occupancy. Brother, can I have this bedroom? Zhou Yi asked, pointing excitedly at a room by the window, her eyes gleaming with desire. Of course, Zhou Yi replied with a nod. I love you, big brother. Zhou Yi exclaimed joyfully before she eagerly dashed into her new room, leaping onto the bed and sprawling out in delight, rolling around and laughing. Zhou Yi chuckled and shook his head, hearing a commotion coming from the kitchen. He approached to find his mother cooking. Mom, didn't you say we were eating out today? He inquired. Never mind, their mother smiled. The food at restaurants can be unsanitary, and besides, I had already washed the vegetables before we moved. It would be a shame to waste them. Oh, Zhou Yi nodded. How is the new kitchen working out? Do you need anything else? I can go buy it. Not at all, his mother replied, surveying the new kitchen with satisfaction. It's much more spacious than the old one. Glad to hear that, Zhou Yi smiled. Let us sit outside. Dinner will be ready shortly. Sure, she agreed. After waiting for 5 minutes outside, dinner was served. Zhou Yi and Zhou Yi helped set the table and serve the food. Once they finished their meal, they began to officially allocate the bedrooms. Zhou Yi had already chosen hers, leaving Zhou Yi and their mother, Wang Huiling, to decide. It was settled that the largest master bedroom would go to their mother, while Zhou Yi opted for a smaller room on the opposite side. There remained much to move from the old house, and their mother had taken the day off tomorrow to clear it out for rental. After assigning the rooms, they tidied up the new home a bit before retreating to their respective rooms to rest. The following day, at 7:50 a.m., Zhou Yi set out. One advantage of moving to the patrol team's family community was its proximity to the patrol base. It only took a few minutes to walk there. However, the downside was that Zhou Yi was now farther from her school. Previously, she had walked to school from the old house, but now she would need to take the bus. As for their mother, regardless of whether she lived in the old house or Dongxing community, she still had to rely on public transport for work. With the end of the month approaching, Zhou Yi planned to withdraw the money from the bank card Yufan had given him and convince his mother to resign from her current job to seek something less demanding closer to home. As for Zhou Yi, he would ask her later if she wished to transfer schools. If not, it was no issue, as the bus stop was conveniently located at the community entrance, making commuting manageable. Lost in these thoughts, Zhou Yi entered his workplace, clocked in, and began his shift. Due to a large-scale attack by the Xingmong Society on the patrol officers in Zhenjun district the previous day, there were no external patrol tasks assigned today, and all officers remained at their stations. Captain Wu Weiguo was engaged in meetings throughout the day, likely preparing for the counterattack operation against the Xingmong Society scheduled for that evening at 6 p.m. Zhou Yi found himself somewhat perplexed by this operation. The Xingmong Society had killed over 10 patrol officers. It was indeed necessary for the patrol team to respond. However, was it not overly conspicuous to publicly announce a counterattack at such a specific time? After all, there could be traitors within their ranks. If such information reached the Xingmong Society, it could jeopardize their plans. Yet, after a brief encounter with Captain Jian, Zhou Yi believed that Jian was not a fool. His meticulous arrangement must have had its rationale, though it eluded Zhou Yi's understanding. If the goal was merely to root out the traitor, it would be a case of losing more than gaining, especially since it was highly likely that the Xingmong Society's stronghold lay within Zhenjun district. A sudden strike would surely yield results. Conversely, if the intent was to annihilate the Xingmong Society, publicly revealing the operation a day in advance was a grave misstep. There must be information he was unaware of. Regardless of Captain Zhang's intentions, Zhou Yi concluded that ensuring his own safety during the operation was paramount. Throughout the morning, Captain Wu Weiguo did not make an appearance. At noon, Zhou Yi and Huang Ying went to the cafeteria for lunch, which reminded Zhou Yi of his recent encounter with Hu Ji. He turned to Huang Ying and asked, "Have any members of the Xingmong Society approached you in the past few days?" "No," Huang Ying replied, bewildered. Zhou Yi frowned at her response. Something was amiss. Logically, Hu Ji should have sought out Huang Ying first, as she had been directly exposed to Du Yufan, and the Xingmong Society had pursued her for a considerable time. Meanwhile, he had remained in the shadows. All members of the Xingmong Society who knew of him had been silenced. Hu Ji could not have discovered his existence so swiftly. What was going wrong? Noticing Zhou Yi's troubled expression, Huang Ying asked, "What's wrong? Did you encounter someone from the Xingmong Society?" "Yes," Zhou Yi replied softly. Huang Ying hesitated before asking, "Hu Ji?" Zhou Yi nodded. "Oh," Huang Ying gasped. "When?" "Last night," Zhou Yi replied, but he did not make a move. "I'm unclear about his intentions." After hearing this, Huang Ying fell silent for a long time before finally saying, "I hope that after today, the Xingmong Society can be thoroughly eradicated." "Let us hope so," Zhou Yi replied. After their meal, the two returned to the office. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Captain Wu Weiguo finally arrived. "Let us convene," he said, entering the office with a less than pleasant expression. "I want to discuss the counterattack operation against the Xingmong Society this evening. Given the number of patrol officers involved, to avoid unnecessary public panic, everyone will need to change into civilian clothing for this operation. Additionally, we will be coordinating with the 5th Patrol Team. During the operation, all personnel must strictly adhere to orders. Any personal actions are strictly prohibited. Those who violate this directive will face severe penalties after the operation concludes." Having delivered this message, Wu Weiguo gestured for everyone to proceed. "Now, everyone, head to the break room to change your outfits. Afterward, assemble in the plaza downstairs." "Yes." The members of the 1st Patrol Team responded in unison. As Zhou Yi prepared to join the others in changing, Wu Weiguo called for him. "Zhou Yi, come here for a moment." "Yes, Captain," Zhou Yi replied as he approached. Wu Weiguo looked at him and said, "You want to be participating in this operation?" Zhou Yi queried, perplexed. "Captain Jiang is looking for you," Wu Weiguo informed him. Chapter 57. Guzhenhai, what could Inspector Jiang possibly want from me? With a sense of curiosity, Zhou Yi approached the door of the inspector's office and knocked. "Come in," came Inspector Jiang's voice. Pushing the door open, Zhou Yi entered and saw Inspector Jiang seated behind his desk. "Inspector, you called for me?" he inquired. "Yes." Jiang nodded with a smile. "You will accompany me shortly." Zhou Yi speculated in his mind, is it due to the matter of exceptional talents? "So as to ensure my safety? Should I change into plain clothes?" he asked. "No need," Jiang waved his hand. "We will not be joining them." "Huh?" Zhou Yi was taken aback. He distinctly recalled Captain Wu Weiguo stating yesterday that this operation to eradicate the Xingmong society was personally led by Inspector Jiang. Why was that no longer the case? Sensing the confusion in Zhou Yi and Appo's eyes, Jiang elaborated, "The stronghold of the Xingmong society is not in the Zhenhu district. The large-scale counterattack in Zhenhu is merely a ruse to mislead the Xingmong society into thinking we have fallen for their trap. Soon, we shall directly strike at their stronghold." Zhou Yi was momentarily stunned. The fact that the Xingmong society's stronghold was not in the Zhenhu district was already astonishing enough. But what shocked him even more was the notion of destroying their stronghold. "Me? Is that true? Are you implying that I am to partake in the destruction of their stronghold?" Initially, Zhou Yi believed that Inspector Jiang wanted him to accompany him for the sake of protecting Chang'an City's only exceptional talent. But it seemed now that he was being sent into danger. Noticing Zhou Yi and Appo's peculiar expression, Jiang raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is there a problem?" "I have no issue, but I question your judgment." Zhou Yi couldn't help but reply, "Inspector, I am merely a novice with a 90 proficiency in the yellow grade. Are you certain you want me to join you in this endeavor?" "Indeed," Jiang smiled, raising an eyebrow. "Do not fear. Have faith in yourself. Is this a matter of self-belief?" Zhou Yi was beginning to mentally curse. At that moment, Jiang adopted a serious demeanor and continued, however. "Even though the Xingmong society has deployed certain members in the Zhenhu district, their remaining forces at the stronghold are still formidable. So it is clear that 2 of us alone will not suffice." As he spoke, Jiang gestured towards the seemingly empty wall beside him. "Allow me to introduce this individual. Lu Hu, an inspector dispatched from headquarters, a geo-level extraordinary being." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi turned to look. He noticed that a figure had suddenly appeared beside the wall. Almost like a specter, the man, clad in the inspector's uniform, possessed a rugged demeanor, with a scar running down his nose, appearing to be in his 30s. Although he did not deliberately flaunt his power, an undeniable aura of strength enveloped him. A team of inspectors dispatched from headquarters? Zhou Yi regarded the man with curiosity. Though it was their first meeting, for some inexplicable reason, this inspector named Lu Hu gave Zhou Yi a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered him before. Additionally, there was an odd glint of resentment in Lu Hu's gaze directed towards him. Had I offended him somewhere? Impossible. He is a geo-level extraordinary being. A genuine figure of significance sent from headquarters. How could I have possibly wronged him? Perhaps that was simply the nature of his gaze. While Zhou Yi pondered these thoughts, Jiang continued, "With 2 geo-level extraordinary beings, plus you, we will have sufficient strength to dismantle the Xingmong society's stronghold." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi felt a sense of disbelief. 2 geo-level extraordinary beings, plus me. We truly are formidable. Though he could indeed hold his own against geo-level extraordinary beings while transformed into the Night Wanderer. That was not his true strength, and he could never expose the transcendence into evil aspect of his abilities to outsiders, despite not fully grasping Inspector Zhang's intentions. The presence of 2 geo-level extraordinary beings ensured his safety. However, there was a lingering question. Zhou Yi asked, "I recall Captain Wu mentioning yesterday that you would personally lead the operation in the Zhenhu district." "Indeed," Jiang replied, a smile playing on his lips as he gestured outside. "Look." Zhou Yi walked to the window, which provided a clear view of the square below. At that moment, all the inspectors had changed into plain clothes and were gathering in the square. At the forefront of the group stood Inspector Jiang, clad in his inspector and Appo's uniform. Delivering a speech, Zhou Yi was taken aback. The term clone. Lu Hu spoke from the wall. This term can create a clone that lasts for 10 minutes. The main body can control the clone to perform any action, but the clone possesses only half the strength of the main body, from the perspective of others. Once the operation officially commences, Jiang will take command from the vehicle and not descend again. A clone. What an impressive ability. Zhou Yi and Appo's helped but exclaim. Even though the clone only possessed half the strength of the main body, that was still quite formidable. Not to mention, the duration of the clone and Apos' existence was a full 10 minutes. In contrast, the longest duration of his abilities was merely 3 minutes, excluding the passive effect of Nightfall. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's remark, Lu Hu's lips twitched slightly. It's just a red-grade ability. It cannot compare to yours. A Geo-level extraordinary being with a colorful ability, strong enough to compel him to use a teleportation talisman to escape, was incredulously lamenting the strength of a mere red-grade ability. For a moment, he couldn't discern whether Zhou Yi was genuinely impressed or merely jesting. Jian noticed the underlying resentment in Lu Hu's words towards Zhou Yi, clearly stemming from that teleportation talisman. He chuckled and said, "All right, we should be on our way. The main force heading to the Zhenjun district has already commenced their operation, while you will accompany the 2 Geo-level extraordinary beings to the stronghold of the Xingmong Society in a direction opposite to that of the Zhenjun district." As they traveled, Jiang briefed Zhou Yi on the general situation. The stronghold of the Xingmong Society was, in fact, located underground beneath the Yuelu Mall on the southwestern side of the development zone. This information was uncovered through the investigation of Du Yufan, whose residence was connected to an associate of Gu Zhenhai, the chairman of Yuelu Mall. Over the years, Gu Zhenhai had been providing financial support to the Xingmong Society, effectively becoming a member. The mall itself was established to provide a base for the Xingmong Society, which was why Gu Zhenhai invested heavily in purchasing the land and constructing the mall to serve as a cover for the society. Gu Zhenhai? Zhou Yi committed this name to memory. This is where it will happen. Jian gazed at the Yuelu Mall before him, then turned to Lu Hu, who nodded and closed his eyes. Moments later, he pointed in a particular direction. There. Chapter 58. Something is amiss. Entry. Perception. Level. Red. Effect. Upon activation, the user can perceive all entities within a radius of 100 meters, including, but not limited to, buildings, roads, pedestrians, and extraordinary beings. The sensitivity to ethereal fluctuations becomes markedly acute. Lu Hu closed his eyes and, upon invoking the entry, the surroundings within 100 meters transformed into a model akin to that of a game developer and AMP, Apos, S creation. He could distinctly and AMP, Apos, see and AMP, Apos, everything within that radius. Immediately discerning a vast space beneath the Yuelu Mall, emanating a potent ethereal resonance. He also detected a concealed passage leading underground within the mall itself. Lu Hu opened his eyes, pointing to the location of the passage he had uncovered. There is a hidden route within the mall's ventilation ducts. We can enter from there. All right, Jiangji nodded. Just as he was about to proceed, Lu Hu halted him. Wait a moment. What is it? Jiangji inquired. Lu Hu and Apos' expression turned grave. Beneath us, there is not only a regional extraordinary being, but also numerous profound extraordinary beings. Furthermore, there is an exceptionally strong ethereal resonance. Upon hearing this, Jiangji paused. Is it an extraordinary being? Uncertain, Lu Hu shook his head. It can obscure my perception, thus I cannot discern its true nature. However, one thing is certain, its ethereal strength far surpasses ours. Additionally, the regional extraordinary being below has likely detected my perception. We must act swiftly. Though perception is formidable, it harbors a fatal flaw. It can be sensed by extraordinary beings of equal or superior rank. Let us proceed, Jiangji declared without hesitation. Now that we are here, there is no turning back. Be cautious. Lu Hu nodded. He then turned to Zhou Yi, instructing, stay close behind us. Understood, Zhou Yi responded. The trio advanced towards the Yuelu Mall, with Lu Hu leading the way directly to the passage leading underground. The location of this passage was exceedingly obscure, accessible only from the mall's rooftop, which had been sealed for an extended period. However, this minor obstacle posed no challenge to the trio, who effortlessly broke the iron chains and entered the rooftop. Subsequently, within the labyrinthine ventilation ducts, Lu Hu accurately navigated the correct path. This is it, he announced as they arrived at a dead end. Before them stood a passageway sealed by a security door. Lu Hu channeled his ethereal energy and struck it with a powerful fist. Bang! The iron door shattered instantly, revealing the passage within. They know we are here. We must hurry, Jiangji urged. Right, Lu Hu replied, quickening his pace, with Zhou Yi closely trailing behind. Initially, the passage was quite narrow, indistinguishable from an ordinary ventilation duct. But after a few steps, it expanded into a spacious area where a staircase leading underground emerged. Devoid of illumination, the stairway was shrouded in darkness. Click, Lu Hu produced a high-powered flashlight from seemingly nowhere, illuminating the staircase. At the rear of the group, Zhou Yi monitored the cooldown time of the transform into demon entry. 10 minutes remaining. Having encountered the fox demon the previous day, he had activated the transform into demon entry, which had now entered its cooldown phase. Fortunately, their operation against the Starry Guild commenced in the evening. Had it been during the day, he would have surely been unable to wait for the cooldown to conclude. Moreover, it was fortunate that the entry began its cooldown immediately upon activation, rather than waiting for the transformation to end. Although Zhou Yi did not intend to use transform into demon in front of the others, the mere availability of the entry provided him with greater reassurance. Not to mention, they were venturing into the very lair of the Starry Guild. Enemies ahead. Suddenly, Li Hu's voice rang out. Zhou Yi glanced downward, spotting several figures cloaked in black robes. Each bore a faint blue six-pointed star symbol in their palms. Uniting their ethereal energies, they formed an almost tangible milky white barrier, blocking the staircase like a wall. Zhou Yi sensed that all the masked figures possessed profound strength. Huh, you mere minions dare to obstruct me? Li Hu scoffed, surging forward. Prepare to meet your demise. As he spoke, Li Hu accelerated, delivering a powerful kick against the barrier. Boom! His strike, infused with the energy of a regional extraordinary being, sent shockwaves through the barrier formed by the masked figures, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds. In the next moment, the barrier trembled, spiderweb-like cracks appearing across its surface. Seeing this, the masked figures attempted to restore the barrier with their ethereal energies. However, Li Hu denied them the opportunity, delivering another kick. The already cracked barrier shattered completely, sending all the masked figures hurtling backward. Before they could regain their footing, Li Hu and Jian, both regional extraordinary beings, swiftly drew their daggers, beginning to eliminate the remaining foes with remarkable speed. Zhou Yi merely stood at the back, and in no time, the enemies lay vanquished. Observing the scene strewn with corpses, Zhou Yi felt a peculiar sensation, as if he were the boss accompanied by two formidable bodyguards. After dispatching the foes, they pressed onward, encountering yet another wave of masked figures. As before, Li Hu broke through them with brute force. Finally, the trio arrived at the underground space of the Yuo Mall, the true lair of the Starry Guild. In a vast, flat underground chamber, a deep purple pyramid hovered midair, surrounded by a pool of crimson blood, with countless skeletons scattered nearby. Upon closer inspection, the pyramid appeared to be continuously siphoning the blood energy from the pool. At that moment, a figure clad in black robes stood beside the blood pool. I am nearly finished. The figure's voice was sharp and unappealing, reminiscent of a palace eunuch from an ancient drama. His hair was gray, and he paid no heed to Zhou Yi and the others who had burst in, fixated instead on the pyramid above. Meanwhile, upon seeing the deep purple pyramid, Jiangxi's expression shifted dramatically. Fox Demon, you seek your own demise. As he spoke, Jiangxi activated his ethereal energy, charging toward the Fox Demon. Beside him, Li Hu and Apos' face contorted with fury. How dare you conduct such dark rituals in Chong and Apos' city? You deserve nothing less than death. Zhou Yi was bewildered by Jiangxi and Li Hu's sudden rage. Yet one thing puzzled him greatly. This fox demon appeared different from the one they had encountered the previous evening. The height was off. The voice was different. The hair color was not the same. What the hell? Who was that person I encountered yesterday? Chapter 59. The laboratory mouse in the subterranean realm of the Yuo Mall. A deep violet prism hovered ominously in midair, perpetually absorbing the essence of blood from the pool below, permeating the atmosphere with a pungent scent of iron. Chief Inspector Jiang and Li Hu propelled their spiritual essence towards the fox-like creature, yet before they could approach, an invisible barrier thwarted their advance. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang and Li Hu unleashed their full power against the barrier, but their efforts merely yielded silence, not a ripple to be seen. Do not waste your strength. A voice resounded from the other side. Turning towards the source, Zhou Yi beheld a figure clad in the uniform of a patrol officer, leisurely approaching. The individual, with long hair cascading down, was instantly recognizable to Zhou Yi, despite their prior unfamiliarity, Chief Inspector Lin Yu of the Western District of Chong'an City. His recognition stemmed from a portrait that adorned the wall of the patrol team. This barrier is invincible for its duration. Not even a celestial-level extraordinary being can breach it. Lin Yu remarked languidly, producing a pale blue pendant for Jiang and Li Hu to see from a distance, a smirk playing on his lips. Unless, of course, you possess a ticket. With that, Lin Yu stepped through the barrier. Zhou Yi was taken aback. The chief inspector of the Western District was, astonishingly, a traitor. Previously, In the Night Wanderer instance, Zhou had learned from patrol officer Luo Mingjie that a traitor lurked within each district's patrol team, with one holding a significant rank. He had presumed it might be a mere second-level officer or perhaps the captain of a patrol squad. Yet, he never imagined it would be a third-level chief inspector. Beside him, Zhang appeared unperturbed by Lin Yu's revelation, as though he had known of the latter's betrayal all along. Within the barrier, Lin Yu approached the fox-like creature and inquired, "How much longer?" 2 minutes, came the sharp reply from the fox-like creature. "In 2 minutes, the passage will be fully formed." "Good," Lin Yu nodded. "There shouldn't be any issues with that brat Yufan not bringing the god crystal out, right? Rest assured, your crystal is prepared." The fox-like creature responded, retrieving a crystal. Lin Yu's smile widened as he took the god crystal, proclaiming, "Pleasant cooperation." Outside the barrier. Upon overhearing Lin Yu and the fox's conversation, Zhou Yi suddenly grasped the situation. The fox's indifference towards Du Yufan's demise suggested that the investigation into his death by the Xingmong organization was merely a ruse for the god crystal. What then? Was the true purpose of the god crystal in this endeavor? Meanwhile, upon hearing that the passage would be fully formed in 2 minutes, both Jiang and Lu and Appo's expressions darkened. At that moment, Jiang suddenly sensed something. He urgently called out to Zhou Yi, "Zhou Yi, use your entry to pull the fox away." Zhou Yi looked on in confusion. "Entry? Pull the fox away? What do you mean?" Jiang clarified, "It and Appo's. The entry you used on Lu yesterday evening. The source of the barrier lies with the fox. If we pull him away, the barrier will dissipate." Zhou Yi froze for a moment. The extraordinary being he had encountered yesterday was indeed Lu Hu? Glancing at Lu Hu, he noted a resemblance in physique, though their voices differed slightly, suggesting Lu Hu had deliberately disguised himself. Time was of the essence, so Zhou Yi resolved to act. "All right," he affirmed. Transform into a demon had cooled down a minute prior. He activated the entry again, transforming into the Night Wanderer and designating the fox as his target. Target has entered the dream realm. As before, Zhou Yi felt a brief darkness before finding himself suspended above the dreamscape. The scene below mirroring the underground space of Yuewu Mall, with the fox standing perplexed within the dream. Having experienced this before, Zhou Yi proceeded with confidence, conjuring an indestructible rope to bind the fox. Success. In the next instant, the fox was ensnared by an ethereal rope that resisted all attempts to break free. Above the dreamscape, Zhou Yi mused, perfect for experimentation, and commanded, "Generate a sharp dagger made of diamond, then pierce the fox and Appo's heart." Success. To Zhou Yi and Appo's surprise. While the diamond dagger materialized, the attempt to pierce the fox and Appo's heart proved futile. As a terrestrial-level extraordinary being, the fox and Appo's defenses rendered even the sharpest dagger ineffective. Furthermore, within the dream realm, Zhou Yi and Appo's conjured attacks could not exceed 20% of the mystical level and Appo's strength. Had it been a celestial-level extraordinary being, the fox would have surely perished from a single strike. Since the dagger one and Appo's suffice, let Appo's try a hydraulic press. Zhou Yi declared, "Generate a high-pressure hydraulic forging machine. Place the fox inside and activate it." At that moment, the fox had become a test subject for Zhou Yi, bound by the rope. He found himself inexplicably within the hydraulic press as the machine roared to life. Crack, crack, hiss. Zhou Yi heard the sound of something shattering, followed by the hissing of steam as the hydraulic press malfunctioned. Remove the hydraulic press. Success. As the press vanished, the fox, though still restrained, had swollen to several times his original size, his skin taking on a faint green hue, muscles bulging grotesquely, with a barely perceptible layer of spiritual essence flowing over his skin. Even the hydraulic press couldn't and Appo's do it. Truly formidable for a terrestrial-level extraordinary being. Since physics has failed, let us turn to chemistry. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth. Per sulfuric acid. Success. The fox plunged into a vat of sulfuric acid, however. The protective layer of spiritual essence effortlessly shielded him from the corrosive liquid. How resilient is this shell? Zhou Yi exclaimed. Douse him with pesticide. As Zhou Yi conducted his myriad experiments within the dream realm, the external world witnessed the fox being pulled away. The barrier indeed dissipated. Jiang and Lu, disregarding Lin Yu, rushed to the blood pool, intent on halting the violet prism's relentless absorption of blood essence. Yet, they were a moment too late. The deep violet prism suddenly cracked open, radiating a burst of blue and purple light. The shattered fragments did not scatter chaotically. Instead, They were ensnared by an unseen force, continuing to hover in their original positions while exhibiting erratic movements. Chapter 60, Cremated? A step too late. The deep purple fragments generated by the explosion were ensnared by an invisible force, radiating a mysterious blue and purple glow from the epicenter, occasionally accompanied by delicate arcs of electricity as waves of intense spiritual resonance spread outward. Jiangxi's expression darkened. Beside him, Lu Hu was even more furious. The Starry Association. He ground his teeth in anger, feeling an overwhelming rage with no outlet. Suddenly, he turned to a specific direction. Lin Yu, the patrol chief of the western district of Chong and Amp, Appos, and City, was still there. How dare you collude with the Starry Association as the patrol chief? I will apprehend you in the name of the patrol chief from the Kyoto headquarters. With that, Lu Hu quickly approached Lin Yu. Lin Yu, observing the fully formed and Amp, Appos, passage and Amp, Appos, ahead, wore an excited expression. Upon hearing Lu Hu's voice, he sneered. Then, activating his defensive spell, he sprinted towards the passage with the divine crystal in hand. Bang, in an instant, Lu Hu landed a punch on Lin Yu's waist. The terrifying force sent Lin Yu flying, landing directly in the blood pool. With a splash, Lin Yu was engulfed in blood, his body nearly shattered from the wrathful strike of a ground-level transcendent. Trembling, he raised the divine crystal in his hand, which was then drawn upwards by an invisible force, disappearing into the passage. Almost instantly, the energy from the crystal was absorbed by the passage, intensifying the blue and purple glow, with even more robust electric arcs, while the deep purple fragments moved erratically. A powerful energy radiated outward. The blue-purple light enveloped Lin Yu in the blood pool. Lin Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a manic grin spreading across his face. The Lord of the world, the omnipotent God, shall bestow upon me immense power. As his voice faded, the mysterious blue-purple glow extinguished, and Lin Yu vanished from the blood pool. Lu Hu felt regretful. Had he known, he would have killed him outright. No matter. Jiangxi took a deep breath, gazing at the deep purple fragments. At this point, Lin Yu was unimportant. The greater threat was this. This matter must be reported to the Kyoto headquarters. At that moment, Jiangxi's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Wu Weige's voice came through. Patrol Chief, the remnants of the Starry Association in Jinhu District have been completely eliminated. During the operation, Song Yu from the 5th Patrol Squad did not reveal any signs. Additionally, we just received a message indicating an anomaly within the Yuewu Mall located in the southwestern part of the development zone. Are you involved in this action? Do you need assistance? Upon hearing this, Jiangxi responded through the walkie-talkie. After dealing with the remaining members of the Starry Association, let the others regroup. Since Song Yu has not revealed any signs, do not act against him for now. Also, you must immediately bring the 1st Patrol Squad to Yuewu Mall to maintain order, and apprehend the mall's manager, Gu Zhenhai. After Jiangxi finished speaking, Wu Weige's voice quickly responded. Understood. Setting down the walkie-talkie, Jiangxi took a deep breath and murmured, I wonder how that fellow is faring now. After all, Huji is a core member of the Starry Association, and his strength surpasses both yours and mine. Hearing this, Lu Hu recalled his experience from the previous evening and immediately waved his hand. Rest assured, there is absolutely no problem. Don't let his mere Xian-level strength fool you. In that space, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a deity. Jiangxi was taken aback. Is he really that formidable? Li Hu raised an eyebrow. If you don't believe me, you can ask Zhou Yi to bring you in next time to test it out. That won't be necessary. In the dreamscape, after a series of attempts involving physics, chemistry, as well as drowning and burning, Zhou Yi came to a conclusion. Ground-level transcendent beings are indeed incredibly resilient. Moreover, this Huji seems to be even tougher than Lu Hu, especially after transforming into the green giant. While it is indeed possible to gradually deplete the opponent's spiritual resonance through various means, leading to an easy kill once their resonance is exhausted, one cannot always afford to take such a slow approach. A burst of creativity. Zhou Yi observed the deep purple prism rotating below in the dreamscape. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Endow the prism with a characteristic, transforming absorbed spiritual resonance into 100% equivalent attack. Then, halt the prism and Appos' absorption of blood energy. Imply to Huji psychologically that everything that has transpired was Jiangxi and Appos' obstruction of his plan. But now, a greater unforeseen event has occurred. The passage lacks energy, and he must inject his own spiritual resonance energy to fulfill the plan. With that, a prompt quickly appeared. Success. It actually worked. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up. Looking below, the deep purple prism appeared noticeably dim, resembling a malnourished entity. This object held immense significance for Zhou Yi. Witnessing this, he became evidently anxious. And under the influence of the mental suggestion, he indeed began to inject his spiritual resonance energy into the prism. The ground-level transcendent and amp, Oppos, S resonance surged into the prism, continuously brewing into a powerful attack. Minutes later, Zhou Yi had nearly infused all his resonance into it. The blue-purple light surged brilliantly, accompanied by terrifying arcs of electricity. Zhou Yi gazed at the fully formed passage before him, excitement etched on his face. He raised both hands triumphantly, as if a devout believer, and shouted in a shrill voice, "Lord of the world, omnipotent God." Upon uttering these words, the deep purple prism erupted with intense waves of spiritual resonance. Zhou Yi spread his arms wide, seemingly welcoming the energy that would transport him to a new world. Good news, it was indeed a new world. Bad news, a world of reincarnation. As that overwhelming energy crashed into Zhou Yi's body, an intense pain surged through him. Every inch of his skin, blood vessels, muscles, and even bones felt as if they were being torn apart. In mere seconds, Zhou Yi was reduced to a pile of ash. Target eliminated. Dream ended. As the notification echoed, Zhou Yi momentarily lost focus, before returning to the reality of the world. Along with Zhou Yi, a heap of ash that was once Zhou Yi returned with him. Seeing Zhou Yi emerge so quickly, Lu, who initially regarded the spot where Zhou Yi had been with caution, prepared to restrain and control Zhou Yi at any moment. However, the next second, he was taken aback to see a pile of ash suddenly appear on the ground. He froze. Cremated? Beside him, Jian was equally stunned. He was aware of Zhou Yi's formidable abilities, but he had not anticipated that they could be this potent, capable of killing a ground-level transcendent, even one stronger than himself. Does this mean that Zhou Yi possesses the capability to eliminate me as well? TSK, Chapter 61. Parallel Worlds regarding the demise of Fox Ji. Neither Jian nor Lu, who inquired further. Upon awakening from his dream, Zhou Yi discovered that Lin Yu, the patrol chief of the Western District, had vanished, leaving behind only shattered fragments of a deep purple prism, held together by an unseen force, radiating mysterious hues of blue and purple, occasionally illuminated by flickering lightning. Perplexed, Zhou Yi pondered what this spectacle could be. Despite the enchanting scenery, an ominous premonition brewed within him. He recalled Fox Ji's conversation with Lin Yu, mentioning that this phenomenon was a passage, accompanied by a divine crystal stone. A passage? Jiang Ji sighed, adding, a passage that leads to a mythological instance. A mythological instance? Zhou Yi paused, unable to suppress his curiosity. Aran and Oppos, mythological instances typically entered at random? Indeed, Jiang Ji replied, observing the fantastical scene before them. Under normal circumstances, extraordinary beings can only be passively drawn into instances at random, without the ability to actively choose a mythological instance. However, through meticulous research on spiritual resonance and mythological instances, we have discovered that under specific conditions, a passage can be created that connects to a mythological instance. Evidently, the current location satisfied these so-called specific conditions, which also explained why the Starlight Society had established its roots in Chong'an City. Hearing this, Zhou Yi nodded, sensing that this could potentially be a beneficial development. After all, extraordinary beings must enter mythological instances to enhance their abilities and complete tasks to accrue spiritual resonance. Each instance they were drawn into was random and fraught with uncertainty. If a stable passage to a fixed mythological instance existed, wouldn't that significantly increase safety? With a detailed strategy for this instance, a multitude of powerful extraordinary beings could be cultivated. Kid, I know what you and Amp, Oppos, rethinking, Lu interjected as Zhou Yi contemplated this. But I must regretfully inform you that Headquarters and Amp, Oppos, research indicates that for the same instance, an extraordinary being can only accrue spiritual resonance rewards once. Repeated entries hold no significance. Thus continuous leveling up is not feasible. Furthermore, entering such a passage comes at a cost. It requires the investment of a divine crystal stone to activate. Moreover, do not forget that this passage was opened by the Starlight Society, so it likely leads to a mythological instance associated with their deity, which inherently carries a much higher risk than a typical instance. Understood, Zhou Yi acknowledged. Only one accrual of spiritual resonance per instance. Yet, activating the passage with a divine crystal stone? He recalled the divine crystal stone he had obtained during his initial entry into a mythological instance, now safely stored at home. As for which mythological instance this passage led to and whether it was related to the deity of the Starlight Society, it mattered little to him. What did it matter who the deity was? Upon entering the instance, he would become the deity. Perhaps he would even embody the deity revered by the Starlight Society, compelling them to bow before him. It seems I should find an opportunity to secretly enter this mythological instance. Zhou Yi mused, his primary concern being the accrual of spiritual resonance and the swift enhancement of his own strength. At that moment, he heard Jiang, the patrol chief, say, "What Lu Hu mentioned is not the most critical aspect. The true threat posed by this passage is, if we cannot prevent its expansion, Chong and Appos, and city will be obliterated, and the mythological instance will invade and consume this land." Zhou Yi was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Jiang sighed, hesitating for a moment. "You can understand that our world and the mythological instance exist in a parallel relationship. However, now that this passage has connected the two realms, the energy from the stronger world begins to flow into the weaker world through this passage. As the energy continues to flow, the passage will gradually widen, ultimately leading to the stronger world conquering the weaker world." Zhou Yi felt a profound shock at this revelation. He had previously contemplated the relationship between the real world and the mythological instance world, speculating whether they might be parallel universes. After all, his own experiences of traversing realms were steeped in fantastical elements, making the existence of parallel universes plausible. Yet, he had not expected this theory to be validated. "How can we stop it?" Zhou Yi inquired. Though Chong'an City was not large, it was home to millions of people. If this land were truly to be invaded by a mythological instance, where would these ordinary citizens go? Abandon everything and relocate the entire city? Even disregarding such grand ideals, he selfishly considered his own mother and sister who lived here, as well as his home. Zhou Yi could not bear to witness it being consumed by a mythological instance. "I do not know," Jiang replied, shaking his head in resignation. "This information falls under the 5-star confidential category in headquarters database, and my clearance is insufficient. The only course of action is to report the situation here accurately to the headquarters in Kyoto and await their response." Afterward, Jiang cautioned Zhou Yi, "Moreover, the information I just shared with you is also classified. Do not disclose it to anyone after we exit." "Understood," Zhou Yi replied, gazing solemnly at the passage. Noticing the somber atmosphere, Lu Hu spoke up. "From what I understand, headquarters has dealt with situations like this before, so there is no need for excessive concern. There will certainly be a solution." "Let us hope so," Jiang said. Just then, his walkie-talkie crackled to life, the voice of Wu Weigua echoing through. "Patrol Chief, the first inspection team has reached the Yu shopping mall. All personnel have been evacuated. Gu Zhenhai has fled, and I have dispatched personnel to pursue him. I did not see you in the mall. Do you have any further arrangements?" Jiang raised the walkie-talkie, replying, "Wait for me at the mall entrance." "Understood." Setting down the walkie-talkie, Jiang took one last glance at the passage connecting to the mythological instance. "Let us go. There are some documents related to the Starlight Society inside. We must take them all with us." The three retraced their steps. Upon reaching the entrance of the mall, Wu Weigua was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the trio emerge from within, but upon noticing the grave demeanor of Jiang, he refrained from asking further questions. Jiang instructed Wu Weigua, "Gu Zhenhai must be apprehended. Additionally, from today onward, secure the Yuewu shopping mall in a 100-meter radius around it. The first inspection team will oversee this area. No one is permitted to approach without my direct orders." "Yes," Wu Weigua nodded. Subsequently, as Jiang and Lu Hu prepared to return, Zhou Yi hesitated, contemplating whether to rejoin them. Just then, he heard Jiang and Appos' voice call out, "Zhou Yi, you are coming with us." "All right." With that, he no longer hesitated. Chapter 62. The Genius Training Camp. Upon returning to the inspection team, Zhou Yi settled onto the sofa in the Chief Inspector and Appos' office, awaiting the return of Chief Inspector Jiang and the envoy from headquarters, Lu Hu, who had gone to report the emergence of a mythical dungeon passage in Chong and Appos, and city to the Kyoto headquarters. After approximately 30 minutes, the two returned. Observing Zhou Yi, Jiang remarked, "The headquarters has dispatched personnel. They will arrive within 2 days at the latest." In truth, such information was not necessary for Zhou Yi, considering that this matter was classified, and Zhou Yi had only recently been confirmed as an inspector. However, given Zhou Yi's potential and talent, it was merely a matter of time before he garnered significant attention from the inspection headquarters. Additionally, Zhou Yi had played a role in this incident. And Jiang revealed this to alleviate any concerns Zhou Yi might have. Rest assured, the headquarters has dealt with similar situations before and will resolve this, Jiang added. Zhou Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Afterward, Jiang returned to his desk, while Lu Hu took a seat beside Zhou Yi. Once settled, Jiang fixed his gaze on Zhou Yi, remaining silent for a moment before inquiring, about your attribute. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated Chief Inspector Jiang would inquire about this during their return journey and had already concocted a lie, since Jiang and Lu Hu regarded it as an attribute effect. He decided to admit to it. Just as he prepared to speak, Jiang raised his hand, saying, "No need to share." "What?" Zhou Yi responded with confusion. Jiang continued, "The strength of this attribute is indeed somewhat beyond the norm. Your decision to conceal it is wise. Continue to keep it hidden, regardless of who inquires, even if they are from the headquarters." At this, Zhou Yi furrowed his brow, sensing the underlying significance in Jiang and Appo's words, which seemed to imply some reluctance regarding the personnel dispatched from headquarters. Jiang pressed on, "However, you should no longer hide your advancement to the Xian level. Once the personnel from headquarters arrive in a couple of days, they will easily see through your disguise, and if it raises suspicion, it may lead to complications." "Understood." Zhou Yi nodded. Jiang then scrutinized Zhou Yi and unexpectedly posed an enigmatic question. "Zhou Yi, do you trust yourself more, or do you trust the divine?" "What?" Zhou Yi replied, perplexed. Jiang offered no further explanation. Zhou Yi glanced at Lu Hu beside him, noticing his serious demeanor. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yi furrowed his brow and answered, "Although I am not entirely clear on the intent behind your question, I believe my answer should be, to trust myself. Only by being strong enough can one seize their own fate. Relying on others does not inspire confidence." At this, Jiang smiled, and Lu Hu mirrored the expression. Jiang relaxed in his office chair, then abruptly shifted the topic, stating, "During this operation, you single-handedly eliminated the Earth-level member of the Starry Society, Zhou Yi, while also resolving our issues with the barrier. This constitutes a significant contribution, warranting an application for a third-class merit. However, considering that making this public may attract undue attention towards you, leading to a series of unnecessary troubles, I intend to publicly state that Zhou Yi was eliminated by Lu Hu and myself. Subsequently, I will seek an opportune moment to award you the third-class merit." How does that sound? To be honest, Zhou Yi had never contemplated the notion of a third-class merit. After all, the passage had still formed, and the operation could not be considered a success. Jiang understood Zhou Yi's thoughts. Regarding that passage, it was, strictly speaking, a personal oversight. Such passages do not form overnight, and I regret not having discovered and eradicated the Starry Society sooner. Those rats in the gutter are not so easily detected. Lu Hu shook his head. Nevertheless, given the occurrence of such an incident in Chong'an City, I, as the chief inspector, bear responsibility. Jiang regarded Zhou Yi and concluded, "In any case, we will address your third-class merit later." How does that sound? I and Appos, am fine with that, Zhou Yi replied. Jiang had made a fair point, and given the circumstances, Zhou Yi saw no reason to decline. Jiang nodded. Lastly, the 9th Inspection Team now has only one severely injured member left. I plan to reorganize the 9th Inspection Team and appoint you as the new captain. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi was taken aback. Pointing to himself, "Me? Captain of the 9th Inspection Team?" "Indeed," Jiang chuckled, jesting, "you could even take me down as the chief inspector now. Being the captain of an inspection team is well within your capabilities. Or would you prefer to replace Lin Yu as the chief inspector of the Western District?" No. Zhou Yi shook his head repeatedly. "I have only recently been confirmed, and my first-level inspector credentials were just issued a couple of days ago. Advancing again so soon doesn't seem appropriate." Jiang pondered for a moment. "Fair point. Let Appos wait until your third-class merit has been awarded before you assume the position." Zhou Yi wished to continue speaking, but Jiang waved a hand, stating, "It and Appos settled then." Turning to Lu Hu, Jiang remarked, "Don and Appos, do you have something to say? Go ahead." "Yes," Lu Hu nodded. He then turned to Zhou Yi. "I have been dispatched by the headquarters not only to assist Jiang in eliminating the members of the Starry Society in Chong and Appos and City, but also to evaluate you. This was why I engaged you yesterday evening. It was a test. The results speak for themselves. Your performance was astonishing, compelling even an Earth-level extraordinary being like myself to use a teleportation talisman to escape. Furthermore, You dispatched Zhou Yi today. So there is no doubt that you have passed the assessment. In due time, the annual Genius Training Camp will commence, and the headquarters will extend an invitation for you to participate. You may refuse, but it is advisable not to do so. Participation in the Genius Training Camp will allow you to witness a broader world, which will play a crucial role in your future development. That is all I wish to convey. The Genius Training Camp? Zhou Yi nodded. I will participate. If this world were merely a realm of extraordinary beings and mythical dungeon passages, Zhou Yi could indeed choose to remain in Chong and Amp, Apos, and City, disregarding the Genius Training Camp. After all, possessing the attribute, transform into a demon, meant Zhou Yi and Amp, Apos, S path would inevitably differ from others. However, with the emergence of the Starry Society and the mythical dungeon passage, Zhou Yi suddenly felt that the world had grown mysterious, as if there were enormous secrets yet to be unveiled. In light of this, he could not choose to remain stagnant. Very well, Lu Hu smiled. I look forward to seeing you then. Until then, Zhou Yi nodded. Beside them, Jiang Ji observed the exchange with a mixture of pride and regret, remarking, Chong and Apos, and City is too small, it cannot contain you. Chapter 63. In a rush on the day following the conclusion of the operation, Chief Inspector Jiang convened a celebratory meeting for all inspectors in the Eastern District. This gathering was to commemorate the complete eradication of the Stellar Association's influence hidden within Chong'an City. However, Chief Inspector Jiang chose not to disclose the existence of the mythical instance passage beneath the Yuewu Mall to the attendees. The atmosphere among the inspection team was one of light-hearted joy. On the same day, Officer Lu Hu from headquarters embarked on his journey back to the inspection headquarters in Kyoto. The four traders previously colluding with the Stellar Association had met different fates. Luo Mingjie from the Southern District had already surrendered. Lin Yu, the inspector from the Western District, had fled into the mythical instance, while the two traders from the Northern and Eastern Districts had been identified and apprehended after gathering relevant information at the Stellar Association and Apos' lair. Both confessed to their conspiracies with the Stellar Association and were subjected to appropriate punishment. Following Lin Yu's escape, the position of inspector in the Western District was left vacant, to be filled by the captain of the first inspection team in that district. 3 days post-operation, Gu Zhenhai was brought in for questioning by Chief Inspector Jiang and Zhou Yi. Gu soon divulged several crucial details, revealing that he had been providing financial support to the Stellar Association for years and had become a member 5 years prior. However, upon further investigation, it was discovered that Gu Zhenhai had been merely an ordinary office worker 5 years ago. It was only the day after joining the Stellar Association that he transformed into a wealthy benefactor, laying groundwork for the organization within Chong and Apos and City. This indicated that the Stellar Association had commenced their plans much earlier than anticipated. Perhaps buoyed by the success of the operation, Gu Zhenhai answered questions with little hesitation. When asked why the Stellar Association sought to open the passage, he laughed wildly, declaring it was the will of the world sovereign. Who is this world sovereign you speak of? They inquired. Gu Zhenhai, almost deranged, responded, the title of world sovereign is not one mere mortals can utter. After failing to extract any further valuable information, Chief Inspector Jiang concluded the interrogation. That very afternoon, extraordinary individuals dispatched by the Kyoto headquarters arrived in Chong and Apos and City to investigate the mythical instance passage. However, they did not make their presence known to the inspection team. Instead, they met briefly with Jiang Ji before commencing their covert investigations. Subsequently, life gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. During this period, Zhou Yi remained a member of the first inspection team, which had not undertaken its usual patrol duties, instead taking turns guarding the entrance of Yuewu Mall. Captain, I don't understand, Liu remarked to Wu Weigua during their watch. Since the Stellar Association has been completely eradicated from Chong'an City, why does the Chief Inspector insist on keeping Yuewu Mall sealed? We're practically security guards at this point. Enough complaining, Wu Weigua replied sternly. There must be a reason for Chief Inspector Zhang's orders, and our duty is to follow them. Yet, Wu Weigua shared the same doubts and had previously inquired about the matter, but the Chief Inspector had remained silent. On the opposite side of Yuewu Mall, Zhou Yi and Huang Ning stood guard. During their watch, Huang Ning turned to Zhou Yi and said, Have you heard? The 9th inspection team is preparing to be re-established. What? Zhou Yi inquired. Huang Ning raised an eyebrow. I overheard other inspectors discussing it during lunch. After the Stellar Association's attack, the 9th inspection team was left with only one severely injured member. They will surely recruit new members and reorganize. Why do you care? Zhou Yi asked, raising his own brow. I wish to transfer there, Huang Ying replied candidly. Although Captain Wu Wei was great, the first inspection team is the elite of the Eastern District, with members possessing at least 40 Lingyun. In contrast, my own Lingyun is merely 5, which feels like a burden. Besides, I find it hard to integrate into this team. Typically, each inspection team comprises 9 members. Before Zhou Yi and Huang Ying's arrival, although there was one vacancy in the first inspection team, it was reserved for inspectors who met the requisite strength and honor. While the teams were of equal rank, the prestige of the first inspection team set it apart. This disparity likely contributed to Huang Ying and Appo's difficulty in fitting in. Despite outward cordiality, there remained an intangible barrier. Zhou Yi, however, felt more at ease. Having joined as a special talent, the only one of his kind in Chong'an City's history, it is said that wherever there are people, there exists a hierarchy, even among the inspection team. Thus, if Huang Ying could transfer to the newly forming 9th inspection team, where everyone would be a newcomer, the atmosphere and camaraderie would surely be more favorable than remaining in the first inspection team. Sure, just mention it to Captain Wu Wei. He will likely agree. Zhou Yi suggested. Oh, Huang Ying nodded. And what about you? Me? Zhou Yi chuckled. I follow the organization's arrangements. He had long been informally appointed as the new captain of the 9th inspection team by Chief Inspector Jian. All right, Huang Ying responded, slightly disheartened by Zhou Yi's statement. I thought you would stay with the first inspection team. I actually wanted to be your teammate, but staying in the first inspection team is indeed the better choice. Good luck. Zhou Yi smiled without replying. Huang Ying continued, hey, who knows? After I propose to transfer to the 9th inspection team, I might even end up as captain. That's impossible, Zhou Yi countered, already aware of the outcome. First, you haven't even been confirmed yet. It's unlikely you could leap 2 ranks to become a team captain. Secondly, to be frank, your 5 Lingyun is still rather weak. You might not even surpass some of the newly recruited members. Huang Ying's expression shifted to one of urgency. What's wrong with having 5 Lingyun? I'm still stronger than you, a yellow level extraordinary. Is that so? Zhou Yi responded with a mysterious smile. He then revealed his true level. Chief Inspector Jian had previously cautioned him that his concealed strength would be easily discerned by headquarters personnel, leading to unnecessary complications. In the next moment, Huang Ying felt Zhou Yi and Appo's aura, and the waves of Lingyun emanating from him intensified dramatically, even imposing a sense of pressure upon her. Stunned, Huang Ying could only utter in disbelief. Chapter 64. Factions Wait. What is this aura? Huang Ying stared dumbfounded at Zhou Yi, incredulously exclaiming. Xian level? When did you become a Xian level extraordinary being? In response, Zhou Yi merely smiled. After a moment of shock, Huang Ying seemed to have had her backbone pulled away, her body slumping as a look of despondency washed over her. She had thought that, despite her weaker capabilities, she could at least rely on Zhou Yi, who was at the Huang level, within the first patrol team, which somewhat alleviated her psychological burden. Yet now, she had to transfer to the 9th patrol team. Huang Ying was filled with unease. Nearby, having finished this topic of conversation, Zhou Yi turned to glance back at the Yuewu Mall. A considerable amount of time had passed since the last operation concluded, and logically, reinforcements from headquarters should have arrived by now. He wondered if they had found a solution. The thought of the replica passage that could plunge the entire Chong'an city into despair weighed heavily on Zhou Yi's heart. The condition to open the passage was to invest the divine crystal stone, which he happened to possess, coupled with the attribute of transforming into a demon. Zhou Yi was quite tempted to sneak in. However, considering that the investigators dispatched from headquarters might be inside, recklessly entering could lead to an awkward and troublesome encounter. Thus, he decided to wait. The subsequent duty process became rather monotonous. The area surrounding Yuewu Mall had been cordoned off for many days, and the local residents transitioned from initial curiosity and confusion to a sense of normalcy. With patrol officers stationed daily, for ordinary citizens, it became an unpredictable signal of danger, and thus, no one dared to approach. Moreover, after the complete eradication of the Xingmong society, the crackdown that had previously been initiated was once again set into motion. Managed by the other 7 patrol teams, excluding the now-defunct 1st Patrol Team and the 9th Patrol Team. As the crackdown progressed, instances of lawlessness across the city significantly diminished. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the end of the month arrived. On the eve of the crackdown's conclusion, Zhou Yi received a 3rd-class merit. Director Jian captured a 3rd-level wanted criminal and presented him to Zhou Yi, who personally detained and escorted the individual back to the patrol team. For his commendable efforts in apprehending wanted criminals and his outstanding performance in multiple operations since joining, Zhou Yi was particularly awarded A and AMP, Oppos, third-class merit and AMP, Oppos, medal. Although many patrol officers harbored doubts about Zhou Yi receiving a third-class merit again after a fortnight, they refrained from voicing their concerns. In Director Jiang's office, he retrieved a third-class merit medal from his drawer and handed it to Zhou Yi. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the new month. The 9th Patrol Team cannot remain vacant any longer. From tomorrow onward, you will no longer be a member of the 1st Patrol Team, but the captain of the 9th Patrol Team. You will be fully responsible for its reorganization. Director Jiang stated, I will notify Wu Weiguo. Understood, Zhou Yi nodded, gripping the third-class merit medal in his hand. He then inquired, Director Jiang, what is the situation at Yuo Mall? Currently, there are no results, Jiang replied, shaking his head. I have only met the investigators dispatched from headquarters once. And that was when they first arrived in Chong and Oppos, and City. Since then, there has been no further communication. Zhou Yi voiced his confusion. As the chief inspector of Chong and City, shouldn't they maintain close contact with you? Lu, who is also a dispatched officer, Jiang chuckled, shaking his head. It was not always like this. Any faction, as it grows and matures, tends to generate different factions within. The personnel sent from headquarters do not belong to my faction. So it is normal for them to avoid too much contact with me. Their task is to investigate the replica passage. And they only need to inform me once their investigation concludes to fulfill their responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi nodded in understanding. I see. Jiang continued. I even suspect they will approach you before seeking me out. Zhou Yi was puzzled. You and AMP, Oppos, LL find out when the time comes, Jiang smiled. With that, he waved his hand. Go on, the recruitment of members for the 9th Patrol Team and its reorganization is entrusted to you. Do well. Yes. Zhou Yi departed. Once outside Director Jiang and Oppos' office, Zhou Yi proceeded to the administrative office to collect his new credentials. After all, starting tomorrow, he would be the captain of the 9th Patrol Team, necessitating his promotion from a first-level patrol officer to a second-level patrol officer. In just a month, he had ascended from a temporary patrol officer to a second-level patrol officer, achieving consecutive promotions that had become a remarkable feat in the Chong'an City Patrol Team. However, as it was after working hours, Zhou Yi's visit to obtain his new credentials did not draw much attention. His new identity as the captain of the 9th Patrol Team had yet to be made public. After acquiring his new credentials, Zhou Yi also collected his salary for the month. Unfortunately, this month and AMP, Oppos' payment was still calculated at the temporary patrol officer and AMP, Oppos' rate, amounting to a base salary of 5,000 yuan. Had it been based on his current position as a second-level patrol officer, he would have received a base salary of 10,000 yuan. Besides the base salary, he also possessed bonuses from 2 kills and the bounty for capturing a third-level wanted criminal. The bounty for eliminating Li Zhengyu was 100,000 yuan. And for the subsequent capture of another wanted criminal, it was 80,000 yuan. Additionally, with the funds from the bank card given to him by Du Yufan, Zhou Yi transferred all these amounts into his bank account, bringing the total to 185,000 yuan. I should only withdraw 10,000 yuan this month. If I take out too much, my mother will feel uneasy, Zhou Yi thought. Upon returning home, his mother and sister were already there. Zhou Yi was studying in her bedroom while their mother was cooking in the kitchen. Opening his phone, Zhou Yi transferred 10,000 yuan to his mother and then approached the kitchen door, calling out to her, Mom, I've transferred my salary for this month to you. Really? Their mother, upon hearing, wiped her hands on her apron and checked her phone, astonished. So much? Yes, Zhou Yi replied with a smile. There was a crackdown this month, so everyone received bonuses. Oh, their mother nodded, then shook her head. No, I can and AMP, Oppos, accept this money. You should keep it for yourself, as a young man. You need to have savings. Hearing this, Zhou Yi quickly interjected, No need, I've kept enough for myself. Their mother looked up. Really, Zhou Yi affirmed. All right then. Their mother relented. I'll save it for you. Perhaps it will be useful when you get married. Don't. Zhou Yi chuckled helplessly. This money is meant to be spent. Use it for you and my sister to buy some clothes or whatever. There and AMP, Oppos, as no need to save, the patrol team treats us well now. We don't have to be as frugal as before. Their mother smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 65. What are you doing here? The following day, A new document was posted on the public notice board of the patrol team in the eastern district of Chong and Apos, in city. The content was succinct, effective immediately. Comrade Zhou Yi is appointed as the new captain of the 9th Patrol Team, with full authority over its reorganization. The bottom of the document bore the signature of Chief Inspector Jian, along with an official seal. Upon seeing this document, nearly all the inspectors were left in utter shock, struggling to believe their own eyes. What? Although this fellow joined the team as A and Apos, top talent, and Apos, this promotion seems excessively rapid. Has he even been with us for 2 months? It and Amp, Apos, as if he has been launched into orbit. Is Chief Inspector Jiang showing undue favoritism towards Zhou Yi? After all, he is a patrol captain. Such a position should rightfully be entrusted to a more seasoned veteran, not handed over to a novice. This is rather exaggerated. A newcomer, having joined for less than 2 months, has skyrocketed to the rank of patrol captain. On one hand, everyone recognized the promising future that lay ahead for Zhou Yi. It is even conceivable that he might one day succeed Chief Inspector Jiang. However, on the other hand, the speed of this promotion certainly stirred up some controversy. As the bustling administrative hall filled with discussions, a group of inspectors gathered around the notice board. Huang Ying, though deeply curious about the scene, was more anxious to sign in at the office. After the Starry Dawn Society was completely disbanded, she had rented a place near the patrol team. As no one wishes to live and eat within the team premises every day, previously she had no choice, but now she felt relieved. However, having grown accustomed to living in the team, her alarm was still set for 7:50 a.m. Thus, upon waking, she hurriedly left without even applying makeup. Not pausing in the administrative hall, Huang Ying rushed down the stairs. She sprinted to the office of the 1st Patrol Team and clocked in. No lateness today. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Sitting down, she prepared to share her frantic morning with Zhou Yi at the adjacent desk, only to discover that his seat was empty. Is he late? Zhou Yi had always arrived before her and was never tardy. It was quite surprising that he had yet to show up today. After waiting a while, Huang Ying overheard other team members discussing the situation. The administrative hall is bustling with people today. Did you not hear? The 9th Patrol Team is being reorganized, which is why so many individuals are signing up to join the patrol. Is that so? Oh, do you know who the new captain of the 9th Patrol Team is? What? The 9th Patrol Team has already commenced its reorganization? Huang Ying and Apos' heart skipped a beat. Recently, there have been no concrete news regarding the reorganization of the 9th Patrol Team, merely rumors circulating among the inspectors. Hence, she had not rushed to discuss transferring teams with Captain Wu. But now that the reorganization was confirmed, she needed to speak with Captain Wu about it promptly. Huang Ying quickly stood up, dismissing the ongoing conversation, and exited the office of the 1st Patrol Team. Arriving at the door of room 205, she gently knocked. Wu Weiguo and Apos' voice resounded from within. Come in. Huang Ying pushed the door open and stepped inside. Captain, gazing at Wu Weiguo. Seated behind his desk, she clearly knew what she wished to convey, yet for some reason, the words caught in her throat. Opposite her, Wu Weiguo looked up at Huang Ying and waved his hand. I know what you want to say. I have approved your transfer request. Currently, Huang Ying was at the 5th level of the Mystic rank, having met the criteria for a second-class talent. However, following standard procedures, she would never be able to join the 1st Patrol Team directly. It was only due to the threats posed by the Starry Dawn Society and hidden internal enemies when Huang Ying first joined that Chief Inspector Jiang allowed her to stay with the 1st Patrol Team for protective reasons. Moreover, as captain, Wu Weiguo could see that Huang Ying's integration with the team had been quite minimal thus far. Transferring teams was indeed a wise choice. As for how Wu Weiguo had foreseen Huang Ying's desire to transfer, it was because Zhou Yi had mentioned it to him during their meeting that morning. Huh? Huang Ying was taken aback. She had anticipated that Captain Wu would already have guessed her intentions. However, that was for the best, as it spared her the awkwardness of bringing it up. Thank you, Captain. Huang Ying expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. Wu Weiguo smiled. With the 9th Patrol Team on the brink of reorganization, a plethora of tasks awaited them. Although she had only recently joined the patrol, Huang Ying possessed some experience. Once she transferred to the 9th Patrol Team, she could help alleviate some of the pressure on her captain, especially since the two shared a decent rapport. Wait? Huang Ying raised her head in confusion upon hearing the last remark. Our relationship is good? How could that be? The only person she was somewhat familiar with in this patrol team was Zhou Yi. Surely, Zhou Yi could not possibly be the captain of the 9th Patrol Team. That would be absurd. After all, he had only joined the team slightly before her and had just been confirmed last month. Go on. Wu Weiguo gestured towards her. Your new captain's office is room 212. Go report to him. All right. Huang Ying nodded and gently closed the door behind her. Approaching room 212. Huang Ying noticed that several individuals were already queuing in the hallway, each holding a personal information form, likely applying to join the patrol team. Just then, a girl exited the office. The people waiting immediately inquired, "How was it? How did it go?" With a starstruck expression, the girl replied, "Huh? I forgot to ask anything. But I remember the captain is very handsome. Exceptionally handsome." Huang Ying and Oppo's eyes brightened. What? The new captain is a handsome fellow? Her anticipation heightened at once. Being a patrol officer herself, she was exempt from the usual series of interviews and checks, so she approached the door of room 212 and knocked. The newcomers waiting for interviews, upon seeing Huang Ying in her patrol uniform, dared not speak, quietly continuing to stand in line. "Come in." A familiar voice echoed from inside. Huang Ying froze momentarily. This voice, it sounds so much like someone I know. Frowning slightly, her heart filled with trepidation. Huang Ying slowly pushed open the door to room 212. As the door swung wide open and she beheld the figure seated within, Huang Ying was left utterly speechless. "What are you doing here?"